What is going on, everyone? Hello and welcome back here into another edition of Next Gen Jets. This time, we're coming at you full-on marathon, 6 hour plus long watch party, whatever you want to call it, for the second and third round of the 2025 NFL Draft. A special show coming your way, a marathon. We were all together, all four of us last night at Clinton Hall in New York City for the first round at Jake Asman's event. And now we're all four of us are here, ready to gear up for a marathon. 6+ hours of streaming about to kick off here on the channel. The whole Next Gen Jets crew in the building. Josh Wolliver, Jack Cotter, Chris Grasso, and myself, Connor Long. So we appreciate you for all sticking with us. Make sure you smash the like button, hit subscribe. If you have any questions for us throughout the night, make sure to throw those in the chat. We'll hit those. You can call into the show with the pinned comment. So many special guests joining us tonight, so we're really looking forward to it. One more thing here. We have a special raffle we want to share with you guys. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership throughout the night will get you a raffle entry, and the prize we're giving away tonight, the winner of the raffle, will receive a Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership will earn you a raffle entry. Winners will be drawn at the end of the night. But Chris, second time in 24 hours. Last night we were in person, obviously. Now we're seeing each other virtually, and we're going to be looking at this screen for over 6 hours now. But Chris, how are you today?
No, I'm doing well, man. It was so nice to be together with you guys in person last night. The atmosphere was obviously electric at the draft party, even though we selected Membu, which we'll get into it. But I'm excited to see what they do with the second and third round pick and break it down with you guys.
Josh, first time I've seen you since last summer. How are you?
Yeah, it was awesome to get the whole band together last night. Got to see my guy Arman Membu get selected at 7. Absolutely great time. Can't wait for this awesome live stream. I know we got a couple guests lined up, and we're live reacting to every pick throughout the second and third round. Should be extremely awesome. It's a whole new NFL world, and it started yesterday, and it continues on today.
Jack, what's going on, my man?
What's up, guys? I had a great time with you guys last night. Finally able to meet you guys in person. I just hope we get a pass catcher at 42 tonight, baby. Let's go. No one else but a pass catcher tonight at 42.
100%. And we're proud to announce the first guest will be joining us in just 2 minutes. So let's rattle off the Membu thoughts here quickly. Kind of going to go one by one. I'm going to start with myself. And you guys know my stance on Membu overall, so I'm just going to try to sum it up here and make it quick. I thought the value of getting a pass catcher in the building would have made a lot of sense, but I can't complain about solidifying all 5 spots in the offensive line, solidifying the trenches. This is what the Detroit Lions did in Aaron Glenn's first season as their defensive coordinator. The Jets begin to follow that blueprint. Can't complain about solidifying all 5 spots of the offensive line. You get your right tackle in the building. One of the youngest offensive lines in all of football. They're only going up from here, and I think they can really only get better from this point forward, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Although that wasn't really my vision, right? I was I wouldn't say I wouldn't say mad. I was a little more disappointed that they didn't get Tyler Warren last night, right? I'm not saying it's a bad pick at all. Love Arman Membu, love what he could do. However, my vision in a perfect draft would be you get your pass catcher guy like Tyler Warren here, absolute beast on the field. And then you get a guy at 42 like Ariante Ursary, right? Obviously, my visions have changed now ever since the Jets just got a tackle. But if it was my dream scenario, if I was Darren Muji, I would have went with Warren, Ursary at 42. Bingo. You already have your right tackle there. He's proved a lot with Minnesota, right? To already be a top right tackle to already be a top tackle in this draft, right? And so I feel like you could have just gotten Warren at 7 and then with a guy like then went with a guy like Ariante Ursary at 42. But overall, I'm not even that mad with the pick, more so just a little disappointed.
Josh?
Yeah, I think Aaron Glenn comes in here and shows what his vision is to build toughness, to build up that line, front 5 solidified. We got our guy at right tackle, which was a huge problem heading into the draft. And I know that you'll say there's value in the later rounds, but you get your shirt up guy, you know what this guy and he has what this guy can bring, and he has a lot of potential with that great pro day. I'm excited to see what he brings, and then pass catcher in some of the later rounds to shore up that depth.
Those are all of our thoughts here on Arman Membu. Make sure you smash that like button and hit subscribe. Completely free, helps us grow significantly. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership tonight will earn you an entry and give you an opportunity to win a Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet. We will be drawing the winner at the end of the night. You'll get an entry every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership. We'll do so through all your questions, comments in the chat. Load up your calls. We'll get to those shortly, but right now to kick off the show, we're joined by our first guest of the night, and it's one of the best draft analysts out there for our New York Jets. The great Dylan Turman joins us. And Dylan, you and I, we haven't spoken in a little while. Last time we spoke, I think it was the day they hired Aaron Glenn, actually. The day after the Jets officially hired Aaron Glenn, I had you on the show. So Dylan, good to finally chop it up with you for the first time. And, you know, we done no draft talk at that time. And now we're here just hours away from night 2 of the NFL draft. So DT, I know you did a lot of prep. How are you feeling?
I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys having me on. Anytime I can come and support the future of this team and who's going to be covering it for the next 10, 15 years, I always got to say yes to you guys. So happy to be on. It's been a while, Connor. I'm glad you're still doing your thing. I like the Tipman jersey as well. Hopefully this second round we can get ourselves a nice guy, maybe a big fatty in the trenches on the other side of the ball to go along with Arman Membu. I see Chris shaking his head. I'm a trench guy, so I immediately loved what happened last night.
Dylan, what's going to happen is Chris is going to ask for a pass catcher at every pick, and then when the Jets allow 180 rushing yards week 1, Chris is going to throw his hands up and wonder why the Jets didn't allocate a top pick towards a run stuffer in the middle, a one-tech type guy to plug next to Quinn. But, I mean, listen, that's what all of us Jet fans do. We get super happy around this time of year, and someone who was viewed as a pretty exciting prospect from his overall play style, obviously the position he plays, Shedeur Sanders. I said entering draft night, he was either going to go at 9 to New Orleans or 21-24, wherever Pittsburgh was picking. I thought there was no in between. Turns out no one selected him in the first round, and he's still currently available. Giants traded up to get Jackson Dart back into the first round. They're off the table, but the Browns kick off the top of the second round, so they might be a team that could potentially look to select Shedeur. Dylan, my question to you, though, maybe the unlikelihood that he continues to slip down boards. He's there at 42. And, you know, he's maybe in strong consideration for the Jets. Maybe the Jets have a second round grade on him and he's there in that range. Would you be open to taking Shedeur at 42?
I think you have to entertain the conversation. I'm not saying that the Jets should prioritize him at 42. I would like a defensive trench player and then a tight end or a wide receiver over any of that. But obviously a guy like Shedeur, labeled as a fringe first round guy in most people's opinions, he slides to the second round. Maybe the Browns do, take him at 33. I know they also have 37 from yesterday's trade. The Saints at 40, I look at also could be a sneaky spot. Even the Raiders at 37. I know they extended Geno Smith, but on the off chance that he gets to 42, you have to entertain the discussion. Would I take him? No. I think there's plenty of other players, like even safety Nick Faria from South Carolina, I would prioritize over Shedeur. But you do have to entertain the discussion because if Shedeur pops for you, even if Justin Fields is good, you have a Joe Milton on steroids that you can trade for future assets, or you can just offset, Justin Fields and roll with Shedeur. Once I figure out this camera situation, I'll be really good. But no,
it happens to mine at times.
You have to entertain Shedeur for sure.
Chris, what do you got for DT?
Yeah, so we obviously know the Jets selected Membu. Whatever that was the wrong or right decision. What do you think some qualities Membu has that should excite Jet fans?
His elite, quick first step out of his stance to get to his landmark, especially against faster edge rushers. And I'm kind of trying to, not sympathize, but, kind of cope with Will Campbell going to the Patriots by saying, well, Will McDonald's burst off the edge is going to be such a problem for his short arms that I didn't want Will Campbell at 7 anyway, but Arman Membu is not going to really have those limitations. He has the full athleticism and the range with his length. His tenacity in the run game, I think, to me, is the one thing that I would love for him to just translate right into the NFL. You turn on that Oklahoma game, and the first snap, he's taking a second-level defender for a ride, puts him square on his butt, and it didn't change for the rest of that game. And that was the mentality that I hope that Aaron Glenn is hoping to pull out of him full-time consistently at the NFL level. So run game tenacity and also the elite first step getting into his kick step on his pass protection.
Josh, fire away.
Yeah, well, you brought up my guy, Nick Faria. I'm a huge South Carolina fan. But there's 3, in my eyes, first-round caliber prospects defensively still on the board here, Johnson, Green, and Faria. Could you see any of them falling to pick number 42? And if so, is there any chance that the Jets don't go pass catcher and instead invest in one of them?
Will Johnson, I thought, would be interesting. I was mocking a corner pre-free agency to the Jets at 42, whether it was Savone Revel or somebody in that group. Will Johnson to me is somebody that I feel like you'd have to have that same conversation with Shadur if he's there and it's not necessarily a position of need. I mean, they were flirting with Jahdae Barron in the first round, supposedly. We're not sure how true that actually was, but you have to entertain it. Mike Green, yeah, I mean, I watched him at the Senior Bowl. He's just a special player. He's a little undersized, and I hope that if they did select him, they would have a good plan for him to play all 3 downs, because I think that's what you need more out of your edge rusher if you're going to get one in this draft. And then you said Nick Faria. Yeah, I mean, that's the guy to me. I'm a big I live now in South Carolina, so I've been kind of following the Cox a little heavily, and I'm a big fan of them. I like Demetrius Knight. I like almost a lot of their defenders. Kyle Kennard. They even got a guy named Dylan Stewart, elite first name. He's coming out in the future, and he's going to be fun too. So, like, they're loaded with talent. And Nick Faria, he's fun. He's just clutch in the fourth quarter. He had a really good pick 6 against LSU, and I know they ended up losing the game. But it was just a clutch interception pick 6 that he was able to extend their lead for the time being. So Nick Faria is just full of traits. I thought he was a first-round player, and anytime you have that tier break of guys like Will Johnson, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku even, and they're in that first round fringe tier break and they get to the second round, you really have to consider taking any of those guys if they're there.
Dylan, I gotta say,
go ahead.
I gotta say, awesome to meet a fellow Jets / South Carolina fan. You're the first I've met.
Yeah, I don't have an allegiance to any college team, so I kind of just like float around. But like Lenora Sellers was a big fan. I love Raheem Sanders too. Like they had what's his name, Juice Wells for a little bit.
Yeah,
too.
Anton Wells. Yep.
Yeah. Jaheim Bell a couple years back. So they've been loaded with the tons of talent that I've always like just gravitated
TJ Sanders
towards.
this year as well.
Yeah, TJ Sanders. Yeah. And even Tonka Hemingway on their
Tonka
defensive
Hemingway,
line.
6th round pick.
They
I love
got
him.
tons. Yeah, they got tons of guys that make you excited. So yeah,
Let's
it's hard
go.
not to. And Clemson, I mean, you have to choose one or the two when you move here. And I made the conscious effort to not go Clemson because I did a couple years ago with Trevor Lawrence, and then I couldn't do it again.
Ugh.
Yes. Great pick.
What I'll say about Mike Green, Dylan, he's someone I really, really like in this year's class, and I'm one of few people I think that I believe the Jets should allocate a higher draft pick and an edge rusher than others, just because I think Will McDonald, there's no doubt he needs immense work on his run defending. Jermaine Johnson coming off an Achilles, Rashad Weaver, Eric Watts, Brady McGregor, Michael Clemens, a bunch of question marks who will be competing for roster spots over the summer. I think Mike Green can be that guy who provides. If he's there at 42, he reminds me a little bit of Bryce Huff. Like from an explosiveness standpoint, I just think his ability to get out of his stance and pop right off the edge. And he's a great run defender, and he's a very, very explosive pass rusher. I think the Jets need to get that in the building one way or another. And I think if Mike Green's there at 42, he should be in strong consideration for New York. Jack, what do you got for DT?
Dylan, again, thank you so much for joining us tonight here. Really excited to have you on. But my question to you is, if the Jets are going to eye pass catcher tonight, which is what they're most likely going to do, would you be, or I guess I should say, which receiver should the Jets be eyeing more? A guy like Jaden Higgins or Trey Harris? Because I feel like these two can go hand in hand.
Okay, yeah, I like either of those. I would lean Higgins if given the choice between the two. One, I just had more exposure to Jaden Higgins. Two, Trey Harris, it was hard to watch because I didn't really like watching Jackson Dart. So like forcing myself to watch Trey Harris was a bit of a task. But I'll throw a third name, Jalen Knoll. Same school as Jaden Higgins, just the opposite. And a different play style. He's smaller, he's more shifty. So maybe he's not the perfect complement to Garrett, but if they go with a guy that's maybe 6'2" and above, which is kind of the opposite of Garrett Wilson, I wouldn't hate it. I just would prefer more of a maybe a 6 foot, 6'1" guy who's shiftier. But given those two names, I would have to lean Jaden Higgins. And honestly, based on the way the first round might go, there's a good chance he's there. I'm hoping there's a corner run, an offensive line run, maybe even an edge run before the wide receiver run happens. And if that's the case, maybe you trade up a couple spots if you're nervous. But the fact that Luther Burden's on the board too helps if you like a Jaden Higgins to get to 42, because that's just another talent that somebody might put above him. So I would say Jaden Higgins if I was choosing between those two guys.
Totally agree with you.
What What I will say, Dylan, you mentioned Luther Burden there, so I want to get into him. He's on. I have your tweet pulled up of the list of the second round, the second and third round candidates the Jets could potentially look to select tonight. And Burden's the first name you mentioned there. I think Burden is a solid prospect overall. There's nothing for me to take away from him as a player. I just don't like his fit with the Jets. His size, I just think he projects the heavy slot usage that we saw from him in college. I think that's going to translate to the NFL level. A lot of concentration drops for me. I want someone who's a bigger body guy who you could play on the outside, pair next to Garrett, and also like Luther Bird and the, what he gets advertised for, those big plays, his size, everything would remind me a little bit of what the Jets did with Malachi Corley last year, trading up to the top of the third round for him. Luther Burden's a guy I kind of want to shy away from. You mentioned his name, but you didn't really go in depth. Thoughts on Burden and his potential fit with the Jets? You think he'd be a solid fit, or you kind of, staying with the boat that I'm in?
I do understand the Corley comparisons and that it's almost too much of the same thing. And it's hard to have a bunch of gadget type players in your offense to really scheme around. And if you're, again, I get the size concerns too. It's not the perfect complement in a size body comparison for Garrett Wilson. So just sticking with Missouri, you want a big body guy, 6'3", 200 pounds. His running mate, Theo Weiss Jr., he's probably a day 3 guy, but you want to talk about spending a day 2 asset on Luther Burden, who might not be a perfect fit, who does have some concerns about, his character. He was a little, I guess like outspoken, I guess would be the word. There's not, a ironed out, he's not a perfect character person. So Theo Weiss Jr., if you're taking like a day 3 guy, I would consider it. I couldn't be mad if they took Burden. He's not my personal choice, but when you run a 4.41 at 6 foot, I am always going to gravitate towards your type. I agree. Concentration drops were on his film a little bit more than I would have liked. I wasn't a huge fan of Brady Cook, their quarterback, either, and that kind of bakes into my evaluation because if I don't love the quarterback, it's hard to, fully blame everything on the wide receiver. I will say when Missouri had their backup quarterback in, it was a no-go for any of the wide receivers, so it was very hard to evaluate those games. But I will say if they took Burden without trading up, I would be happy. Maybe if they traded up for Burden, I would be a little upset due to what they're losing, in the later rounds of this draft. But I guess overall I couldn't complain if they did take Burden.
Chris, you got anything else for Dylan?
Yeah, so you mentioned how you think that, you want to build the trenches and you're a trenches guy. Do you think they absolutely have to go pass catcher the next 2 picks, or you're open to them going more in a different direction defensively?
So the next 3 picks, I would like to see wideout, tight end, and edge. Now, if they go 2 of those 3 and they mix in a safety, or they go 2 of those 3 and then at pick 109 or 110 in the 4th round, that's when they decide to go and take a quarterback, I'd be okay with that too. I can entertain those possibilities because at that
Will
point,
Howard.
Absolutely. From a team building perspective, I feel like that's the range for you. But I do think today you have to come away with at least 1 pass catcher. And my preferred choice would be an edge rusher coupled with a pass catcher. Pass catchers and pass rushers today. That's my theme.
I agree on the pass catcher standpoint. I think it's absolutely crucial. I think the next 2 picks have to be wide receiver and tight end. I don't care about the order, but I mean, we have such a big hole, and we are devoid of talent outside of Garrett Wilson in those 2 positions. We must address them as high as possible, because if you wait until later in the draft, you're not going to get like as good of a player that you need to fill the absolute holes we have at those positions. So I think today has to be wide receiver and tight end all day.
Yeah, that's fair. And I would like to see them trade back if possible at 42. Say they like 3 guys on the board and they're able to move back a couple picks, finesse the board, add another day 3 asset. That would be great too, because then you could just move up on day 3 as well and kind of package your picks. So I would like to see today be the day where they kind of finesse and move around, maybe entertain more calls, flirt with a trade back. I know it was kind of rumored at 7 that we could move back, and it obviously didn't come to fruition, but we ended up taking a player that I was really happy about. So I agree. You have to come away with, I would say, at least 1 pass catcher, but I don't disagree with your point that it's pretty barren in the coverage right now.
One more quick thing for me here, Dylan. I know you're a big Will Howard fan, and so am I. He's my quarterback 2, actually, in this year's draft, just behind Cam Ward. So I'm super high on Howard. Just the fact that I look for guys who could translate well into the NFL level. Super, super low on Jackson Dart, the fact, because I can't really find any, there aren't many quarterbacks who come into the league and succeeded coming from a non-pro style offense like Lane Kiffin's, someone who's mechanics and Jackson Dart that need immense work. I think Will Howard is someone who is ready to step into the NFL. A ton of experience in college, great mobility, great accuracy, can make NFL throws in and outside the pocket. My question to you, he's sitting there at number 73 overall tonight, DT. Would you pull the trigger? It would be tough for me not to, depending on where they go at 42.
Yeah, I would, especially if Shadur and Milroe are off the board. I would certainly consider it. Again, I would like to trade back and have 3 picks today to make that work and be more feasible. But I couldn't complain with it. You're getting a guy who, in my opinion, could be the future starter of your team. I know Justin Fields is penciled in for at least 2 years based on his contract, but I could see a scenario where in 2027 you have Will Howard competing with, like, even if it's a street free agent or a day 3 asset in next year's draft. I can see a scenario where Will Johnson is the leader of this team. He does translate really well to the NFL level, in my opinion, from Ohio State. I believe that was Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, their offense over there, which Chip Kelly now has a job in the NFL. So if the Raiders were to select Will Howard, I don't think anybody would bat an eye, and it would probably be a seamless fit. So for the Jets to say, no, I don't think that would work for us, I think that would be a mistake. He does make a ton of good throws, doesn't have great arm strength, but he can make all the NFL throws, in my opinion, great accuracy. He runs a pro style system, like you said, true dropbacks. He's, marrying his top and bottom half when he makes his throws. If he's trying to throw a ball to 1 o'clock on the clock, I know you guys are more digital than analog clocks nowadays at school, but on an analog clock, when 12 or 1 o'clock is straight ahead, that's where your feet want to be when you're throwing. So that's a lot of what he does, and why I separate him from Jackson Dart. Obviously the Jets don't have to worry about Jackson Dart, and I can take a sigh of relief that we're not going to have Jackson Dart. But yeah, 73, you have to entertain the conversation, because to me, and the Gruden camp video on YouTube just kind of solidified him as my quarterback 3. I know you said he's your quarterback 2. I have him right after Shadur. So if he's there at 73, you have to entertain it for sure, especially if you get a starter at 42 earlier today.
One guy who I really, really liked from Gruden's quarterback camp or whatever, Seth Hannigan from Memphis. Yeah. He's someone I saw and I was like, dude, if he's a priority UDFA guy, or you trade back and you get like a 7th round pick and you haven't taken a quarterback, I would be open to taking a flyer on Hannigan 1,000%. A few more quick things here before we let Dylan go. Our guy Jake Asman comes in with a $5 super chat. Thanks, Jake. Thank you so much for all the support. Super fun hanging out with you and all the Asmaniacs. Last night comes in and says, wow, Dylan getting some pre-Jake Asman show draft reps here. Great seeing the Next Gen Jets crew last night. You guys are all future stars. Well, Jake, you're the best. We appreciate all your support. 100%. As always, here on the show. A couple minutes left with Dylan, so Josh and Jack will go to you guys one more time. Josh, you got anything left for Dylan here before we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, I know we did talk about defensive line and somehow drafting out of position, but I want to circle back on the quarterbacks. I don't know where you are on Jalen Milroe specifically, but that would be my absolute nightmare scenario for the Jets. I really don't want Jalen Milroe. I don't know if he's there in the 3rd round. What do you think about it? Where are you on him?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on who is at the top of the quarterback board when they get to 73. Like I just said, if Will Howard is there, I would clearly prioritize him over Milroe. But if Milroe is the top guy left on their board and they do have a little bit of conviction on him, I could see it. It wouldn't be my choice again. I tried to like make a little slideshow presentation of like his pros and cons and where I project him out. And when it got to his projection, it's so hard because he should probably be a top 50 to top 75 pick based on, the quarterback importance in the NFL and everything he brings from an athletic standpoint. But then you get to the projection of what he's going to be in the NFL, and it's like a 2-year project. And it's really hard to just say, okay, we can bring in Jalen Milroe to compete to be the backup for Justin Fields, but it wouldn't be this year, it'd be next year. And if you're selling me on a guy who can only compete to be a backup in year 2, I'm a little hesitant about trying to draft him at 73. You probably want guys who are going to be more ready. And that's why when I project Will Howard to be a future starter or even a high-end long-term backup, it's justifiable at 73, where Milroe, there's just too much projection involved. I do like that it would be the same scheme. If Justin Fields did get hurt, you wouldn't have to completely change everything up like the Ravens did with Flacco and Lamar in his rookie year. So I get it from that standpoint, but you'd really have to sell me that your vision for this guy is almost pristine and you can thread the needle and work on his development and really get him to where he needs to be. So at 73, I'd probably say no, but 110, I would enter the conversation for sure.
Jack, got anything else here before we let Dylan go?
Yeah, so earlier you mentioned how you maybe like to see a tight end possibly get drafted somewhere within the rounds of 2 and 4. If we get a guy like Harold Fannin Jr. in the 3rd round, how would you feel like, since Fannin Jr. is one of the best receiving tight ends in this entire draft, how would you feel if the Jets pick up a guy like if they're blocking tight end like Jackson Hawes maybe later in the draft, like maybe the 6th round? Because I feel like Hawes is a great blocker in this draft, and I feel like he could utilize our team very well if we pick him up in the 6th. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, tight end and defensive line are the 2 positions I kind of soft circle and say we need to double up. And that's probably why I wasn't a huge fan of taking Tyler Warren at 7. I could understand it. I could digest it if it happened. But like you said, you go get your athletic F tight end in Harold Fannin in round 3, and then you're able to go back and get your inline Y, your blocker type in Jackson Hawes in round 5. I would definitely be a fan of it. I don't know how much I love Harold Fannin specifically, but I do understand the need to go get that kind of big slot, power slot kind of option who will give you a pass catching threat. If I were to double down, like for instance, I would probably wait till the 4th round to attack tight end, and I would go get Gunnar Helm from Texas. And then on day 3, I would grab like Maliki Matava from UCLA. He's a Senior Bowl guy who his measurables are just ridiculous. 6'5", 260. Pretty slow, not like the most agile tight end, but he can give you a little bit of everything in the run and the pass. So I'm definitely down for the double dip at tight end. Maybe not just the names you specifically said, but I can totally get on board with double dipping if you start at round 3. If you take Mason Taylor today at 42, I would definitely like to wait a little bit longer to go get your second tight end, maybe the first pick in the 6th round that we have. It's hard to justify like a 4th and a 5th on a tight end or a 3rd and a 4th on a tight end when I believe we have so many other needs. So I definitely believe in the double dip for sure.
DT,
I totally agree with you.
We appreciate you sparing some time for us here
Absolutely.
on the program. I know you got to run, but I appreciate you as always. You're the best. You got any final thoughts here before we let you go? Super fun, by the way, talking draft with you for the first time ever, really, because we first had you on the show in October, and then we had you on in December, but super happy to finally talk draft with you here.
Absolutely, dude. I love that you're doing your thing, and now you've brought on the entire crew to do your thing too. Anytime I can come in and get some pre-Jake Asman draft reps, like he said, and have the most facial hair on the podcast, this is a first for me. I'm not one that flashes the facial hair, so when I can have the most on the screen, that's always a positive. You guys are the best. Connor, you know what I told you before when we talked. Just keep doing you. Don't let anybody change you, and you guys will be just all right. And in 10 years, you'll take everybody's jobs, and we'll be watching you guys on ESPN and the likes. So hats off to you guys for sure. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, DT.
Appreciate you, Dylan.
And you're famous now. You're famous now because when we first had you on, there was no weekly spot on Jake. There was no co-hosting an Asmaniac draft show. So hey, we got. Did you send me your secretary's number again? Can you text me that, by the way?
The needle's moving up, but it's not completely up yet. And when we get there, you know, I'm gonna bring all you guys along too. So I appreciate that, and that means a lot.
DT, you're the best. Follow Dylan at D Turman on Twitter. One of the best draft analysts around. Just an absolute legend. Always kind. Always great when we're able to chop it up with one of the greats in this business in Dylan Turman. So we appreciate all your support as always. And since we last got over to the chat, we've had an explosion. Jake Asman, 20.
Wow.
Memberships here on the program.
I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
What'd you say, AG?
I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Let's
Play
go.
that one more time.
I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Amen.
20 gifted memberships from Jake. Jake, you're the
Let's
best.
go,
we
Jake.
really can't thank you
Thank you so much, bro.
for all your support. Obviously, you came in with the
Appreciate
super chat earlier. Now you dropped 20 gifted memberships. Much love to you, Jake. 20 names to read Flight Boys 2.0 NYJ today, Donovan Morgan, Hank G, Fernando Velez, Jets Johnny Emmanuel Holcomb, Groove Pete, Jet Life 321, Caden P 8, Mario Carrera, OG Jets fan 1985, Austin Berry, Jets Media, our guy Richie. Let's see, was that 20? No, Joey R, Gangrene Goliath, traded Jets fan, Peter Castro, King Lowski, Steven NYC, you were all members. Thanks to the one, the only Jake freaking Asmund, baby. And then Mother Effing Chew. $2 says thanks, guys.
Chew.
We appreciate your support as always here on the
Chew.
show. Nate
Appreciate
comes in with $5. Nate, you're the best. $10, excuse me. Nate, you're the best. Nate comes in, says with the tight end depth in this year's draft, Burden and Besh, only pass catchers I'd take in round 2. I support a trade down 2. Somehow get wide receiver, tight end, DL today. Now that the 2 elite tight ends are off the board, wait until round 3 for a tight end. I agree with this 1,000%.
I agree. My dream scenario today is that they grab the best receiver available in round 2 and then the best tight end available in round 3.
Jack?
So no trade back?
I agree. Totally agree with you, Chris.
Yeah, no trade back because I want to get the best possible players at both pass catcher positions that we need.
I agree with Chris because if you're going to wait until round 2 for the pass catcher when you so direly need it and then you're going to trade back again, that just doesn't make sense to me.
1,000%. I agree. I just don't think I don't like any of the value players in the second round at the tight end position specifically. I don't like it from a value perspective. If I could go pass catcher, like if you can get a legit pass catcher, Jaden Higgins is someone you guys all know I'm super, super high on. I like Jack Besh from TCU. He's someone I really, really like. And then you wait till the 3rd, 4th round, you get really, really, really solid value there. That's a move I'd be all over. I'd be on board with that 1,000%. But Nate, we appreciate the $10 as always, and they keep on coming, baby. Dick Chimney's Burner with 10 gifted memberships. Dick
Let's
Chimney's
go.
Burner, you are the best.
Appreciate you, Dick.
We got a lineup to read here. Smoky Cat 9 Lives, Bobby Midnight, Jay Quest, Green Bean, Luis Rivas, KG131. Gator McCluskey, KJ, David Rivera, Jason Radcliffe, all members. Thanks to our guy, Dick Chimney's Burner.
Let's go.
Who comes in with 10 gifted memberships. Christopher says, I'm sorry, I wish I could send huge super chats, give memberships. If I could, I would. You guys are the best. Jake is too. Really no need to apologize
Appreciate
at all,
you,
Christopher.
Christopher, you're the GOAT.
Smash the like and hitting
Facts.
subscribe does just as much as paying to support the show. So smashing the like and hitting subscribe is considered a super chat and a gifted membership for us because that really does go a long way. It peppers out our content to the YouTube algorithm, helps us grow. So Christopher, we appreciate all your support. Keep doing you. Smashing the like and hitting subscribe just as much. I mean, Jesus. A 20 bomb. Again, baby.
You know, we're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit.
Let's go to eat a damn snack.
You play to win the game.
Indy.
ND.
I'm just at a loss of words. And Indy, I wish I met you last
Incredible,
night.
Indy.
Event, so we will love to meet you. But these 20 gifted memberships, Indy, wow. I really, really can't thank you enough for all your support. This goes such a long way. I can't emphasize that enough. Motivational Means Media, EJ Phenom, Howard Peranto, Daniel Diaz, Charles Gorman, Kay Guerin, Joshua Langley, Amir Lambden, Jay Graves, Antonio Ambrosio, Dixon Yes, Mercy Fate, Dylan Dodes, MA Football Guy, Tony DeFilippo, EJ, NYJ Dave, Malcolm Harper, Ashton Langley. You are all members. Thanks to Indy Jets. I mean, Jesus, what a spree. You guys are the best. And please keep these coming. These go such a long way to helping us grow. So, and every gifted membership, by the way, we'll mention that again. Every gifted membership or $2.99 super chat gives you a chance to win a Wayne Corbett signed helmet, which we will be raffling off at the end of tonight's show. So you guys keep bringing in those entries. They really, really go a long way. So we appreciate all of your support here on the show. As always, winner will be drawn at the end of the night. As always, can't thank you enough for all the support. We are 50 minutes away until the second round kicks off. We got another guest popping on with us in 20 minutes.
All
but
right.
Keep the questions coming, guys. Let's go with the questions. We'll get to those for sure. You guys can call in with the pinned comment. Appreciate your support. As always, Mother Effing Chew comes in. Member for 4 months is what about D-line, Grasso?
So D-line is tricky, right? I would be open to going D-line here if they would have selected Warren at 7. Since we didn't, we cannot wait any longer to address pass catcher, and by that I mean tight end and wide receiver. We have already waited too long in my eyes. We need to get premium starters. I don't care about premium positions. We just need premium starters at our biggest positions of need, tight end and wide receiver. So at this point, D-line kind of has to wait. D-line is in the back burner in my eyes in positions of need for this team. We need tight ends and we need wide receivers who are going to come in and make a difference, because we need people for Justin Fields to throw to outside of Garrett Wilson, or else this offense is not going to be humming as much as we want it to. So in my eyes, tight end and wide receiver are the priorities today.
Jack, I really like Tyreek Williams as a potential fit for this team. However, he went in the first round, which is a little unexpected for me. There's no true one tech I really, really like in the second round. And if there was, I would be open to taking them. Jack?
I agree. You know, this is why, I've never had my clear answer on defensive linemen within rounds 2 and 3. I've always been high on a receiver like Chris said. Chris said, I think I've mentioned this before. I think for the first 3 rounds, presumably I would go, or the Jets would go receiver or offense in general, just the first 3 rounds, right? Whether that be a receiver in round 2, get your tight end in round 3. Like, for example, Higgins at 42, then you get like a guy like Fannin Jr. at 73, or Elijah Arroyo maybe at 73 if he falls. You just got to get your pass catchers right now. Get your pass catchers in the first half of the draft, get your defense in the second half. That's where my opinion is on that.
Josh?
I don't think we can fully commit to just counting out the defense in these first 3 rounds. I do agree that pass catcher is the most glaring issue right now. But if we want to talk about, I don't know if we're talking about D-line here as a whole or specifically D-tackle, but if we were to talk about D-line, I think the perspective would have to be shifted to edge, because there's 2 guys right here on the board, Mike Green out of Marshall, and then a guy we haven't talked about as much, Boston College, Ezraku, still on the board here. And, those are a couple of the top prospects that are on the board right now. As for defensive tackle, there's a couple guys on this board. Shamar Turner and obviously our 2 guys out of South Carolina, Tonka Hemingway. Tonka Hemingway later in the draft, TJ Sanders maybe right now. But I would probably put the focus on edge rusher right now. If we were to go D-line, I still think wide receiver is the best way to go. But if we had to go D-line, give me one of those 2 edge guys.
Yeah, I get what you're saying 1,000%. Again, preferably I want to go the weapon route at 42. But again, like, I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna go absolutely crazy if Mike Green falls and he's sitting there on a silver platter.
Yep.
And the Jets decide to go there and get a.
I'm gonna go crazy.
You can't entirely rule it all out, Chris. You can't just say receiver no matter what.
In this draft coming in, we all agreed upon, or at least I agreed upon, that with the top 3 picks, the top 3 picks need to be of 3 quality or 3 guys who can come in and start day 1 offensively. Now, they went the offensive tackle route in round 1, which fine if they want to solidify the trenches. So I like the idea of solidifying both sides of your O-line for the next decade. I do like the idea, but the thing is, we don't know about Membu, but I guess we don't know about anybody as a prospect. Back to what I was saying, I think that we already waited too long on weapons, so non-negotiable needs to be wide receiver, tight end with these picks today. I don't care the order, just get the best pass catcher available in both picks.
I'm going to go grab a cup of water in a second. Go around the table. I'll throw it to you, Josh. The 3 players that you think the Jets should covet with the 42nd overall pick from 3 to 1. Who are those players? And then go around, lead everyone around the round table, Josh.
All right, boys, I guess I'm taking over the host responsibilities. So, I mean, I agree with what Chris has been saying here for a little bit, that wide receiver is the biggest issue here. And that's why my number 1 guy at 42 is going to be Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State. I think there's nobody behind Garrett Wilson, really, unless you're going to talk about Alan Lazard's Green Bay production. You expect that level to come back. There's nobody behind him that we can rely on to catch the football, unless you think that, a couple of the unproven guys behind him can take a huge step. So Jaden Higgins is my number 1. I'm staying away from all the big names like Shedeur Sanders. I don't care where he falls. We don't want him. I don't care, if this quarterback is here. Quarterback is not a need for this team right now. You can't take him at 42. For my 2, I'm gonna say Mike Green out of Marshall, because I'm not gonna just stack this up and down with wide receivers. I think that if we solidify the defensive line, which, Chris, you have to admit is a problem. You can't just say that wide receiver is the only problem. Wide receiver might be a big issue, but there are problems all around here. And then number 3, call it my South Carolina bias. I would absolutely love nothing more than to see Nicky Manwari in a gang green uniform. But maybe that's just me loving South Carolina a little too much. Let's swing it over to Chris because maybe you disagreed with my top 3.
I disagree a little bit. I think having Mike Green at 2, I don't agree with that. I already explained why. So my top 3, I think, would be whoever you have at wide receiver. Your best wide receiver at this point is interchangeable. I'd go Higgins at 1, since our biggest need coming into the draft is wide receiver 2. However, it was important that we got some other positions shored up. Maybe you want some positional value. Yeah, maybe you want some positional value. But I think the biggest need was wide receiver 2. So you can address that now. You can go. So Jaden Higgins is my guy, that first guy I like to see. Trey Harris from Ole Miss is the second, and Mason Taylor is the third. So that's my top 3 guys I would love to see them take. Again, I'll repeat this so many times tonight. I just want best pass catcher available. At both the picks. So that's where I'm at. Connor, what about you?
So best run stuffer available. Got it. What I have to do here, it's interesting. I'm gonna put overall needs, or so the topic I put out was positions to covet. Overall needs, I still think tight ends 1. Positions to covet, I think wide receiver is number 1, because I think there's a surplus of pass catchers here, whether it's Jack Besh, Alec Illuminor, a guy like Jalen Noel, a guy like Jaden Higgins. For all 4 of those players, I'm super, super high on. And I think the value at number 42, if you can land one of those guys, is super, super high. So from a value perspective, I'd put that at 1. At number 2, for a value perspective, this is tough. I would probably say edge, especially if Mike Green's able to fall. I think you have the opportunity at a real explosive pass rusher who can come in and contribute as a run defender. So I'll throw that at number 2 of the positions I'd like to covet if he's there. And this is tough. Number 3, I don't know what to put. I'll probably have to say tight end, even though I'm not that high on it. Even though I'm not that high on Mason Taylor or Elijah Arroyo, it's still a massive position I need. And if they draft a tight end, I'm not going to be the happiest person in the world, but I'm also not going to be pissed off just because it's such a significant need on this team right now.
I agree 100%. I'd be okay going Mason Taylor at this point. I just wouldn't be okay. So if we go Mike Green, I'm going to be furious, because then what are you doing in round 3 and then round 4? Because then you're waiting for round 3 to take your first pass catcher when it's your biggest need and you have basically no one reliable besides Garrett Wilson. Like, if you're waiting that long, you're not going to get the quality player you need to fill the hole that you have.
Thanks, Nick. But Chris, the Jets have a surplus of picks at the back end. Could you see a possibility if Mike Green's there at 42 and they refuse to pass up on him, trading back into the second round for finally getting your first pass?
They would have to, because they need good quality at pass catchers. So at that point, yes, they would have to. But you just mentioned a point. You just mentioned a point.
Why would you trade back in? You can't. This team has so many holes. You can't trade extra draft capital.
I get that. If you go on and you get Mike Green, you need quality pass catchers. That's non-negotiable. So at that point, you have to, or else you're not getting. If you wait till later rounds, you're not getting the quality you need to fill the holes. But what I was gonna say,
I disagree. I don't think the second and third round drop off is that steep.
Well.
But then he's right. You're not getting a tight end and a wide receiver who are both top tier caliber if you don't trade back in.
Yeah, but Josh, you mentioned how we have lots of picks in the back end of the draft. We can save those for edge and safety and linebacker, all our defensive positions of need, which are just basically depth, because we have a lot of talent on defense and we have good defensive coaches, which is why offense needs to be the first priority with the first 3 picks in this draft. We've all been saying it since the start. I think the first 3 picks need to be allocated to coming away with 3 quality offensive starters who can make a difference in the first year and help this team do what we all want to see them do, make it a fun season, make the wild card. And one thing I took away from the conversation with Dylan was you guys were all talking about quarterbacks. I do not think it's necessary to take a quarterback in this year's draft. We have Justin Fields and we have Tyrod Taylor. You have your starter and a backup. You have guys who
Hall of Famers.
Did not say Hall of Famers, but you have Adrian Martinez if you need a third emergency quarterback.
There's no way you just said Adrian Martinez. There's no way you just put that out in the.
We have 3 quarterbacks. There's no need to take another
UFL
quarterback.
legend.
If if Justin Fields does not succeed, you go out and you trade up for your franchise quarterback in next year's draft. There is no reason to waste a pick on quarterback this year when you have so many other positions of need. We do not need a quarterback. We do not need
I
any
would
more.
not put it
But the
as
biggest
wasting.
pro of the
I-
Justin
it's
Fields
not
signing is
wasting.
that we don't have to draft a quarterback. We
It's
just
not
treat Justin
wasting.
Fields like a rookie because he's young and he has upside. I do not want another quarterback. What is the point? If you take a quarterback this year, they're going to wait to take a quarterback next year until later rounds when it's a stacked quarterback class. So
That's
so
true.
No. You can take a
what do you mean
developmental
no?
option and still take a quarterback in the first round next year. You could take a developmental guy in rounds 4 through 7 and still select a quarterback highly next year.
But we're
Four
looking
is
to compete for a wild card spot. I'm not trying to waste
Yeah,
picks on
I understand. I understand both sides of the argument here, 1,000%. But we appreciate you tuning in. Smash the like, hit subscribe. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership gives you an entry into our raffle. We're raffling off a Wayne Corbett signed helmet. You guys have been super generous this far with the membership, so keep them coming. We're sticking with you all night long, bringing in so many special guests. So keep the questions coming. Super chats, memberships go a really, really long way. We appreciate your support. As always, smash the like, hit subscribe. We got another guest who was kind enough to spare some time for us. Joining us here, my teammate over at JetsXFactor.com. I believe he was at the facility today, and he might still be there. Our guy Nick Faria joins us here on the show. Nick, what's going on, my man? Are you still in Florham Park, New Jersey?
Oh yeah, still in. Went
Okay.
back to my car to take our interview here, but we're going to be going back inside for the start of day 2.
Appreciate you sparing some time for us, Nick, as always. And I know you were a big Arman Membu fan. I know you were big on building the trenches. My question to you here is, a guy like Mike Green is someone we've talked about a lot about tonight, someone I really, really like as an edge player. I thought he was going to end up going in the first round. There also are still some quality interior guys, Omar Norman Lott, TJ Sanders, Darius Alexander, among the name on the inside of the defensive line who are still available on the board. How much of a must do you think it is that the Jets take pass catcher with the 42nd overall pick? Is there any flexibility for them to use another pick on the defensive side of the ball or the trenches, or do you think it's a surefire 1,000%? You have to get a pass catcher in number 42.
No, I think there's going to be some avenues to go best player available, but what I think the best player available is may not be what the Jets think the best player available is. These draft boards come and go at times. These discussions are very fluid. On Sunday they could think one thing, and then on Tuesday they think something else. As of right now, it all is going to depend on which players are falling. So we've got about 2 to 3 quarterbacks that you could see go within the top 10 picks of the second round. You've got a couple of defensive backs as well, Amanawari, Will Johnson. They should go within the top 10 picks of the second round. A couple of edge rushers, a couple of tight ends, a couple of receivers. You add that all up together, and by the time the Jets make their pick at 10 or 42 in this instance, they're going to come away with a starter. Whether it's on the defensive line, whether it's at receiver or tight end, that remains to be seen. But if you just do the math, they're going to come away with a really good player. It's just a question of which they would prefer. Personally, I think they go tight end here, but because this is a deep tight end class, you could get a guy like Gunnar Helm in the third round or a guy like Fannin in the third round. We don't know when Fannin's going to go. He can go as high as the second round. He could go as low as the fourth round. So you got either of those two guys that are going to be available for the Jets when they make their pick in the third round. And you can still get a guy, you mentioned Mike Green. There are a ton of character concerns with him. It's the only reason why he fell outside of the first round. But if they feel that the rest of the stuff sort of measures out well, Green could certainly be the pick. I like Alexander out of Toledo. He could be the pick. Really, it's just going to depend what they prefer at 42.
Josh, you got anything for Nick?
Yeah, this was kind of brought up in between our guests. Nick, thanks so much for joining us. But my question to you is that with Justin Fields coming in here as a first-year quarterback, and obviously this is not that Super Bowl or bust run for the Jets this year, do you think the Jets should, and do you think they will force a quarterback, whether that be fourth round, whether that be seventh round? Do you think they're just going to try and get somebody in the building and just, take a flyer on somebody that has a outside chance at becoming a starter one day? Or do you think they're going to address the depth, address positions of needs, and let Justin Fields rock in his first year?
Well, you can do both things, really. I mean, if they were to draft Kyle McCord in the fourth round, McCord's not going to be starting for this team week 1. He's probably not going to start for the entire season, but he's a developmental quarterback that you can see what happens. A lot of teams out there will draft quarterbacks in the later rounds, the day 3 spots, every single year. Philadelphia is known for it. They've drafted quarterbacks consistently over the last decade under Howie Roseman. It's essentially just to sort of retool and rebuild. If a quarterback signs in free agency, you're able to pick up a compensatory pick. If you're able to trade him, you're able to get some cap value to him. So there's reasons why you take quarterbacks in the later rounds in terms of the overall value. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to go after a guy like Shedeur Sanders. I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to be part of the discussion. But could McCord or Quinn Ewers, could they be in consideration in the rounds like 4 or 5? I certainly think that's more of a fair assumption.
Chris?
Nick, it's so nice having you on. So my question is pretty similar to Josh's. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is falling. Do you think? I know you don't think there's really a chance, but do you think that which team do you think is gonna end up biting on Shedeur in this year's draft, and how far do you think he could possibly fall?
I keep looking at the Raiders. I think the Raiders is probably the spot he's going to end up with. Out after that, it's really difficult to see where he could possibly go. Maybe Pittsburgh in the 3rd round. I mean, it's crazy to think that he could be a 3rd-round pick because he definitely is not.
Crazy.
I think the 2nd round is a safe bet for him. I look at the Raiders as probably the go-to team in this way. If you're looking for sort of a surprise pick, take a look at the Dallas Cowboys. It would be something of a surprise if they were to take Sanders in the 2nd round, but they took a guard that was just an absolute reach and a half yesterday with the 12th overall pick. I wouldn't necessarily be stunned if they decided to throw out Shedeur Sanders and say, hey, let's just go with him because he can put butts in the seats.
Yeah, Nick, what I want to ask you here with the number 42 overall pick, I know you spoke about the tight end position, the wide receiver position. We're just talking about quarterbacks here. But at number 42 overall, what position do you look at overall and you think this position has the best value for the Jets at number 42?
Best value. I think it's a tie. I think it's defensive line and tight end. And it really is just going to come down to preference. This is a really deep tight end class. I really like Mason Taylor as a prospect. I think he would be a great fit. There's a chance he may not even be available, though. Is Elijah Arroyo worth the 42nd overall pick? He would be a little bit of a reach. Same thing with Darius Alexander. But again, you don't know where some of these guys are going to fall. And I continuously circle Mike Green. If Green falls to you at 42, you're going to have to sit there and say, okay, how bad are these off-field concerns? I mean, there's a bunch of sexual assault allegations. Some people might just take them completely off the board. If that's the case, then you move on, you move past them. But that may not be the case of what the Jets see. The Jets may have more information than us to make that distinction. So take a look at Mike Green. I continuously say Alexander, and then Taylor probably is those top 3. Again, all defensive line and tight end are probably the big value guys right now.
I kind of want to go back and forth with you here, Nick, quickly on Mason Taylor. This is someone I know you're really high on. I'm not too high on him for a couple of things. I don't like his overall weight, the height that he presents. I don't like how he plays in line. What do you like about Mason Taylor that you think he's such a surefire and he could be a great fit for the Jets at 42? Because I want someone who could play really, really solidly in line. Like even a guy like Harold Fannin, who is a bigger slot type guy at 6'3", 230 pounds, is able to play in line. I just don't like the way Mason Taylor plays in line, and that scares me a little bit.
The tape shows he's a good route runner. He can get open. And in this particular case, a lot of tight ends now in the National Football League, they have to learn how to be blockers. Taylor, Fannin, they're all going to have to develop to be blockers. But with the way I look at it, if you're looking for a player, and again, this is the clear distinction here, the Jets could absolutely take a wide receiver as well, and they would probably be smart to do so. This is a deep receiver class, a lot of great value guys in the 2nd round. But Justin Fields doesn't really target second receivers as much. He's more of a one-read guy or take off and run. Garrett Wilson, he's your number 1 target, but Justin Fields targets tight ends at a very high rate. If you're going to take a tight end, you need a guy who can get open, and you need a guy who's going to be able to move in routes that actually would make sense for Fields to sort of use as a security blanket. The best receiver right now that I look at on the board is Mason Taylor. I really like Fannin. He's probably number 2 on that list. Arroyo has a lot of potential as well. It's just a matter of what his injury history looks like because he has a knee problem. So I really like Taylor. I think he's a surefire starter right away. It really is just going to come down to if the Jets agree with that assessment as well.
Josh, what do you got? What else do you got for Nick? I got to bounce. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We have about 5 or so minutes left with Nick here. So if you guys could just carry the rest with Nick, that would be great. Appreciate you guys as always.
All right. Well, Nick, I mean, for me, it's a little bit questionable to start building your offense around Justin Fields, considering we only have him for 2 years under contract. Who knows if it's even going to be the full 2 years? But my question to you is I know you're in Florham Park right now. Is there any buzz around the building, any chatter about who the Jets could possibly be taking? And if not, if it's sort of classified information, who is your number one option for pick 42?
Well, my number one option is still Mason Taylor. He was the guy that I had in my mock. There really is no buzz. These guys truly operate in silence here. We're going to find out probably right before the pick is in. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. I just look at what they need in the offense. And you mentioned you don't want to build around a player that's not going to be there in a couple of years. But quality tight ends are helpful to any quarterback. If they are to go out there next year and draft Drew Aller with a first round pick, not saying that's going to end up being the guy, but let's just say, cards on the table, Drew Aller's the quarterback. Well, Tyler Warren was very important in that offense. So if you have a good tight end in Mason Taylor, that's only going to mean that you have someone to bolster your quarterback moving forward. You have someone prepared to be able to develop with your quarterback. And that's something that every team should be looking for. So tight end will be a position that is going to be of major focus for the Jets, either today or early tomorrow. I still say, though, if cards on the table, I think they're taking a tight end in the second round.
Yeah. So, Nick, you know how much emphasis I put on taking pass catches in both of these 2 rounds. I'm really like shy taking Mike Green. I don't really like the idea of taking him, but I don't think. Do you think, with knowing the type of coach Aaron Glenn is, do you think he'll shy away from Mike Green due to his off the field issues?
Yes, I think that's a very strong possibility. I think that's a possibility for a lot of teams. These concerns are valid. These concerns are quite alarming, to say the least. And there's going to be a lot of teams that sort of push back on him as an overall player until they can figure out what exactly happened. And until that point, they may just avoid him altogether.
Yeah, one more question for you here. Who do you think the best receiver is that they could probably take at 42? Because I know for me, I think the biggest need on this team coming into the draft was a wide receiver 2. And I know they addressed O-line in round 1, so now that's complete. We don't have to worry about that for the rest of the draft. Now let's focus on getting our pass catchers solidified in D-line. So at pick 42, who do you think the best receiver is that they could take and get a guy next to Garrett Wilson?
I really like Luther Burden. I think he's probably the best overall guy right now. But again, I don't think wide receiver 2 is as big a need as many people expect. And the reason why is because they know Justin Fields is not a guy that's going to read the defense and target wide receiver 2, 3, and 4 in the offense. They're going to get the ball to Garrett Wilson a lot. They're going to get the ball to Breece Hall or whatever running back, and they're going to get the ball to whatever tight end they draft. It's not going to be the focus to get Allen Lazard or Josh Palmer or all these other guys the ball right away.
I get that, but what I would say is if they want to get the ball to Garrett Wilson a lot, you have to get another receiver that can take attention away from him. Because if you don't have anybody else and you roll into the season with Josh Reynolds and say a 4th or 5th round receiver, no one's going to be worried about them. So they're just going to double Garrett, and he's not going to be able to get production. Then you're going to have to rely on your run game a lot. So if you want to, and another thing I would say is I want Justin Fields to kind of, if he's going to have a chance of becoming the future here, I want him to develop into a guy who maybe we can get him to go through his progressions a little better. We can get him to be more comfortable throwing the ball downfield. And the first step to that is getting him a plethora of weapons and getting a bunch of weapons for Tanner Engstrand to work with. So that's where I'm at with that right now. Josh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that going pass catcher here would probably be my number one move. But this kind of relays into my next question here for Nick, and probably the final one before we let you go, is the second round is just about 25 minutes away from kicking off. But I personally have never met Darren Muji. I don't know what kind of guy he is on the inside. Do you think that in his first draft as a member of the New York Jets, facing the New York media, do you think he would be a little bit in terms of shying away from one of these positions, non-positions of need? Do you think he would be willing to go against the grain in just his second pick as general manager of the New York Jets? Or do you think he wants to play it conservative, go with something that, maybe will settle in better with the fans and the media and just get things started on the right foot?
I think he's going to do what's best in line for the organization, whether that's trading up and getting aggressive, whether that's trading back and getting more resources. I think everything's on the table. And he kind of said that as well yesterday when we spoke to him. He's a general manager that is not going to say a lot. And this is Aaron Glenn's show in terms of facing the media. It's not a bad thing. You want your GM kind of operating in silence sometimes. But it's just interesting to note, of course, they're very quiet together, trying to make sure that they don't give away too much. I would certainly be surprised if that changed now.
Yeah. So really interesting to see what the Jets are going to do at number 42 overall. Obviously, a lot of buildup surrounding the seventh overall pick last night. Ultimately, they went Arman Membu. We heard all the smoke of Jalen Walker, a defensive player, but the Jets stayed true to what a lot of reports had been indicating pretty early on in the pre-draft process between Arman Membu and Tyler Warren. The Jets ultimately select Membu and have two more selections as of now tonight at number 42 overall and number 73 overall. Nick, we appreciate you sparing some time for us as always. You're joining us live from One Jets Drive in the parking lot of One Jets Drive. But Nick, and nevertheless, appreciate you. As always, you got any final thoughts here before we let you go?
Stay patient. Just because they secure one issue, one need, does not mean they're not going to address others. It takes a little bit of time, but I think the Jets are going to come away with a couple of really good starters in the next couple of rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Nick Faria, kind enough to
Nick.
spare some time with us here on the show. Shoot him a follow on Twitter, one of the best Jets beat reporters around, at Nick_Faria1720. We appreciate all your support. Appreciate you sticking with us here on this draft stream. Any questions for us, throw those in the chat. We'll get to those. Pin comment to call in. Every $2.99 Super Chat or gifted memberships gives you an entry and a chance to win a Wayne Corbett signed helmet. So make sure to get in on that if you haven't already. We appreciate all of your support as always. Keep the questions and keep the support coming. We'll get to those in a little bit. Let's go over to the phone line. Someone who dropped 20 memberships earlier today is up on the line. It's Indy Jets.
Indeed.
And he joins us now.
What's up, Indy?
I was looking forward
What's
to meeting
going
you.
on, guys?
What happened? I was looking forward to meeting you.
Yeah, I was looking for. I spent 6 hours sitting at the airport until they finally just canceled my flight, and yesterday was just an absolute disaster. I wish I could have met you guys. It looks like everybody had a really good time. Congratulations, Josh, on that quick flight from New York to Hawaii. Chris, you made an awesome point about not drafting a quarterback, and I love your reasoning. And you brought up Adrian Martinez. And I don't think it's the name, but hear me out, Connor. If we get to the point where we're having to use whoever that quarterback is, if we draft somebody this year, or you're using Adrian Martinez, do you agree that the season is just tanked at that point?
No, I don't. I think if you can get Will Howard, he can come. I think I'll name you the guys. I think Will Howard, Kyle McCord. I'm trying to think. Tyler Shook, Jalen Milroe.
Quinn
I think
Ewers.
if Quinn Ewers, those
Dylan
five
Gabriel?
No, I wouldn't put Gabriel in there. I'm not too high on Gabriel. I think those five guys, if you needed them to come in for 4 games, they can lead you to a 2.
What about Tyrod, though?
Oh, I don't know about 2 and 2.
Yeah, I'm just saying to finish. If we're to the point where Fields isn't coming back, where Tyrod's not coming back, do you think going to whoever that third quarterback is, our season's going to be, because even if you bring Will Howard in in the 12th game of the year and he's got to finish the season out, you can't expect him much, because he's going to be getting third string reps, so and same thing with whoever it is, whether it's he threw out Martinez, but I don't think it's going to matter who it is. If we get to that point, I think that focusing on our third string, any position early in this draft is not, and I say early, in today, if you wanted to pick somebody at 207, okay, I'm not going to argue if
I've said day 3 all along. I think it's rounds 4 through 7. I think that's.
But I think at pick 207, your last pick, if you want to throw a dart at somebody, okay, then I get But
I agree.
Why you surely wouldn't want to use one of today's picks on a quarterback?
For sure.
No.
And maybe not even a fourth
Zero
rounder. I don't think any higher than a fifth or sixth would be the ideal spot. Just because he's just, if everything goes well, we'll never see the guy. He won't even dress. Whereas if you used the earlier picks for a second safety, maybe another edge, or double dip, as you were talking earlier at tight end. I think they could at least contribute some. Whereas that third string quarterback, he's not even, the goal is for him not to even see the field. So I don't know if I would want to not necessarily waste a pick right now. And if things go south, then we know we got next year's draft. And that's as old Jets fans know, there's always next year's draft. We can start talking next year's draft sometimes by October.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm not a big thing. If we skip this year on any kind of quarterback, I'm fine with that. Because I don't focusing on our third stringer right now. It's kind of irrelevant. That's just my 2 cents. Great job, guys. Keep up the. It really reminds me of what it kind of reminds me of, like, if this was Richie and Matt and Green Bean and Ryan minus 30 years. This is what it would have looked like. I've just got a picture. We've just got a picture who would be who. I think that is just, if you could get all 4 of those guys on this screen right here, it looked like a Bobby Midnight show, but it would be pretty awesome. It would.
Hey,
So hey, keep up the great work, guys. You guys are doing wonders.
Thank you so much,
Indy.
Thanks, Indy.
Appreciate all of your
Appreciate it,
support here on the program as always. I understand what you're saying. I don't think it can hurt to take a dart throw on a quarterback on day 3. That's my whole argument.
One thing I will mention from Indy's call is he said if Tyrod and Fields both aren't coming back, that's the worst possible case scenario. I don't think that's realistic that will even happen. So
yes, it is.
Connor.
No, it isn't. Like that, both having season-ending injuries. That's worst of the worst.
Guys, I gotta say, here's my thing on what Indy said. Indy's okay. Chris is right. There's a low chance of that happening. But what I want to say is, if there's one guy that you're coveting start of the 4th round, I think that's fine. And I think for us right now, I guess that's Kyle McCord, if we're all in agreement between the group. But I don't think that there's a reason to have 4 guys on your mind to be like, all right, we're going quarterback, start of the 4th round. Here we go. Who's going to be the quarterback? I think that if there's one guy that you love, go ahead and take him, but there's no need to force the quarterback issue.
I get what you're saying. I just think if there's a developmental guy you like and you're okay allocating a day 3 asset towards that player.
Right. But if McCord's off the board, just don't force it.
I get that. 16 minutes and 40 seconds away from the start of the the start of the second round of the 2025 NFL draft. And let's keep it going with your calls. Our guy Gary is up next here on the show. Gary, how are you today?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Can't complain.
I'm good, Gary.
Doing good.
I don't.
It's good to have you guys on draft night. So I have a couple of thoughts. First, on the quarterback thing, I'm okay with McCord. That's the only quarterback I'm okay with. I don't think any of the other quarterbacks have really any upside. And then you've just wasted a pick, right? Because Fields is either going to work out or he's not. If he works out, we have our quarterback. If he doesn't, next year's draft class is loaded. So you're going to take a quarterback next year. So the quarterback you take this year is never going to play. The only possibility is we get McCord and everyone is blown away with his natural ability and he gets a shot to compete for a job. There's no one else that you're taking on day 3 that I think could really ever compete for the starting job. So you're just it's the same thing as Travis. He's never going to play. You're going to take a pick on a guy that's never going to play.
Go ahead, Gary. Keep going.
McCord's the one guy I would make an exception for because McCord's got NFL abilities. Does he ever get there? Does he ever become an NFL quarterback? I don't know, but he's got the ability to do it.
So Gary, we know you're a Texas fan. You wouldn't be high on Ewers.
No, I can't. I love everything about Quinn Ewers except the way he plays quarterback. He's from my hood. He's from the same county as me. I watched him play since he's in 11th grade. He's not good. He's not. I was trying to, because a year ago, if we rewind a year ago, they were saying he was going to be either 1 or 2. It was him and Carson Beck that were going to be the top 2 quarterbacks.
Carson Beck's going to be one of the best quarterbacks next year.
I think that's a crazy take. But okay.
Love Carson Beck.
All right.
He's going to be the
Chris
Will
Grasso.
Howard. He's the Will Howard of next year's draft. He's because of his age.
Will Howard has a weak arm. Will Howard is like
That's the craziest take I've ever heard. Will Howard's able to push the ball downfield when he wants to. He just doesn't choose to because he has great short to intermediate accuracy. He can make throws in and outside the pocket.
Did you look? I'm not a combine guy, but did you watch about the combine?
No, I don't. I heard what happened. I don't focus on the combine.
Then why didn't he throw good?
I don't know. I'm not his quarterback's coach.
No, but there has to be. Either he was nervous. It's either he was nervous or he's not good. So if he's nervous in that setting, what is he gonna be like in an NFL setting?
Chris, you're gonna look at what happened at the combine, but not watch the season where he led his team to a national championship and he was a consistent winner and he had over 70% completion percentage.
He has a great team around him.
But the combine, that's why the combine isn't where you're going to draft him.
Why didn't he throw well? There has to be a reason.
I don't know his quarterbacks. I'm not his quarterback.
He was so
Chris,
bad that people thought that Quinn was good just because Quinn threw after him. Like whatever came next was going to look great. Like
that happened. Okay. This is what I want to say though. Go by every single drill at the combine and tell me who leads that category and where they are right now.
Look,
I bet you every one of us does not know who that player is who leads that category.
In the combine, Tom Brady had the slowest 40 time in the entire combine. And
why is that, Chris?
He had the worst vertical leap at that point in the history of the combine. I get what you're saying. I'm not a huge combine guy. Like, I would say it's 10% of what I consider. 90% is what they did on tape for 3 years or 5 years, whatever it was. Like, but there was a guy, and this is before his time. He went to Arizona. He was a linebacker. Scooby Wright. He was a Heisman candidate. He was nasty. He went to the combine and sucked at every single drill in the combine. And he went from a first rounder to a 6th rounder, and within 2 years, he was out of the league. Point being was like, look, it's a slice of the pie. It's not the whole pie. You can't say the combine is totally worthless, right? Like they do it for a reason. But I'm with you. I'm more of what did the guy put on tape for 3 years to 5 years than I am the combine. But you can't throw the combine out entirely.
I get what you're saying. And again, this isn't a first round pick though. This is a day 3 dart throw you take on the one guy I don't want is Tyler Shuck in any round just because there's no upside in drafting a 27-year-old quarterback by any means. And what you said, Gary, I want to kind of revert to what you said about Kyle McCord and his fit. Love Kyle McCord. Super, super, super accurate passer. Reminds me a ton of Jared Goff. Really, really does. The way he plays in the pocket, his size, his frame, everything reminds me a lot of Jared Goff. The problem is if you take Kyle McCord, it's going to put the Jets offense in a weird place, right? Because if Kyle McCord's the backup of this team, you go from Justin Fields, who runs a lot, you do the read option, to someone who's pretty much, you just don't want running with the football. On the flip side, if you take Will Howard, you kind of get the mix of him as a poised passer, and he can also take off. He's shown his athleticism, shown his mobility. Same goes for Jalen Milroe. Think about what the Ravens did with Tyler Huntley and Lamar Jackson a few years ago. Those two guys with a similar skill set, so the offense didn't have to change. My concern with drafting Kyle McCord is the offense is going to have to undergo a massive change depending on who's in under center.
So I want to ask you this. We have McCord and Howard going tomorrow, right? You don't think they're going to go today?
I think Milroe and Sanders are going to be the only quarterbacks to go today, yes.
You don't think Ewers goes today?
No.
Okay. I think Ewers goes today, too. I think all 3 of them go today.
Okay. I think Ewers goes in 4.
If I had to choose one developmental quarterback if we had to choose one, my preferred option is that we don't go quarterback at all. We all know this. But if we had to choose one, I'd actually want to take either Milroe or Ewers.
All right.
That doesn't make sense though, because you just said you don't want to allocate a high pick towards a quarterback at all. Those
if they fell to 4
if
or 5,
we have to choose. some quarterbacks.
But
I
we
just
don't.
don't want any quarterback at all.
I
There's
see where you're coming from, Chris.
reason to do so. If God forbid both Fields and Tyrod have season-ending injuries, you have like other guys. Like you can, if maybe Travis, maybe Martinez, either one of them doesn't matter. But if Fields is good, I love this point Gary made. If Fields is good, he's our franchise guy. If not, we're drafting out of a stack.
Oh, I disagree. If you go 9-8 with Justin Fields and make the playoffs, he isn't a franchise.
It depends on how he plays. It depends on how
They're
he plays.
gonna overpay for him though. It doesn't matter.
He's on a 2-year contract though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it all depends on how Fields plays, how we look this year, what Fields' stats are, what the film shows. If he actually develops and shows that he can, he can go through progressions, that he pushes the ball downfield more. I mean, I think a huge part of his failure with the Steelers is that they were playing him too conservative. They told him to check it down if he was unsure, and they didn't let him throw the ball deep. So I think I took a lot out of when Glenn said, we're going to let him play quarterback. And so I think he means by that he was misused everywhere else. And with the Bears, they didn't invest in O-line. So I think people who are counting Fields out are mistaken. I think there's definitely a chance Fields comes in and shows qualities. And we're betting on the upside. And then he comes in and he shows, puts on a great year and is the franchise. I'm not saying that is definitely going to happen. I'm just saying don't overlook that. But if it doesn't, we have a top 5 pick and we're getting a quarterback next year.
I like the positivity, Chris. Like I was super high on Fields, right? Especially coming out of college, I said he was the best in that class. Like I thought he was better than Lawrence. I thought that was obvious in the playoff game.
That might turn into fruition if you think about it. Like that, there's not a high bar there.
And that was the generational draft class. Trevor Lawrence was the best quarterback prospect since John Elway. Like
followed by Zach Wilson.
I mean, Mac Jones was going to be a franchise quarterback for a team.
But if you looked at Mac Jones at Alabama, like okay, that's a backup quarterback, right? Like that's what it's just not a skill set there.
I think JJ McCarthy is going to be a huge disaster at the NFL.
Me
level.
too. Because they just relied on the run at Michigan. I
could see that.
Agree with that, Connor.
Like their quarterback was Jim Harbaugh. A quarterback. That's their coach. And he said, okay, you don't get to throw the ball against Penn State because Penn State's good, so you don't get to throw the ball. Like
to be fair, they had an elite rushing attack.
Lots of teams. I went through this with my cousin last night. You know how many teams had that kind of running back? Alabama had a let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. 2013 Alabama Crimson Tide. Look at that running back. They threw the ball. Let me get this real quick.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Let's see. Derrick Henry, TJ Yeldon, and Kenyon Drake. They also had Alvin Kamara on the Kenyon Drake and TJ Yeldon did nothing at the NFL level, but they were still incredible in college and highly, highly touted when they entered the NFL. And Kamara and Henry speak for themselves.
That's what I'm saying. And they threw the ball, right?
I just think Nick Saban is light years better of a coach than Jim Harbaugh.
Sure, like he's probably the best college coach ever, right? Like he is the best college coach. There's no probably anymore.
Can't coach in the NFL though.
it's two animals.
I'd rather have Nick Saban than as coaching the Jets than whoever you said, Connor. I forget the.
Oh hell
Jim Harbaugh?
No.
Josh McCown.
Yes, I'd rather have Nick Saban than Josh.
Okay,
McCown.
Gary, you gotta admit that's crazy.
Hell no.
You'd rather have.
He said he'd rather have Nick Saban as the head coach of the Jets.
You don't want that. I get what you're saying. You don't want that. He's not. It's two different animals. Like you can't do both, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm glad we picked Glenn over McCown. McCown has never even called plays before.
Yeah,
like we don't know if he's a disciplinarian like Glenn is. Like the main quality I wanted out of a head coach in this cycle is a disciplinarian, a guy who can instill a culture and who's going to hold guys accountable. We had that with Glenn.
Chris, winning builds culture. That you have to win to have a good culture. Do you think Kevin O'Connell is a disciplinarian, a rah-rah tough guy?
His players will play for him.
No.
Okay, so
Dan Campbell is, and let's look at how that's working out.
Perfect. You're proving my point.
Working out great, Josh.
Chris,
exactly.
You're proving my point as I speak. Josh McCown is a highly respected individual within the Jets organization, and he's a young, innovative, creative, offensive mind. Young, innovative minds win in the National Football League.
But he cried at his press conference.
He cried playing his last football game. That's the
Wait,
reason I
hang
don't
on.
want someone to
We're
shoot.
talking about McCowan? He
Yes.
cried a bunch of times. Someone told me about that, and I was like, I didn't even know what. I Googled it. I found some other tape. It's when he played for the Bucks, and they just lost. And the Bucks went like 2-14 that year, and he was crying in that press conference too. It's like you got to be a leader of men, right? Like
Exactly.
you got to keep it together. They got to come to you, no matter what. You got to be stoic, right? I remember Rex Ryan talking about Mark Sanchez.
Ugh.
And it's crazy that you guys are too young for Mark Sanchez. That's wild. But like, you can say whatever you want about Sanchez, and he wasn't the greatest quarterback in the world, right? But whenever things went well, it was us and them. Whenever we lost, it was I and me. It's my fault. It's me. And whenever things go well, it's you guys. It's them. Like the quarterback's got to be the leader. Like he's the one guy that can't be a head case. He's got to be headstrong for everybody else. When you got your quarterback crying at a press conference because you lost a game for a team that's 2-14, it's like, bro, you gotta do better.
He's grown since then.
You gotta do better.
Better hope so.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to talk real quick because I know we're fast approaching the draft.
Yeah, for sure.
The D tackle from Toledo. What is his name?
Darius Alexander.
There you go. This is kind of like the pick that everyone wants. I don't know much about him. He played at Toledo. I've never heard of him until last week.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the pick? I would say if we're going to go
not.
by need, D tackle is where we should go.
I think the best values at wide receiver. That's where I want to go.
Okay.
I want to go wide receiver. Alexander, I don't want him on the Jets. This is the thing. This is someone who was kind of just blossomed last year. He's 25 years old and he's under 300 pounds. He's a 3-technique defensive tackle who's 25 years old who will play next to Quinton Williams. I want a younger 1-tech. That's why I thought if Tyreek Williams somehow fell to 42, he would have been a dream fit for the Jets. At this, I really, really like your guy in the 3rd round, Gary Alfred Collins from Texas.
That was yeah.
Really, really like him. That's the route I would want to lean.
Yeah, you guys want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, I was
going to
throw
2 more names at you when I'm done. Well, you just said Alfred Collins. I want to throw 1 more name at you.
Yeah, so Connor and Jack and Josh know where I stand here. I want pass catcher in this today in the draft. I think our biggest need coming to the draft was wide receiver 2. That can be debated on, but we obviously know how barren we are at tight end. And wide receiver 2, we have Garrett Wilson and a bunch of below average guys. So today we already waited too long, in my opinion, to get pass catcher. I wanted Warren at 7, but now we have Membu fine. Our offensive line is solidified. Now we need guys for Justin Fields to throw to. We need guys to give Tanner Engstrand the tools to scheme up a good offense. So pass catcher is priority today because I feel like if you wait any longer to take a pass catcher, you're not getting the quality player you need to fill the massive holes we have at tight end and wide receiver.
Josh?
So Trey Harris is still on the board. Trey Harris didn't get drafted yesterday, right?
No.
Trey Harris is still there.
No.
So
Josh, what do you got on Collins?
Receivers? Go ahead.
What was that?
What do you got on Collins?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this drafting defensive tackle here, and I get it because I don't think we have another starting D tackle besides Quinn Williams right now. So that's definitely a concern for me, but still my number 1 is to go wide receiver and go Jaden Higgins because in my mind what it was is that we were either going to take wide receiver / tight end in the 1st round, and there was that sort of rise and fall of Tet McMillan, but he did end up getting drafted 1 pick right after us. But it was either going to be wide receiver / tight end in round 1 and offensive lineman in round 2. And then whichever one we didn't get from there, that was going to be the need to be addressed immediately following with our next pick. So I want to follow through on that because I bargained for a tight end to get Justin Fields' help up front, and the Jets delivered. Now it's time to give him some weapons to build around and to build this offense with a wide receiver.
The last name I wanted to throw at you. If we don't go tight end in 2, my guy Gunnar Helm, you need a pass catcher. I know he's not a blocker, but he's a pass catcher. I think he's the best pass catching tight end left in the draft.
I think Fannin is.
Okay. If he got to round 3 and we still don't have a tight end, would you look at Gunnar Helm in round 3?
Absolutely.
For
I
sure.
would look at him for sure. I think he actually might be there in 4. That's the thing. I think the ankle injury seems to teams really have begun from what I've been seeing and stuff from various reporters have begun to shy away from Helm just a little bit due to that ankle injury. If he's there at 3, I certainly consider it. If he's there sitting at 110 when you pick in the 4th, I think that's a surefire for me.
Last name I want to throw at you guys. He fell. I had him as a top 10 guy. Will Johnson. I know it's not a position of need, but that's a damn good football player who's now in the 2nd round, a former projected top 10. If he's if he's there when we pick in round 2,
yes,
would you at least consider it?
Yes,
Jack.
No. Nope, I would not. I think you have to go offense 3 rounds here. I think
I
you have to go pass catcher. You have to. I think absolutely you have to go pass catcher here. Like, maybe if a guy like Siobhan Revel falls to round 3, which I think is unlikely, but if he falls to round 3, maybe I'll consider drafting a corner in round 3 if a guy like Siobhan Revel. I think Will Johnson's going in this 2nd round here. You have to get a pass catcher here. No questions asked, no matter what. Higgins, Harris, give me any wide receiver that's available right now. Give me the best wide receiver that's available. I'm waiting till defense till at least the 3rd or 4th round.
Jack, come on. Let's take the blindfold off here. Let's pretend we're not talking about what positions we need and what positions we don't need. This is a surefire top 15 prospect. Gary's talking about him as a top 10 prospect. I don't care. This is the NFL draft. If you got a guy like that sitting there at 42, you're out of your mind to say no. You're out of your mind to say
I'm not out of my mind to say no.
Paid Brandon Stevens and we have Sauce Gardner. There's no
care about Brandon Stevens. We just let DJ Reed walk. Brandon Stevens
catcher available.
Okay, if Will Johnson comes in here and plays at a level where he is year in and year out the player that I think he can be, I don't care about Brandon Stevenson. He was an overpay. We should have never gotten him in free agency. And after 2 years, he'll be out of here. He'll be out of the league. I don't care.
I trust Aaron Glenn's evaluation. I love the way they approach free agency.
And Aaron Glenn's a defensive guy. Why do you think
Glenn Mougie turned on the tape and they saw qualities in Brandon Stevens that they could coach up and to be a quality starter. That is exactly how you're supposed to sign free agents, which is why I love the way they did it so much. We do not need to allocate a pick towards corner when we have Sauce Gardner and we paid that much money for him. We need pass catchers so desperately. If we had reliable guys, then fine, we could have taken them. But we don't. We are so devoid of talent. We need it. There's no
Chris,
way.
the disparity in just overall prospect between Will Johnson and whoever the top wide receiver on the board is when you're there at 42, it's just enormous. It's just too enormous.
I get what you're saying 1,000%. I'm kind of more in the middle here compared to Chris and Jack, but I do think you have to go with the pass catcher here. You need to get someone who can catch pass for you, come in right away, be a wide receiver, be a tight end. But overall, it depends which way are the Jets leaning. What do their boards look like? NFL teams have, all different boards, and especially compared to us, what fans think. NFL teams think completely differently. But Gary, we appreciate the call as always.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
About to start up. You got any final thoughts here before we let you go?
No, I appreciate you having me on. It was a great conversation. I'm in the middle too. I get both arguments here. Like both sides of the argument make a lot of sense to me. All right, I appreciate you guys. Great job.
Thanks, Gary. See you.
Gary checks in.
I agree with your movement take, brother.
Gary, we appreciate you tuning in here on the show, guys. Second round, Roger Goodell taking the stage.
Here we go.
We'll be here for you all night. So smash the like button, hit subscribe, throw all your questions in the chat. Call them at the pin comment. Guests joining us throughout the night. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership gives you an entry and an opportunity to win a Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership gives you an entry tonight. Winners being drawn at the end of the night. So please, 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 if you can, super chats and memberships get you a raffle entry, and they go a long way here on the show. We'll be drawing the winner at the end of the night. But Roger Goodell has officially taken the stage.
You guys got to
wait. It's not ESPN or ESPN2. I can't find it.
ESPN. Yeah, I got to find on my phone here.
I got it.
Yeah, we got a lot of guests joining us throughout the night. So stay tuned for that. Super, super fun guests coming on sporadically throughout the entire night. So really, really, really looking forward to that. So stick with us for draft coverage tonight, please. And liking the video, hitting subscribe really helps us, spreads the channel out throughout the Jets universe, throughout the YouTube universe, and helps more people find out. Our guy Jimmy Jets starts off the third round with 10 gifted memberships.
go.
Jimmy, you're the best.
Jimmy.
Appreciate all of your support here on the show. As always, that is 10
Appreciate you,
entries
Jimmy.
for you into our raffle at the end of the night for $2.99 Super Chat. Gifted memberships gives you a chance to win a Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet. Raffling that off at the end of the night. Jimmy, you're the GOAT as always. Reese Quintine, 25, Keith Kirkwood, Duncan McLean, Janice Jet, 1 Iowa Jet fan, Matt, Derek the Cop, Ronnie D, NY Jet Superfan. You are all members. Thanks to our guy, Jimmy. You're the best. That is 10 raffle entries for you. Appreciate all of your support. As always, here on the program. You were the best. Appreciate that as always.
Guys, do we want to time up our streams here?
Let's see with the first pick. Yeah, Browns are on the clock. What time does it say for you right now?
I'm looking at the fans.
I'm still on. Yeah, I'm looking at the fans right now.
Connor,
It says 6:59.
Connor, how about you screen? Can you like,
Goodell just said that the second round's officially open.
Oh yes, you're well behind me.
Wait, so Connor, you're not able to put the
No, we're gonna get copyright.
All right.
I'm at 6:45 right now. I don't know where you guys are at.
Oh yeah, I'm at 6:20.
I'm a little ahead. I'm on 6:30 right now.
Yeah, I'm on 6:31.
Yeah, not 28, 27, 26.
All right, we get it.
Now, let me see if I can fast forward it a little bit. Hold
on. All right. Yeah.
Chris, just do pause and then wait 3 seconds and then click play again.
All right, yes. The Browns are on the clock. They're about to kick off the third round. In the meantime, we're gonna react to every pick live, but let's go to the questions in the chat that I've been queuing up. Our guy Caden says, "Give me Mason Taylor," says Jaden Higgins in round 2. I don't like Taylor in the second round. I'm leaning more towards Higgins, Jack.
Absolutely. Right. Like I said, get your pass catcher. Higgins is the guy, the definitive wide receiver 1, as you could say, in round 2.
Trey Harris was the wide receiver 1 in round 2.
No. I think Jaden Higgins is. I would have had Harris if we picked Ariante Ursery in the second. Here's what I said.
But Harris is going to be a
second. We got Warren. If we got Warren at 7, my pick was going to be Ursery at 42. Then I would have gone Harris, preferably at 73, because Higgins would have been gone. If in some universe Higgins was still at 73, I would have taken Higgins over Harris.
I get what you're saying, Josh. For me, I don't have a problem with either of these. I love how we're mentioning pass catchers. Whoever the Jets view as the best pass catcher available, that's who they're going to take. As long as it's tight end or wide receiver, I don't care the order. That's just what we need to do today.
Jack, are you drunk?
Nope. Higgins is better than Harris.
Rover says, "Guys, can we explore the scenario if we took Warren over Membu, i.e. which offensive tackles are left for 42? Ursery is still available. I would have loved Ariante Ursery.
So if Warren...
if Warren got picked.
So even if Warren was picked first, my scenario wouldn't really change. I would still be looking at a wide receiver at this point, even if we did take Warren. So my dream scenario in this entire draft was Warren, a receiver, and then the best tackle in the third. That would be my dream scenario, because then we fill both of our void at pass catcher, and then we grab a solid tackle later. But now we have a great tackle. We're going to get 2 solid pass catchers today, for hopefully, pray to God. And then, we'll be pretty set. So, I mean, I like that scenario too. I would have preferred if they addressed pass catcher earlier, so we could have got a more quality player at our biggest position of need. I don't really care about premium positions, honestly. I just care about getting the best players possible in our biggest needs. So yeah, and that's where I'm at. I think that they have a chance to save the draft, but if they go defense here, I think we're screwed at pass catcher, really.
Josh?
Yeah, I mean,
pick us in.
This is a hypothetical, obviously, because we took Membu. But yeah, I'd be looking at Ursery and Trapillo, whoever's there at 42. I would not trade up. I would not lose assets over whatever second round offensive lineman you're interested. Unlike Chris here, I wouldn't go back to back first 2 rounds, tight end followed by wide receiver. Yeah. I would probably go Ursery here, just to shore up that tackle position. But luckily, this isn't a scenario we have to live in. So right now, I'm just worried about wide receivers.
Unfortunately, this is not a scenario we have to live in.
All right, hold on. Quick question for you.
Drop
guys.
the on.
Christopher says possibly round 2 at 42, Jaden Higgins or Mason Taylor, then possibly Alfred Collins, Deonte Walker, or Winston. I don't like Winston because of the ACL injury. I would be open to Walker, Collins. Collins I would take here, though.
Yeah, I mean, In the third, I want to get whatever pass catcher position we didn't take in the second. So say, for example, we go Jaden Higgins at this pick, which is a dream. And then we'll go tight end like Harold Bannon or whoever you want to take there, Gunnar Helm or Harold Bannon in the third. So whatever pass catcher position you don't get here, that's what that's what I hope they take in the third round.
Roger Goodell. Oh no, not even Roger Goodell. A guest announcer taking the stage here for the
Joe
Cleveland
Thomas.
Browns.
Where are you guys right now? I'm in like a zoomed out angle right now. Are you guys seeing the same
here
thing
we
as
go.
me? All right, here we go.
Wow, a surprise at 33 for Cleveland. Carson.
Wait, I haven't gotten it yet.
Carson
Wow, what?
linebacker,
Oh, linebacker.
out of UCLA.
So did not go Shador. Okay.
A massive surprise for Cleveland there. I was thinking they could go Shador, quarterback.
It's a slippery
or they
slope
could-
for
you
Sanders.
could-
Wow.
This is interesting. This is someone I viewed as a third round option. I love Schlesinger as a player. You took Mason Graham in the first round. Now you go a linebacker at 33 to kick off the second round, and Carson Schlesinger. Interesting to see what Andrew Berry and Kevin
Shador's
Stefanski
future is
are picking up.
still in question.
Thoughts on
There
this
we go.
pick, Jack?
I mean, I'm a little surprised. I thought honestly they were gonna go quarterback here. I thought there was a strong chance they were gonna go Shador Sanders, and now his fate is undecided still. So I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect this pick. I really expected them to go offense here, but hey, I'm not mad about it.
Thoughts on Schlesinger as a prospect?
I haven't done much research on him. I've heard good things about him. It says on the graphic right here, 2 interceptions, 7.5 or 4 sacks last year. Pretty good numbers I see on the screen right there. But just looking at what I see right here, I think he can develop into a good player. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't done much homework on him, but I was just surprised on the pick.
Brandon Newsome's his best pass catcher available. Higgins is not my favorite. Too many body catches. Not a great separator. Press is a problem despite being 6'4". Run blocking isn't great. Unideal scheme fit. Jack, you're a big Higgins fan, so thoughts on this?
I think you have to look at more than this, right? I really feel like I think you're just looking at the body catches. Obviously, yes, that could be an issue sometimes, but at least he's still catching the ball, right? You look at a guy like Alan Lazard who drops every single thing. We cannot be picky on the guys that we're choosing here. You have to be open to all the receivers in this draft. I think Higgins, obviously, I think Chris will agree with me here. Higgins is our guy that we have to pick here at 42. I love his route running, love his catch ability, love his contested catch ability. However, I just think you have to look more than that.
I don't have a problem with Higgins or Harris. Like, just give me any receiver that they are confident in. I have no problem with that. 100% here. Texans pick is in. See who they take, but ultimately,
I think it's Ursary.
Yeah, for Shador, honestly, I thought there was a chance he could have gone to the Raiders at 6. Obviously, we saw how wrong I was there. But now if the Raiders can get him in the second round, I think that's really might be a dream come true for them, because then he gets to sit and develop behind Geno Smith. So I would not be surprised if Shador goes to the Raiders here.
Yeah, interesting. The Texans pick is in. Let's see when they will head over to the stage and make the official announcement. He will be the latest edition of the Houston Texans. Someone is, a guest announcer is taking the stage. I don't have my volume on. I'll turn the volume up. Let's hear who this is.
Always feels like home coming back to Wisconsin. Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Damn it! Higgins off the board now. 34.
Are you serious?
Wow.
No shot.
Higgins
Yeah.
off
Oh
the
my
board.
gosh.
They didn't go offensive line.
Brandon
Harris,
Harris, that means we are getting Trey Harris. Lock it in.
Someone who I didn't think would go this high in the draft.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Now the option are
it's
probably
Harris time, baby.
Mason Taylor or Harris. That's the option.
It's Harris time, baby.
Wait.
It's Harris time.
Interesting.
So is there now that this pick is in, you're still locked in on wide receiver? It's still the way you got to go?
Still locked in on
Yeah.
wide receiver, baby.
I
Trey
think
Harris.
so. I think I'm gonna pull up Mel Kiper's board, which is an awesome tool
That was a nasty route.
for the best player available. Now let's go over to the wide receiver position. You still got Trey Harris, you got Luther Burden, Jalen Noel, Jack Besh. Those are the two guys I really like. Noel, another Iowa State player. Jack Besh, the size, his speed, his agility.
Love his
Someone
size.
hailing from TCU is someone I really, really like at 6'2", I think he is. I like his speed, his burst out of his stance. Jack Besh is a guy I'm really, really looking at here now. Best Noel and Harris. I'm not a big Luther Burden fan. This is a surprise, though, for sure.
I mean,
Trade alert. There's a trade
was it-
coming in here.
Oh, trade alert.
Tennessee just
Titans
traded
are
that pick.
Hold
Seattle's
on.
coming up on the clock.
Seattle. Wow.
So the team that took Gray Zabel.
I mean,
Are they gonna go receiver here?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I could picture the Texans going receiver. It was actually a thought that just crossed my mind before the pick happened, unfortunately. But because no, I'm being dead ass. I promise you.
I'm joking.
Because
All right,
Tank dealt with a season-ending injury last year, right? Tank dealt with like that gruesome injury, right?
I just didn't think they were gonna go this high here. All right, so Seattle.
All right.
All right.
What are you guys thinking for him?
I think it was good by Tennessee to stockpile draft
I
picks
think
after
another
getting
receiver
Cam
can
Ward.
come off the board here. Losing DK Metcalf.
And Tyler Lockett.
Tyler Lockett go. Yeah, Tyler Lockett. This could
Let's
be.
just hope
He's
it's
in
not Harris.
Tennessee. He's in
This
Tennessee.
this could be Harris. This could be Burden. Look out for Burden.
Yeah, Connor. While you were gone, Nick Faria mentioned his number one receiver at this point. He has ranked as Burden. So maybe hopefully they take him and Harris still falls right into our hands.
I don't know.
A pick is in.
Pick's already in. The pick is already in.
Yeah,
They traded up for some specific person that we are about to find out who.
For sure. In the meantime, guys, please smash the like and hit subscribe. We're going to be here all night, rounds 2 and 3, and hey, maybe even tomorrow if you guys keep supporting the show. We appreciate all of your support.
Mickey.
As always, here on the program, every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership get you a raffle entry. We're giving away a Wayne Corbett signed helmet, so we appreciate all of your support. As always,
it's
Seahawks on the clock, number 35 overall. I think Burden or Harris, one of the two could be.
If they go Harris,
They're saying Mel
I might.
Kiper's pick right now is Mike Green, the edge who we've talked about.
You might cry.
I can see that as well.
If they draft Trey Harris.
I don't
yes,
see the best.
because my top 2 second-round receivers are gone. They're gone.
I mean, at this point, if they take Harris here, let's just grab Burden. I mean, it's fine. Just
No.
Wait. If hold on. Because you were just talking about how you didn't like Burden so much. You're really gonna force the issue that much? You really wouldn't be able to go tight end. You really would not be willing to go tight end.
What's
best pass catcher available is my philosophy. That includes Mason Taylor.
So no Arroyo. If your wide receiver guys are off the board, you would not be willing to go.
No
if
Arroyo.
Harris is off. If Noel is off, who else do we like? Beck is off.
Off by round 2.
You could save it for 4th or 5th for
Off by
Thornton.
42.
I mean, if you get a tight end here, maybe.
I think Thornton's a guy I look at in round 6 or 7. 4th or 5th is way too rich for me.
What about Savion Williams? What are your guys' thoughts on Savion Williams?
I think he's a 3rd, 4th round guy. Small. I want a big bodied guy. I want someone who's
Like
going to give
Besh.
you.
I love Besh's size though. I will say that.
He's
I think
like
Besh-
6'2".
big 18, baby. Big 18.
He's not a big body though. He's 6'2".
He looks pretty big, at least for the things
He's
I've watched.
6'2".
He looks pretty big.
So then
Yeah,
wait,
6'2".
with that philosophy, so then you would stay away from a guy like Noel?
You
is
take
much
one.
smaller?
I like Jalen Royals. That's another guy. Jalen Royals, someone I like. If you want to go the speedy route and like a higher contested catch rate too.
What about like later rounds? I'm thinking Isaiah Bond.
No, I don't want to take.
I don't
a flyer
even-
on the character concerns.
Yeah,
That's true, but he's
Bond.
another
I was really
guy.
high on Bond, like around a month ago, but I don't know. I think he's just falling on my draft boards a lot.
But by the way, I don't want to forget this. This has popped up on the ESPN graphic. The Seahawks signed Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, they did.
Like a month, like
Tennessee gets a
interesting.
third
I
for this
keep
trade.
forgetting about that signing because that was like a kind of a later.
Yeah,
free agency
some of
signing.
the free agent signings, like I forget, but like we forget Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp are both.
don't know.
So I don't think they'll go receiver here, especially after.
they're gonna go Deanna receiver. I think that's my
Now,
opinion.
Mel has receiver, DT, and center listed as a need here, and
Yeah, but we know how we feel about Mel Kiper over here.
yeah, one of the best in the business.
Chris, I
All
know you
right, announcer coming out for the pick.
Don't spoil it this time, Connor.
Connor, turn your volume up so we can all hear it at the same time.
You guys are like 20 minutes delayed.
Just turn.
I
your
know,
volume
that's what I
up
mean.
here. That noise is so amazing.
Yeah, I love that noise.
The suspense is real.
Let's see.
All right, let's go.
There's a lot of hyping it up.
I can't see. Is that
I wanna
Goodell or
s-
is it another guest speaker?
Who?
No,
That's
it's
Sherman.
not Goodell.
I know. I can't see. It's on a far camera angle right now. I could not see. Oh, Sherman, baby. Here we go. That's Sherman.
All right, they need to get to this pick. My goodness.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Richard Sherman. Let's get to the pick.
If you try me with a sorry receiver
it's
like
been like
Crabtree, that's
30
what you're going to get.
Here, Connor, don't try not to spoil it this time.
Bro, what do you mean trying to spoil it? Turn your volume up so we can all hear it at the same time.
Just do that.
Oh, I'm in worry. Nick, I'm on.
Yes!
Are you excited?
All right. All right.
Thank God the Jets don't have to take
My
his ball.
boy.
All right. All right.
I'm happy for him.
Nick Amanwari goes to Seattle. The athletic
All
unicorn-like safety
Thank you.
is now
Thank
off the board. A few picks into
I
the
thought they were
second
going to get
round.
receiver or DN.
It's only fitting that Richard Sherman, the leader of that dominating defense, drafts Nicky Manwari.
Interesting
Yeah.
pick. Let's keep it going with your questions in chat. We appreciate your support as always. Keep those coming. Super chats, memberships, great way to support. Get your raffle entries, pin comment to Colin. We're gonna have so many guests joining us throughout the night, so stay tuned. Next guest joining us in about 8 o'clock, so we got some time. Let's see. Ryan says we also need linebacker depth.
Yes.
I think that's a need you can address in day 3.
Thank you. And so Josh was
I
mentioning
agree.
this earlier when we were debating something. I forgot what it was, but the Jets have some later round capital. Excuse me. That's what we're going to use on defensive depth in positions of depth like safety, linebacker,
Totally.
even edge. I think our first 3 picks need to be quality offensive starters. So that this starts with pass catcher today, and then we have Membu. Say we go Trey Harris next, and then Fannin in the third. Those are 3 guys who can come in and they can be solid starters.
Do the Browns go Shador here?
Interesting. Because
Yeah.
the pick's in right away.
I feel like it is.
I
feel like it is
think they may
quarterback.
go Sanders. You can't really. I don't know.
I mean, they have.
I think they may go
Connor's
Shador
very high.
here.
Connor's very high on Kenny Pickett, so I know that's who they have now.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett's like you get him in the right position, he can win you 9 games. Like weapons and good coaching, he can win 9 games. Like too much hate on Kenny Pickett here, without a doubt.
Kenny Pickett sucks. They just need
He's won 9 games. Tyler Shook, maybe they were showing him earlier. We know the Browns really like Tyler Shook. Imagine if Tyler Shook gets selected as the announcer takes the stage. Imagine Tyler Shook gets selected ahead of Shador Sanders.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, here we go.
Jack, they do a whole announcement.
NFL draft, your Cleveland Browns select
Winshawn Judkins, Ohio
Wow.
State.
They pass again on the quarterback.
Again. Wow.
My running back 2 in this year's draft class, off the board. This is someone who just has freak elusiveness, is a freak of nature, stockier build at 6 foot, 220 pounds. I think it's a really solid pick for the Browns here. Now
You know who he reminds me of?
Oh, Raiders, Shador, maybe.
I'd bet on Shador
Possibly here.
Where were we in the chat? Christopher says 460-pound defensive tackle. Desmond Watson, Florida. Like 7th round priority UDFA. You can't tell me that a 464-pound defensive lineman can't do anything against the run. Like I would be okay using a 7th round pick on him.
I'm gullible, but is that real? 464?
Yeah.
Yes, I want that guy on my D line, baby. As soon
Guys, does Judkins a little bit remind you of Nick Chubb?
No, he doesn't have that much power.
He doesn't have size, but look at the way he's shaking tackles.
Who does he remind you of, Jack?
Bulldoze. Short burst.
I think he reminds me of a little bit. He has size, also speed. I'm trying to think of a guy here that I know. I think
he's only
reminds me a
5'11".
little bit. I know. I'm thinking. Let me see.
He's not. He's 6.
I think
he's like a poor man's Braylon Allen.
He's like a Kareem Hunt
No.
type guy. He's like a Kareem Hunt type guy. If you combine like that speed and power.
I guess maybe. I think maybe I don't know who I'm thinking. I'm blanking on this guy's name right now. What's his name? Hold on, I'm trying to. I'll tell you guys it once I figure it out.
Raiders on the clock, followed by New England. See, New England.
I like how they cut
intriguing.
down I like how I like how they cut down on the time in the second round. like,
Oh,
against
for
the
sure.
Like,
Because it's two rounds in one. I mean, if it was 10 minutes a pick.
Day 3 is my favorite when they just hum through the picks and there's no announcement. It's just the pick is in and then they put it up on the screen. That's my favorite day because it just moves so quickly. Okay. Shedeur could, like, if they pass on Shedeur here, that's sending a message in my eyes.
If they pass on
I mean, who's going to take him? If they don't take him, who does?
The Jets.
No, I think Connor. I think you secretly want the Jets to take Shedeur.
I do not want Shedeur.
You were mentioning it all night last night.
Yeah, I just want to get you mad. I don't want Shedeur. I don't want to. I don't want to allocate it.
The Dolphins just traded. The Dolphins just traded up.
Oh,
they're on the clock.
Dolphins are back on the clock.
Oh my
goodness!
Wow.
Come up early in the 3rd round, and the
I guess
in Miami.
Okay, I guess they really don't want Shedeur. They're willing to shop it to the Dolphins.
All right, so Kenneth Grant.
I don't know. I was blanking on this guy.
Ursary. I think they could. Teron Armstead just retired. Ariante Ursary. That might be the pick here. Ursary.
I agree. I think it is O-line.
Ursary
could be.
Yeah.
They got the guard in James Daniels, free agency.
We're going to get back-to-back AFC East picks right here with New England on deck.
Yeah.
Are we after Chicago?
No, we're 42.
No, we're 42.
No, we're 42. So the name I was thinking of was Joe Mixon. I don't know why I was blanking on his name.
He's bigger.
I don't know. I just see a lot.
Bigger. He has more power.
I get he's bigger. I just see a lot of Mixon. They run the exact, almost the exact pattern here. They're very elusive. It's like they slither a lot though. I could see it.
Safety, but Amanwari Starks are off the board. That's not going to happen. Cornerback Johnson. Maybe this is someone we knew they weren't interested in the first round. Ursary and Johnson. Those are the top 2 guys. I think could be the pick here.
Yeah. How many more years does Tua have on his contract?
They just signed him to this 5-year deal. Like that. I think he has 3 years left.
But what was I going to say? Remember at the end of last season when Tyreek Hill quietly tried to force his way out of Miami? Do you think they could possibly go Trey Harris?
Chris Brewer already said they're keeping.
I know Ramsey is. Ramsey wants to be out of Miami, so I wouldn't be surprised if they took a.
I know that was kind of not legit, but here comes the pick.
Chris Brewer said he's not. Is this Alec Ingold?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Alec Ingold.
Yeah, it is. All right, who'd they trade up to get?
Here we go. Wow, Jonah Savayanaya from Arizona, the tackle.
Yep.
They reached
big
tackle in my eyes. The guy
pass on Ursary.
You mean the guard? You mean guard?
He's gonna convert into guard, I think. But he played some tackle in college. He's gonna have to convert into guard.
Wow.
Like a 324 pounder.
Yeah.
Can't play on the outside. Who's replacing
Teron Armstead? Right tackle.
It says he's guard on the.
Yeah, because that's what Mel Kiper has him as. What who's gonna? There's still nobody to replace Teron Armstead. You still didn't address that need.
Yeah, they should have gotten Ursary. I think my personal opinion.
Ursary or Johnson for me. Johnson still falling, and he's an option.
Yeah,
here
wow.
For the Jets.
So many first rounders, so many first round projections falling to the second.
In these next couple picks, here's what I need to happen. I need Mike Green and Will Johnson to both go.
All right, Will Johnson.
I just want Harris to be there at 42. If Harris is there at 42, I am fine.
No, Jack. Because if Mike Green and Will Johnson are both there, the Jets might pick him. So I need them both to be gone.
That's what I mean.
All right, 3 minutes and 30 seconds for New England on the clock.
I think how about
for these questions? Indy says Luke Lachey tight end at 207. I'd be okay with Lachey as your last pick. The question is, I don't want to bank on him as the only tight end you draft. You take Lachey there. I want another tight end.
Guys, how about if the Patriots were to pair Christian Gonzalez and then go ahead and get Will Johnson? That could be a scary one-two punch.
No, they have way too many holes on their roster. They wouldn't try adding.
You think they're going to go O-line again after going with Will Campbell at 4?
They could, but Mike Vrabel doesn't like character concerns.
Yeah, I mean, no coach does.
Yeah, but a hard-nosed football coach especially. I'm trying not to look at my phone. I didn't see the pick, thank God, but I accidentally opened Twitter there. I can't even look at Twitter during the draft. It's so annoying.
Yeah, because they get released right there. Is my mic too loud, guys, or is it
No, it's
No,
fine.
you're good.
No, it's all right.
All right.
I think Chris is right. Connor, on the next pick, you got to turn your volume up so we all hear it at once.
All right. I can't get copyright though, because if I put it too loud, I'm gonna get copyright for using the sound.
So you can just announce it for us.
Could you guys hear it? Or no?
Yes. Yes.
All right, but like muffled,
in the
right?
middle. In the middle.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure. Could you hear it now?
No.
Not
No.
really.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It can be delayed.
Connor, you can just announce it first. Go with the 38th overall pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Patriots select
2024.
Yeah. So many
2025.
numbers
It's
off
so
there,
crazy. My perception of time is so messed up.
and it's 38th, I believe.
Guys, keep the questions coming. We'll keep
At
hitting
38.
those in between the picks. Super chats, memberships are in raffle entries, giving away a Winker Bet signed helmet. Mother effing chew. Theoretically, how many pass catchers do you need for someone who's not known as a passer?
Well, that's the thing. That mother effing chew. We want, if Justin Fields ideally is going to develop into our franchise guy, we want him to become more comfortable passing, more comfortable going through progressions, and the way to do that is by getting him a plethora, multiple weapons, and guys who are reliable. Which is why I want to take pass catcher with these next two picks. I think we need quality players at our biggest positions of need. That's why we need to pick it early as possible, and with both of our picks today.
Yeah, interesting.
Love that take, Chris.
For sure. Let's see. Yeah, we're hour and 15 minutes, hour and 50, minutes in here on the program, and we're gonna be going the whole night.
Like our longest stream.
Amen.
Of course it is. It's gonna.
We're just getting started.
No, I'm saying like so far, like hour 55. I think this is the longest we've been.
Have you guys ever witnessed a team not pick and run out of time before?
No.
Didn't the Vikings do that once?
No,
one year they did.
I think Minnesota did that one.
I don't even know how that happens. That's something the Jets would do.
All right,
For
bro.
sure.
See,
Exactly.
That's something the old Jets would do. Muji would not let that happen.
You don't know that?
No, that's
The
just.
time has expired.
That's
The New York
just-
Jets are off the clock.
You know the saying, "Same old Jets," Chris.
Yes, that's the old.
What do they say
Jets.
that?
Maybe we should try to retire that as the next gen Jets.
Do you guys watch
But
the
same
draft?
old Jets?
Do you guys watch the draft blenders video? I love watching that video every year. It's so.
They played it
funny.
at the draft party, Connor. It was like on ESPN. They played it.
Yeah, well, obviously because it's the Jets. You gotta play those. You gotta play those videos.
Yeah, the media and everyone loves to hate on the Jets. Easy target.
I was been hating on the Jets when people are
Yeah.
facts of what happened. How is that?
Mel
hating?
Kiper's got the Patriots as positional need cornerback, so
It's not a position. It's definitely. There's no way that's dubbed as a need given their holes on the roster.
I think at least.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Well,
could be
since they
used
brought in
in-
Stephon Diggs, I think we're safe from the wide
Oh,
receiver stealing here. Looks
Yeah.
like Trey Harris and Luther Burden will survive.
I'm telling you, they're gonna finish second in the division. They're gonna win 9 games this year.
Wait, hold on. I just
Shit.
realized that at 40, New Orleans is there. Could that be the landing spot for Shador?
I think they're waiting for
Good.
Nussmeier next year.
You really aren't.
They're rolling with Spencer Rattler this year.
That's for
Derek
sure.
Carr and Spencer Rattler with a
If
combination.
Fields doesn't work out, we're getting Nussmeier.
This is
All
bad for
right, here
sure.
comes
Who,
the.
Chris, who aren't we getting next year?
Yeah, exactly.
We're getting Nico. We're getting Nussmeier.
Nico might not come out, which is the
Turn it up a
problem.
little bit, Connor.
All right.
I can't get
Oh,
copyright.
he can't, Josh. He
All
can't.
right.
All right, here we go. Where are you guys at right now? I'm at Cadell, and a
I'm
few
gonna-
guys.
I'm gonna
walking
just-
through.
We all know I'm the furthest ahead. It's not gonna magically jump ahead.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting ready to announce the pick in a little.
They're doing some sort of introduction.
Stoke is another name to look out for here. I know a lot of teams are high on him as a potential second round option.
Who?
Any defensive guys for New England? You guys
Shook.
think?
Nah, and then maybe Green.
Hope so.
Oh yeah, that's true. Let's see.
I think it's gonna be Green, maybe. Let's see though. Oh,
I still think it might be Will Johnson. Let's see. What do you got, Connor?
Travion Henderson, a running back from Ohio State.
All right.
running backs.
They're
go
flying
within
off.
5 picks of each other.
Chris.
I'm happy.
You think
Judkins
Mike Green
went
may fall
first.
to us?
I think Judkins is a better player than Travion Henderson, contrary to popular belief. Interesting pick, though. Interesting pick by New England.
Is this someone we should be worried about moving forward about facing twice a year?
No. They don't have any running backs besides Henderson. Rahamdre Stevenson, who fumbles more than Breece Hall, which I didn't even know was humanly possible. Like, we're
need an offensive line if you want to run the football.
Jets have an offensive line.
Yeah, and the Patriots were probably like the worst in the league last year.
Let me tell you something.
Campbell, do whatever you want.
Let me tell you something. The Jets better have a top 10 O-line this year with how many first-round picks we devoted to O-line.
The coaching, again, you need to find talent.
Chris,
you need to find talent at the later rounds at O-line.
Yeah, that's true. If only Mekhi Becton worked out.
Mekhi Becton is my least favorite Jet of all time.
Wait, but then he went to Philly and thrived this year. Does that not just tell us about what the Jets are?
Chris, you can't blame this guy for being a victim of incompetent coaching.
Correct. Look at what he did in Philly.
You're gonna always crucify me for saying how bad the coaching is and how we can't judge any player fairly this year, like Breece and Braylon and all of them.
Yeah, because that's a complete overreaction.
You're gonna. So Becton is not. Let's face facts here. Becton sucked. He refused to play guard for us, but then the Eagles go and force him to, and he's great. I hate his guts. He's right up there with Joe Namath as one of my least favorite Jets players.
How do you hate Namath? Oh my gosh! Do you believe in the Joe Namath curse?
Calm down, everyone. Let me get to this from Nate. Connor, it's Don Ezeraku. We're bust. Love Ezeraku. Love Green. Like Ezeraku, very very explosive, very consistent. Coming from Boston College, was supposed to be a first-round pick, 21 years old. I'd love Ezeraku at 42 as a potential edge option for this team. So I'd be happy with that. I love how Chris is his least favorite.
Connor.
That is the only guy who's won a Super Bowl.
Let me explain. We all know Joe Namath famously guaranteed. We all know Joe Namath famously guaranteed that he would win the Super Bowl in like a media thing before.
He won the Super Bowl.
Joe Namath sold his soul and cursed this team to be the only living Jet quarterback to win the Super Bowl. When we will succeed shortly. Joe Namath is like 82.
What if Fields guarantee? Would you hate him after that too? If you want us to Super Bowl?
No, Fields can do no wrong.
Fields ain't guaranteed.
Fields is very religious. He would not sell his soul.
Jack, we love the unproven quarterbacks around here. We love the what ifs around here. So
I love the young athletic quarterbacks with a gun arm, an absolute cannon of an arm.
Please show me his accuracy, and please show me where he's shown that arm. Thank you.
Chicago's got 2 out of the next 3 picks here. I'm sure the Green Bay crowd will love that.
This is interesting.
You guys think Chicago go receiver here?
No, I don't think they're going to take a. They might go tight end again. They got that big wide receiver type in Loveland.
Well, here's the thing. I said this to you guys off camera at the draft party last night. When they did pick at 10 there, Warren was still available. I would have loved nothing more than to see what Tyler Warren, what he could get schemed up in Ben Johnson's system. Like that would be like
they might
top tier entertainment if we got to see. But if we got to see Tyler Warren with all 18 and 1 of Chris's attributes for him in Ben Johnson's system, that would have been a dream.
I get that. Yeah.
Just look at that crowd. Look how so many people are back far away from the stage. Like at that point, I'd just rather watch it on TV if I'm that far back.
Yeah, going to the draft is just hell.
It looks really wet there too. It looks like it's raining on my screen.
Green
which
Bay.
would be miserable.
Yeah. No, thank you for sure.
At this point, I'd just rather watch that at home.
Definitely. Let's see. Our next guest should be joining us in about 20-30 minutes. So stay peeled for that.
That should be right after the Jets pick.
Yeah.
We got maybe because we got someone else joining us right after the Jets pick as well. So we got two. We got like a lineup of guests coming in after the Jets pick. After the Jets pick, because after the Jets pick, we're gonna have something fresh to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're kind of just going back and forth about dumb shit like Namath and.
Yeah, but that's what a 6-hour stream is supposed to entail.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I need some coffee right now.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, Chris. We'll save our energy for a minute.
You guys want to do this again tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Why not? If I can, depends on what time's the draft. What time's the draft tomorrow?
12.
Yeah,
that's 12 noon.
That's usually the time I wake up. So We'll see where I'm
Here
at.
comes the pick, guys, for Chicago.
I'll try to
Des,
see if I can join
announced.
later on, but I probably won't be home until like 1:30.
See who they get.
Luther Burden off the board.
All right.
Ray Harris
He
still
lands in
available.
Chicago,
All right.
number 39 overall. He's the
Okay.
latest addition to the Chicago Bears.
To the Bears.
Bear
Interesting.
down.
Interesting.
All right, guys. Now we're there's 2 teams selecting in front of us here.
Guess what?
And
Next
Mr.
pick-
Trey Harris is still on the board.
Next 2 picks, Will Johnson. Next 2 picks here, Will Johnson.
Oh
and Mike
God, the build-up's
Right,
coming,
big
boys. These are the picks. These are the picks I get excited about, where you get the good value
too.
in the draft.
Will
Connor, do you think,
Johnson,
Hey, man.
Mike
do you think
Green,
Chicago
next
should
2
go green at
picks.
Guys,
41?
Trey Harris, Jalen Knoll, Jack Beck, maybe even Jalen Royals.
Jack
Who you got
Beck.
out of that pack?
Christopher, do we draft a kicker like Ryan Fitzgerald, Andres Borregales, Ben Sauls, etc.? You
Yes.
don't use a draft pick on a kicker. This team has far too many needs. You sign a kicker in free agency who has NFL experience, who's been consistent. A guy like Nick Folk, I don't think you waste a draft pick on a kicker.
I think
wouldn't hate
it's not, you can't count it out. I wouldn't hate it either.
I would. This team has so many holes.
why.
Kicker, you can address kicker and back end of free agency.
And you
And
can't.
with who? 40-something-year-old Nick Folk? I mean, wouldn't you want to
Yes,
start young?
someone who's led the
Wouldn't
league
you
in
wanna
field
start
goal.
young?
Someone who's led the league in field goal percentage over the past 3 years.
former
yes.
Jet
didn't
great,
Zer-
by the
wasn't
way,
Zerline
Jack.
wasn't Zerline a top 5 kicker for like 6 years until this year, where his hips just stopped working or his legs just stopped working? What if that happens with Folk? We don't know
Nick
that.
Folk's done that for 8 years, though.
No, that
Greg
is
Zuerlein's
true.
been
Zerline was a well-respected kicker.
Greg Zuerlein's been up and down his entire NFL career. He's had
Greg
inconsistencies.
He was
Zerline
very
was
consistent from 2018 to 2023. Very consistent kicker. Very
Let's see.
consistent kicker.
Let's pull a field goal percentage for.
Yeah, and Greg Zuerlein, I will never forget this. Versus the Lions, he shanked the game-winning kick.
I was there. I was there.
2023.
Field goal
That
in the
is
rain
might be one of the most
against
painful moments I've ever
years later,
experienced.
Yeah, I'm telling you, look,
Chris-
37 yards against Buffalo.
I shed a tear in the third deck of the MetLife Stadium stands. Because I actually thought that the Jets would make the playoffs that year. And that was the same game, remember,
think
where
everyone
we had
did.
that
That was
entire
crazy.
special teams collapse. We allowed a punt return for a touchdown because nobody could
Unbelievable.
tackle. That game was, wow.
Yeah.
And the game I went to was
Painful game was
the
the Jaguars game.
infamous
I remember.
Jaguars game. I went to the one where it was raining. Zach Wilson was
I was also there.
awful. I was there. That was
Oh,
Chris,
no,
were the boos as
no.
loud as they
The,
seem?
the Jaguars game I was at, 2019, one of the last games of the season, we beat Jacksonville to get the number 2 pick. They drafted Trevor.
I think that was 2021.
No, that was
That's what
21. You're right. It was it was the number 1 and the number 2 pick facing off against each other, and we beat them. Yes, you're right.
New
Jack.
Orleans,
Yeah.
2 minutes left on the clock. Still haven't put a pick in. Look out
I
for
see that
Shedeur here.
NYJ in the bottom left of the screen. I'm getting hyped.
Yeah, you got
Connor,
Shedeur.
I thought you said they were picking Nussmeier though. I thought you said they were picking Nussmeier or next
Should
year.
still be in play. I think they would look Nussmeier next year, but certainly still could be an option.
Yeah.
so nervous, bro.
So yeah, but here's
they
the question:
just
where does
submitted their
Shedeur go if
pick.
the Saints don't pick him from here? Where does he? Do you think his fate is like sealed by now? Like, if the Saints don't
What do you
pick him
mean?
here,
He's
you
going
don't
to be
think?
drafted.
Well, of course, I'm just saying. Like, do you think like his fate's sealed at least for the second round if the Saints don't draft him here?
Pittsburgh, maybe?
No. The Jets could potentially take him. Like you guys.
They could, yes.
If the Jets take him, I'm logging off, bro. It's over.
Okay, log off.
It's over. It's over.
I'm jumping off a bridge if the Jets take Shedeur Sanders.
Chris, is AG automatically worse than Adam Gase if they get
This
Shedeur here?
regime is dead to me if we draft Shedeur. Dead to me.
The YouTube
So-
highlights told you Shedeur isn't going to be great.
Shedeur sucks. You all know it.
I don't like.
I feel like the only plus I've been hearing this whole time, like when he was like still a top 3 caliber prospect, was that he would be able to handle the New York media if the Giants took him. Like
Shedeur Sanders.
that's what I was
runs
hearing were his pluses.
When there's pressure, Shedeur Sanders runs backwards. It's Zach Wilson waiting to happen. We all know it. Gets
Look, they're
himself
all
into way
standing-
too much
they're all
trouble.
standing up in the draft room, but they haven't even showed the pick is in.
No, they already
no.
showed them
They're
on
probably
the
gonna
phone.
switch. They're probably gonna
and
switch the
submitted it.
graphic. Yeah, and the clock is frozen too.
They
So
just
the graphics are probably just off.
Now the pick is in. It's shown.
Yeah, Yeah, the graphics were just buzzing.
For the Jets pick, I'm gonna drop the headphones and just have to listen on my own.
Well, I mean, I have to AirPods in, so I can barely hear.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Taking the stage, Ryan Ramczyk just retired a few days ago. Is announcing the pick for New Orleans. Tyler Shuck is the quarterback. He's taking.
Wow! Oh my gosh! Ahead of that is crazy. That speaks volumes right there.
Wow!
That speaks volumes on Shedeur Sanders.
If Shedeur Sanders' ego wasn't already in half, it just got sliced into fourths. My goodness.
Tyler Shuck
wow.
is the pick.
That 27 years old.
27
Wow.
years old. And
I feel like it's going to be another Spencer Rattler. I don't know why. I just have that feeling.
Why? They
have Spencer
I
Rattler.
feel like it's going to be another Spencer Rattler. Like they
Why
chose
would
him.
you not take Shedeur there?
Oh my god.
That's shocking. That says a lot about him now.
If the Jets it's over. It's over for us.
Wow.
Man.
Oh, that's why you're head and arms about it, Chris. I mean, that's the worst possible scenario. You could take anybody, and I mean anybody, over a quarterback.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Shedeur Sanders.
If you could trade back, like if the Raiders want to come up and answer Jimmy's comment, you could trade back and if I kind of want Sanders to be there, and if you can trade back and get assets.
What pick are the Raiders?
We're not going to do that. I don't want to risk it. My God, the Bears are not taking him too, so he's definitely going to be there.
Yeah.
And Connor, what pick are the Raiders?
No, I can't do this shit, bro.
What, you can't watch the Jets take a flyer on a quarterback potentially?
I'm stressing, bro. You secretly
Connor.
I have bigger needs.
I don't want Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Jack?
I was saying you know you don't want Shedeur though. Like I'm just saying like you don't.
God. They cannot afford to put the pressure on themselves year one. Like this is supposed to be a relaxed year. They cannot take Shedeur.
I wonder what Shedeur's thinking right now in the draft room.
He's probably crushed.
Trade alert. Someone's trading down for Shedeur.
Oh, I have trade alert.
Buffalo, they're not taking a quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my gosh, what if they get Trey Harris?
They're gonna jump the Jets for Trey Harris too.
That's exactly what just happened.
They're gonna get Harris. Watch this.
That's exactly what just happened.
Oh my gosh! Watch them get Trey Harris right here.
That's exactly what just happened, guys.
I hope they take Besh or Green here. I know.
No.
They're not gonna take Green. They're not gonna take Green. I'm saying I hope. No. Oh my gosh! If they take Harris, I'm gonna be so disappointed here.
We are in shambles.
They better not.
They better not. If they take Trey Harris, it's Jack Beck time, bro.
Jack Besh.
Tyler Show.
Whatever.
Oh my gosh.
I'm scared now.
Shedeur. Shout out Joe Beningo. Shedeur Sanders.
Bro, who else would the Bills take? Let's theorize here.
DT wide receiver.
What about? Do you guys think Pittsburgh could still possibly get Shedeur if he falls to them?
Yes.
No. The Bills.
Imagine, bro. I can't believe the Jets are on the clock in one pick.
I'm not even excited. I'm dreading this shit, bro. What if they take Shedeur?
Yes. Oh my. Here comes
Chris, hold on, Chris. You can admit it's time to trade back now.
Oh my god.
Chris, you can admit.
Considering it
Chris.
now.
I want to trade back more.
If they draft Harris, if the Bills draft Harris, then yes, I'll consider. If they don't, I want to stay there, get Harris.
Consider what?
Okay, that's fair. Consider trading back.
Trading back.
I need.
He's saying if Harris is off the board there, then he would want to trade.
Harris doesn't preclude trading back if you get a haul.
I just think
you're not going to get a
haul.
Get forced into a defender or a tight end IMO.
I just have to get a wide receiver sooner rather than later.
I don't want tight end. I don't like the value with the tight end.
Hey, Will Johnson's going to be on the board, guys.
Oh my god, I have to worry about him too. There's so many people, bro.
Mike Green's gonna be on the board, Chris.
Oh, why is this
Mike
so
Green
more stressful than the first one?
Mike Green, Shedeur Sanders, Donovan Ezaraku, Will Johnson,
right now.
Siobhan Rebel.
Guys, I'm looking at the punters and
Darius Alexander.
wow.
Winston.
Yeah, no, Jack, you're right. This all of a sudden becomes like a much bigger pick than the first round.
Yeah.
Because it was down to
Yep.
2 at the first round. This is
If we don't get
elevated
Harris
to
here,
playing. The pick is in for
Bills get Harris,
Buffalo.
Thornton or Best is my only hope here for receiver.
Chris, best possible scenario here for Buffalo.
They take Mike.
No. You want them to take who?
Mike Green.
They're not
Okay.
taking a defensive end. I think they're taking Harris
Yeah.
or Besh. They're taking a wide receiver.
Yeah.
If they get Harris, I will hate Buffalo forever. I will literally root against. I know I already hate them forever now.
You will root against. You will hate them even. You will make them. Okay, clearly you're mentioning.
I will hate them
already
more. I will hate them more if they get Harris.
for taking a second round wide receiver who hasn't played in the NFL.
Yes,
snap.
they stole our wide receiver too. They stole our future wide receiver too.
This is
All right, the
unbearable,
pick
bro.
is in. Hold on, I'm gonna have to drop the headphones for this one.
Connor, I would actually, for this one, Connor, I don't want. Actually, this one, I'm gonna take my headphones out so you don't
Yeah,
spoil it.
me
'Cause
too.
I don't even have to
have
drop
my
it, like,
immediate
anywhere else.
reaction.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I do need a raw reaction here out of myself.
This is.
When does the
crazy.
commissioner take the stage to decide the Jets' fate?
There's so
is
much
the
bad things that
question.
could possibly happen, bro. Like it's.
There is. There's a lot riding on this one pick, and it's not even ours.
All right, here we go, boys.
I'm in shambles.
We saw that trade alert. This is the worst possible team.
Let's
that
go.
could've
Get the
picked up
pick
this
in.
trade.
The pick is in. Just get up to the podium.
Announce it, bro. What are we doing?
They did this. They did this in the first round with the Jets too. They cut to a long ad break. Here we go.
Oh my god.
Let's hear it.
Pray to God.
TJ Sanders, South Carolina. Tackle off the board, and the Jets, baby.
Come on. Let's go. The hat's going on.
My boy TJ.
I don't give a
Yeah.
shit. They didn't take Harris. They didn't snipe him. It is our time.
Oh!
Yes.
TJ.
All right.
TJ. I'm
Let's
happy.
get
Stay alive
it
here,
up.
baby. Let's get our guy Trey Harris here. Let's go. Jets. Jets. Let's go. Let's get Harris here.
Let's go. Oh, let's watch
Come
this
on.
tape. Let's bask in the glory. Oh yeah.
can't.
TJ.
I've never been so
Too much.
relieved. Oh,
All right,
man.
now the Jets get to take a wide receiver, baby. Best of both worlds.
We need our wide receiver.
Oh,
I'm telling
right
you,
here.
this guy is gonna haunt the Jets coming up the A gap for the next 10 years. All right, but right now we can be happy because
Let's
we're
go.
getting our
Well,
wide receiver.
not with the strong
He's
O line.
290 pounds. He's not doing anything.
Wide receiver. Wide
The strong O
receiver.
line. Here we go. Harris, baby. Harris. Here we go. Come on.
This is a must.
Okay,
Wide
wait,
receiver,
Chris.
tight end.
If we don't go Harris, what's the reaction?
What
I'm
position?
gonna
Do
die.
we go defense?
If we just go anywhere else?
No. If we
go
get
tight end,
Rush,
it's
I won't
fine.
as angry. But if we go defense, I'm gonna be pissed.
The Twitter notifications are popping. The Jets have their pick in.
If
I think
any,
I'm not looking
Connor,
at
do not.
No,
If
we're on
any-
the clock. We're on
if
the
it's
clock.
any pass catcher, I'll be happy. Any wide
Let's
receiver, I don't
go.
care.
Only
Even
the first round. The pick is in already for Dan Green.
What?
They know
Wow,
where
they
they're
already
I
know.
just got the
Come on.
notification. I just got the notification. I'm not looking though.
Oh my
Here
god,
we
my
go.
phone is blowing
Come
up.
on.
Wait, why is
Oh
it
my
6 minutes? Why is
gosh.
it 6 minutes
I hear
now?
the
Where's 6
notifications
for the
coming
Jets?
through. Let's go. You know where
Come
they are,
on.
pass catcher.
Get
Come
up,
on,
baby.
come on,
Let's
come on,
go.
come on. Here we go.
Not should
Connor,
Not should
Not should
Not
for the love
should
of God.
Not
Connor.
should Not
Connor,
should
tell us when
Manifest
the
it.
guy is saying like when with the 40-second pick, so we know when to expect your reaction.
Yo, Connor, you gotta announce it to me, bro. I don't even have it anywhere.
All right, cool.
Yeah, just say with the 40-second pick. Connor, do pull it, Roger.
Actually,
Goodell.
no. I'll let Connor announce it for me. I'll let Connor announce it for me.
Come on, bro. Our top two needs are
Oh, they went
wide.
to ads. They went to ads. Oh, they're
And I'm not
killing
even
us.
looking here because I have chats open.
Oh.
Spoiled it, so I gotta still look at my TV.
Oh
All
my
right, let's
God.
not. Nobody look at the chat. Nobody look at the chat.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Somebody
chat,
put it in
don't
the
spoil
chat.
it.
Somebody put it in the chat. I'm not looking.
I can't. I'm not looking at the chat either.
Of all things,
Wait,
holy
we
pass
need a
catcher.
ceremonious JETS
I've
for
got
good luck.
78 notifications over the past 35 seconds.
Chris,
And it's a big pick. It's a big pick then.
Chris, lead us in JETS.
All right.
I
go,
got you.
Chris.
I'll lead you in the jet chat. Ready? Whoa!
Oh,
Yes!
Let's go. Come on.
Let's go.
That was so non-harmonized.
It's all right. It was good on our ends.
We need.
Come on.
Oh
Hey,
my
it's wide receiver or nothing.
Everyone's in agreement, right?
Wide receiver.
Shador Sanders.
What?
Jack, I actually hate you, bro. I dead ass hate you.
We only are 3 hours behind.
Yeah, you're so behind. We know that's not true.
Jack, I'm actually jumping you next time I see you, bro.
Chris, you just froze in fear for like 3 seconds.
Imagine
I'm right though.
The way you just spit it out, Jack, made no sense.
No. Imagine I'm right though. Like, imagine. Oh.
No, shut up.
They better not Will Johnson here either.
Let's go.
Come on, Harris.
Get off
here,
these
baby.
ads. Oh my gosh.
Get Trey Harris. Yeah, what is taking so long? If it's a guest speaker, who do you guys think is speaking? I'm gonna go with Darrell or
John
Nick Mangold.
Abraham. That was announced.
Oh my gosh, wait. Our guests are popping on in 5
didn't know.
minutes, so it's gonna be right after the pick.
Yeah, we got a guest coming on who was scheduled for 8, and then we had one who said he would come on right after the pick. We're gonna have a little dual action.
All right, here we go. Tight end, receiver.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
if we better get Harris.
They did
Come
the
on.
same thing with the ads in the first round, man. Speed it up.
Hallelujah.
Hey, they make money off the Jets. They make money off the Jets.
Oh my gosh, they're
Everybody
showing
loves-
Shador right.
Wait. Connor,
Oh.
hit us with a we're the freaking New York Jets and we're built for this.
We're the freaking New York Jets. So we're
freaking New
built for
York
this.
Jets.
And let's
Built
go
for this
get a
shit.
pass catcher.
Please,
go.
please,
You
please, bro.
play to win.
Here come the Jets,
game.
baby. Here come the Jets. All right, let's go.
The goddamn Jets.
Oh, they got us waiting in suspense. They got us right
If
where
they
they
make
want us.
Taylor, I'm
My
not
heart
gonna
is
do it.
actually racing right now.
If
You
it
guys
makes
ever
me
get
Taylor, I'm
that where
fine
you're,
with it.
where you're so nervous you
I'm
become like
anxious.
nauseous?
I'm anxious.
Do you guys ever get that?
I'm
feeling where
Mason
you get
Taylor.
so nervous
I
you get
love
nauseous?
pass catchers.
Got that
Just
right now.
no Shador, no Will Johnson.
Oh my
None of that
god!
bullshit.
Make the pick.
What if they go Arroyo here?
Oh
That's
my-
Blas
I'd
also.
be pissed.
I'll be like that.
If they take Arroyo, I might go crazy.
Yeah, I'd be pissed. Save tight end for round 3, baby.
Mel's
Grab-
best available is
Grab
Shador.
Mason Taylor or Trey Harris here,
Yo,
baby.
in Mel's best available, all 5 of the guys are not a wide
Yeah.
receiver.
Shador's
Yeah, I know.
nodding at the screen.
What the?
Oh.
f-
Going Shador in Texas. He's nodding at the screen with a smile.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
No, that's
Oh
Dion.
my-
That's Dion. That's
That's what I
Dion.
meant. That's what I meant, Dion.
Yeah,
No.
but
Oh, God.
Shador's not there.
Oh my gosh.
The pick
No.
is in. They're about to go over to the stage.
No, if they draft Shador Sanders,
Connor,
you will
Connor,
never
do it
hear
with-
the end of it.
Connor, do it with a 40-second pick so we can hear.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
burning
yeah.
on my jet shirt. This is Sanders on my life.
Who's announcing the pick?
Mason Taylor is the pick.
All
Oh
right,
my
that's
god!
That's good. I don't care. That's good. I like that pick. I like that selection. I do not care. It is a pass catcher. It's fine. We can grab a receiver in round 3. That I know Josh is mourning. This is exactly what we needed. We have a massive void at tight end. We can grab a receiver later. This is a good selection.
Oh, no.
I'm not happy with
Should have
it.
gone Harris 73. Yeah, no, I'm not happy with it either. Nope.
It's fine. At least it's not Shador. We have a tight end.
I know, at
now.
least that's Shador, but like
We have a
you could
safety
have gone
blanket.
with Fannin Jr. in the 3rd and like Harris here. That was oh my.
I think you have much
guys, it's
greater
fine.
priority.
I like that pick.
It's fine. We can grab a receiver later. This is not a terrible pick. This is all right. This is
The
what
receiver, the
Your
receiver
wide
options are
receiver,
winding down. They're
your
winding
other
down
wide
as we
receiver
speak.
one is still Alan Lazard right now.
it's fine. We can
Leonard's
grab a receiver
60.
later. We have Josh Reynolds. I think they're high on Malachi
You just,
Corey.
you just list Josh Reynolds as a real wide receiver option.
He's not terrible. I mean, I think they are confident in their ability. They see qualities they can develop
Dude.
out of Corley.
I'm
They
fine with the
recognize that
pick.
the
I'm
past regime
fine with it.
misused him. I'm fine with this pick, man. We need a tight end so bad. We need a safety blanket for Justin Fields. This is what we all get for not taking Warren in the first round. This is
Chris,
fine.
I'm fine with this
Disagreeing
pick
with
in like the opposite way. You're
Chris
fine
can't
with it.
play in line. You need a tight end who can play in line. I'm looking at some of his profiles right now. His player comp is Charlie Kolar. Do you want Charlie Kolar as your tight end 1?
Do not know who that is.
Yeah, he's the 4th string tight end on the Ravens.
Yes.
All right, Niners pick is in.
Of
What do you guys
course,
think the Niners are
I
getting?
don't care what the Niners do.
Niners could be getting Harrison. Niners could get Harrison.
I don't care. I
with
want to
Ross
dissect.
Daniel.
I want to dissect the pick with everyone. I don't give a shit what the 49ers are doing with their draft.
Yeah.
All right.
Again, I'm looking at his 59.1 run block grade. Not impressive. 50% contested catch rate. Not impressive. Watching him on tape, the biggest thing that stuck out to me is he can't play in line.
I mean, our tight end coach used to be an O-line coach. We can develop.
You've said that every time, though. Alfred Collins to the 49ers. He doesn't have the weight. That's the thing. He's 6'5".
Collins to the Niners.
250. I just said that. 6'5", 250 pounds. Like I don't want this guy playing in line for me. I don't want.
Yeah.
I've said it all along. I've said I don't like any of the tight end value in the second round. What this team just did is they get a tight end in the second round.
We can draft Conyers later in the draft.
No, here's the thing, Chris. There's so much tight end depth in this draft, not in the same way that there is receivers depth. You could get a guy who's equal to Mason Taylor in the 3rd round, whereas you cannot get a wide receiver as good as the guys on the board right now. Sure, it could have been worse. Anything could have been worse. They could have gotten a punter. I don't care how much it could have been worse.
Yeah. Let's
too much tight end. Either you're going to go tight end at 7 or you're not going to go tight end until 70 something. All right. There was no need to go in the second round. Just get a receiver. Too much tight end depth. I don't like it.
Yeah,
got some Mason Taylor.
Disappointed.
It's on now.
Yo, turn that off. I'm going to get copyright.
Actually?
Yes. Good thing you got it off there quickly. Yeah, you can't show anything on YouTube. They're super annoying.
So dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're when you're not monetized, you could do anything on YouTube, but once you're monetized,
oh man, I'm disappointed.
I don't like this. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
People are gonna look at this who haven't done much research on these prospects and are gonna say, "Oh my god, this has been a great draft for the Jets. You addressed 2 of their biggest needs in the first 2 rounds." I don't look at it that way. You address the right tackle need, yes. Yes, for sure. You address the right tackle need, but I think you reached overall on a tight end who doesn't have great value. And
reached. That's the word I was looking for.
There's better value in the later rounds, I think, at the tight end position. I don't like this. Let's look at his stats last year. Where are they? Receiving. Chris, tell me if this is exciting to you. Freshman year, 14 games, 38 catches, 414 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Sophomore year, 12 games, 36 catches, 348 yards, and a touchdown. Senior year, 12 games, 55 receptions, 546 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Is that exciting to you? Is that what you want to use the number 42 overall pick on when you could have gotten a deep threat wide receiver too? That's what you want to use that pick on?
That stat line is not exciting. No, I would have preferred if they used this pick on Trey Harris. But my baseline for this today, round 2 and 3, is grab pass catcher in any order. I didn't care which order it was.
There were better pass catchers on the board.
Chris, he had 38 receptions in 22, 36 in 23. Those just aren't good numbers.
I get that. Glenn and Muji obviously saw qualities in him that they can turn into a good tight end, and they believe they can coach him up into an impact player. In
that's the same thing every single year. Get someone who's proven they've had success. I don't want to get someone who we have to develop. I want to get someone who's already developed, and you can find that value in one of the later rounds of the draft. You could have gone with an already developed wide receiver who's young in Jack Besh. You could have gone with someone I really like, not as high as Jack, but Trey Harris is another guy I would have really liked. I would have preferred a defensive play. I would have preferred Mike Green and Will Johnson, Donovan Ezaraku, all 3 of those guys over Mason Taylor any day of the week. Any day of the week.
I disagree with that. I mean, I'm not as low on. I'm not as low as a Taylor pick as you guys are. I think we should have grabbed receiver first, but I'm glad that they grabbed tight end. Now receiver is a consensus 3rd round pick, hopefully. So if they come away with the receiver in the 3rd round, no matter who it is, I think this is a pretty good draft. I rate this draft.
Who are they gonna get then? That's the thing.
I rate this draft to B+ if they get a receiver in the 3rd.
I'm just I know it's unlikely, but I really hope Harris falls to us at 73. I know it's really unlikely.
The Jets could
No,
trade
there's
up.
no
for it.
way, bro.
You guys don't get your.
They're not
could.
trading up.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
could.
trading up for any players. Just
Chris,
stupid at this point.
I'm just really hoping is there at 73. It's unlikely, but at this
Who's
point,
the next best
He's the
receiver
best
you like?
receiver available right now. Why would 30
love
picks
Piper's
pass
board.
on
He
him?
does like a great job of eliminating. Like, excuse me, after you get like top guys available, Harris's, Noel's, Besh's, Royals, and then after that, like those are the three guys I think who are like really, really solid players. And then after that, there's a huge drop off. Kyle Williams, fast riser when no football's being played. I know Chris loves that. Jalen Lane, Kai Felton, Troy Hurton, Savion Williams, Elika Luminor, Isaiah Bond, Pat Bryant. Like, would have gotten such great value with a receiver. Look at the tight ends. There's no drop off, really. I think everyone's kind of pretty much in the same tier here. Arroyo, Ferguson, Helm, Fannin Jr., Mitchell Evans. And then after that, it gets to the Jackson Hawes. But, like, there's so much depth there.
I agree. The difference between the tight end you take at second and third round is just not worth taking
All
a
right,
42nd overall pick compared to Trey Harris or Jack Besh.
So Connor, you're obviously a guy who
Right.
watches a lot of film. Connor, you do a deep dive into all these players. I know you mentioned how Mason Taylor, our guy now, is not a great blocker and he needs some development. But what stands out to you as for him as a receiver?
What stands out to me, I have my thing here. Like, nothing really. Like, the only thing I have is I like him as a route runner. That's like the only thing that's really a positive for me when I look at him. I like his athletic frame, but again, he hasn't played in line with that frame. That's the concern. 6'5", 255. He hasn't been able to play consistently in line with that. So that's the concern. I'm not too high on Mason Taylor, but let's bring on our guest, our next guest up here on the show, joining us right after the Jets make their pick at number 42 overall. Jeremy from Jets Chaos joins us graced us with his presence here on the show. Jeremy, you probably heard me there. I am not excited with this pick by any means.
I had him as my tight end 3. Like, okay. I had him as the next guy, but the what sucked the excitement out a little is the guys we passed up on.
That's what I was saying. The value.
Yes.
The guys that were on the board, like, oh my God, like Mike Green, what is happening? Am I on the twilight?
Him.
I can't believe, like, Alexander, the defensive tackle, everyone's ignoring him. They keep taking guys that are not him. Noel, the wide receiver, Royals, the wide receiver. There are so many guys that were on that board. And positional value, tight end with the guys that were still left that we could have gotten in the third round. I can understand people being a little upset about that, but I will say we got a very well-rounded tight end. I mean, this is a guy that he's an inline tight end for the running game. He could line up in the slot. He could pop out from the line and catch passes. He could be a good check down for Justin Fields. I mean, I understand the thinking of the pick, but the players we passed up on is surprising to me.
100%. The players you passed up on, like you could have gotten a legit wide receiver too in Jack Besh, a legit wide receiver too in Trey Harris. Two guys I really liked. You mentioned Mike Green. Jeremy, I think Green was 5th overall on Dom's big board. He's still there. I think edge is a massive need for this team. Allocate that pick towards him. I don't get the excitement. You mentioned him playing in line though. The blocking concerns me. He has the size to play in line, but he hasn't effectively showcased that yet. I'm not a huge fan of this pick, especially like you said, when you look at the players this team has passed up on. Jack, I'll throw it to you first. You got anything for Jeremy?
Yeah. Jeremy, again, thank you so much for hopping on the show, man. I appreciate it. Sure. But a question for you is, since we've gone offense so far here with the first 2 picks, coming up with the 4th round here, I'm going to skip the 3rd round for a second. Coming up with the 4th, because this is where I see this guy really going here, 4th, 5th round. What are your thoughts on Kobe King possibly becoming a New York Jet out of Penn State? Because I feel like linebacker is also a pretty good position that we need right now. I just want to get your thoughts on Kobe King really fast.
I think it's a secret need. I think it's a secret, like, untalked about need. I think it would be a great pick. I would love it if he's there. I like, obviously, this team is all about developing players. They've made that very clear that they believe in their ability to develop players. You got a guy coming out of a school that's renowned for producing linebackers. We know that they're well coached. We know that Penn State defense was very solid. And it is a position we don't talk about enough. We don't know You know, it's first we have two linebackers that are very good. We don't know the longevity of how long. If we don't extend, we don't know what's going to happen with Quincy. If he's going to be very happy about the money. So bringing in another tight end, especially in the 4th round, when you're not talking about one of those top 3 picks, I think it's absolutely possible, understandable, and I'd be very happy with that with the player for sure.
Absolutely. Me too.
Jeremy, thanks so much for hopping on. It's a pleasure to have you. So I know you mentioned that you don't like how they passed up on Mike Green, and you said passing on Mike Green takes away some of the excitement of the Mason Taylor pick. Why would you be willing to go edge or any defensive position when we need pass catchers so bad and we're so devoid of talent at tight end and wide receiver?
Because I think that the 3rd round we'd be able to get a pass catching person, whether it's a tight end, anyway. But to answer your question, because sometimes certain players go above positional need. When you have a guy who, and this is my opinion, right? So if people don't agree, they don't agree. That's fine. But I saw Mike Green as a guy who can go top 15 in this draft. I see Mike Green as a guy who, I'm not saying he doesn't have a low floor. He could be a bust. But I see his ceiling as a significant impact defensive player. And when you have a chance to take an edge that could be what I think, again, obviously they don't agree with me or somebody would have taken him, but I projected him and graded him as a guy with a ceiling that could be that special player, that Bosa, that Watts, that type of game-changing player. And I think we're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. I think we're 2 off seasons away before we can even think about being a real competitor with a real chance. So I have the attitude of this is a 2-year project. So yes, we need that other weapon, but I don't see it as this is our only chance to get that weapon. If the order they want to go in is let's find a dominating, game-changing defensive presence, right? If that's what he becomes, and you suffer a little bit this year and you fill that position next year, that's just me part of the overall plan because I think it's a 2-year plan, not a 1-year plan.
I get your analogy about it being a 2-year project, but at the same time, it's not like the Jets have no talent. I mean, I think we have a lot of pieces on this team, lots of young talent. So if we have good coaching, we should be able to be competitive this year. If Fields is good, we can make a lot more noise than people think. So it all depends on how Fields plays. But I think even if Fields plays mediocre, and God forbid we have to put Tyrod in, we should be in that 8 or 9 win range because if this coaching is good, we should be in that range, and we have talent on this team. So one thing I will say about Green though is I think Glenn probably overlooked him because of his off the field issues. Do you pay any attention to like the off the field issues with Mike Green?
I think it's 100% why he's available right now. It is the off the field issues. The only reason I don't have a problem with it is when I was at the Senior Bowl, I talked to like 30 different people and got confirmation over and over again that he was cleared of those allegations, that he took accountability for the role he played in those allegations. And the mistake he made was being with the wrong people, but not in any actions that he actually made. Right. But do I think it has something to do with this? Absolutely. Do I still have concern with it? Because even being with the wrong people is a concern because that was bad judgment when you have so much on the line in your life to choose being with the wrong people. Yes. But, at this point of the draft, not our number 7 pick, but at this point, again, I wasn't screaming that they have to take him. Like I would have been happy with Noel. Royals. I would have been happy with one of those wide receivers for sure. There were wide receivers I would have been happy with, and I'm okay with Mason Taylor. I don't think that, for example, if I'm right about Green, if my opinion, if my projection of him pans out, and if he's 15 plus sacks a year, starting his 2nd or 3rd year of his career, and he becomes a top 5 edge in the NFL, right? And he's getting 16, 17 sacks. Are you ever going to complain or care that we took him even though he wasn't the position of need?
No, but it depends. If our offense sucks, then maybe.
Right. But I mean, with the guy, but you never know. Even with the wide receivers that I like and I think you like, we don't know that they're going to hit. We don't know. You know?
That is true. Another thing on Mike Green though is I don't think spending a premium pick on Mike Green was really necessary because you have Jermaine Johnson. Yes, the concern with him is that he's coming off the injury, but he's still young and ascending. Will Johnson put on a 10-sack season. I know Connor thinks his season was a little overrated, but he is pretty good as a pass rusher, and he is still young and ascending. So and he will develop in his run game. So yeah, I ultimately think I would be really mad if they picked Mike Green here. I think Mason Taylor. I like the pick because what other rosterable tight ends do we have? Stone Smart, okay, maybe, but Jeremy Rucker, probably not. So we needed to address tight end as soon as possible. We have other rosterable wide receivers, but we like to add more talent there. But I think tight end is kind of almost more of a necessity. I think wide receiver 2 is obviously a huge need. I said it's the biggest need, but we have no rosterable. There's a debate to be made that we have no other rosterable tight end. So tight end was obviously huge. That's why I'm glad that we picked Mason Taylor here and not any other position. I think pass catcher is the way to go.
Yeah, I'm happy with Mason Taylor. Like, he was my tight end 3. I'm very happy with him. The only answer to that I have is the reason that, not that I'm not I'm happy with the pick, so I don't want to act just.
Me too, yeah.
I said it took some excitement out because I wanted more than one player, right? Like I was gonna be disappointed no matter what. If they took Green, I would have been disappointed we didn't get Mason Taylor or the other guys I mentioned. But the one thing I feel about tight end that's different is because I agree with you 100%. We don't have a rosterable tight end, right? But I also believe, and this is my draft board, I believe at 73, there's going to be guys that were potential game 1 starters. Like, I think that either Gunnar Helm, Fannin, Arroyo, Terrence Ferguson, I think there was just a list of guys, and I believe, and I could be wrong and we'll see it, that would have been available at 73 that I would have been okay with. Not as much as Mason Taylor, but I would have been okay with it to say, okay, I feel like we have a potential good tight end here. So that was why tight end was the position I was willing to wait on more than the others. Whereas wide receiver, I don't know if there's going to be a wide receiver in the 3rd round. So I'm
totally agree.
Yeah, I agree. Like Besh, that's the thing. Besh and Besh maybe being there at 73. Alec Illuminor from Stanford maybe as an option. You had an opportunity to get a legit field stretching wide receiver 2 who was a big body guy who can get you contested catches at number 42, and you pass up and you take a tight end when you could have gone. I think again the tight end value in my eyes is better in the later rounds. That's where I am overall on this pick. Josh, you got anything for Jeremy?
Yeah, Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us here on the show. This also wasn't my number 1 way to go here. I also think that there's so much tight end depth in this draft class that waiting until 70-something would have probably been the move for me. But can we just get like an overall, maybe like an overview what to expect from Mason Taylor? What are a couple things that a couple traits that he can develop and try and become the franchise tight end for the Jets? Is it realistic to have him here long-term after a rookie deal? And just sort of what can we expect on a baseline here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the one thing that we could all be hopefully agree on or be excited about is we don't know if he's going to hit it, but he does have a high ceiling. Like, he could end up. The one thing about the tight end class is, yes, there are reasons I had Warren 1 and Loveland 2, but none of those reasons say that either of those guys is guaranteed to be, in the long run, when we look back 10 years from now, the best tight end in this draft. There are 6-7 tight ends in this draft that could have the possibility of, when we look back in 10 years, are the best tight end from this draft. And we've seen that happen many times over the years in many positions. So I want to say that Mason Taylor may very well be and become the best tight end out of this class. Now, what to expect?
Wow.
What I expect, though, because I never expect the ceiling and I never expect the floor, is I expect a well-rounded tight end that is going to develop in line. He needs development there, but
Definitely.
I think he's got the size and he's going to get the coaching to do it. So I think, and I think, so I'm not too worried about that. I think we're going to get a guy who we're not getting Brock Bowers, but we might get a guy that eventually, and again, we got to be more patient than rookie year, because a lot of tight ends take a couple of years to develop, and we see them really grow and get better and progress over their first 3 years. But I see a guy who could eventually very easily be a 700 to 800 yard receiver, 70 receptions, 80 receptions, a go-to 3rd down guy, a guy who gets 8 to 10 touchdowns, a very solid top 8, top 10 NFL tight ends. But really, with that, the excitement of those numbers of 700 yards receiving, 8 touchdowns is the fact that I think he could also simultaneously be that full-rounded tight end that gives you that blocker in the run game, that gives you the guy to chip the edge, and help out if we're going against like a Micah Parsons and he's just owning our tackle, that kind of thing. We can get a lot of value out of him in that position.
Thank you.
Jeremy, how does this affect how the Jets approach the 73rd overall pick? Does this ensure that you have to go best wide receiver available no matter what? How do you think selecting Mason Taylor shifts the Jets' approach at number 73 overall?
By my Mike Green thing, the one thing that teaches you or shows you about me is there's always a guy there may always be a guy that I will consider dropping position of need and going for best player available and long-term value for the organization. Like that's what Mike Green represents with me, right? So if there's a guy at 73, I don't know who it would be. There could be potentially a guy that would make me say, you know what? Again, I don't think we're making this a Super Bowl team this year. I think it takes time, and this new regime is going to take a couple of years. As much as I want a wide receiver, there could be a certain guy that slips that makes me say you just can't pass up on the player. Like, for example, a Darius Alexander, right? If he's sitting there in the 3rd round, I don't know how you can pass on him. Like, I just don't know.
The thing I'll say about Alexander though, Jeremy, is like he's 25 years old. I don't want another 3 tech.
I know you're not a huge fan of his. I was just using an example. Okay.
Yeah, I like him. I like him I don't like him as a fit with the Jets though. I don't think drafting a 25-year-old as a 3 tech. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think this just emphasized the Jets' need for a wide receiver too, even more in my eyes. Because think, if the Jets don't take a wide receiver in the next round, Pat Bryant, Troy Horton, one of those two guys might be the Jets' wide receiver 2 entering the 2025 season.
It'll be Lazard. It'll be Lazard. And no, I'm not comfortable with that at all. I'm not saying Lazard at all. But I do want to say this. Besh, Royals, Knoll. If any of those 3 guys are there, there's no one that I would say best player available. There's nobody that would overcome that. Like if we get to 73 and one of those 3 wide receivers are on the board, and I'm not saying I don't like others. I'm saying those are my 3 favorite. If one of those are on the board, I'm sprinting to the podium.
Right? Yeah, for sure. Connor, you're obviously not happy with the Mason Taylor pick because of the wide receivers. If Besh is there in our 3rd round pick, will you feel better about the Taylor pick?
Not really. It's not even that. That just adds more fuel to the fire for me. I don't like Taylor as a prospect. I've been saying that for the past few weeks. 73, if you took, what would have made me a lot more happier from a value perspective is if you took Noel, you took Harris, you took one of those guys at 42, and then somehow Taylor fell to 73, and maybe you took him there. I don't like the overall value for tight ends here in the 2nd round, and getting Mason Taylor doesn't really excite me. He's not that much of a blocker. Again, the comp that I'm seeing all over these scouting reports, and reminding a little bit of him when I was watching tape, is Charlie Kolar, the 3rd-string tight end for the Ravens. Do you want to use that comp as BS? Charlie Kolar?
I've heard Zach Ertz though. At the same time, I've heard Zach Ertz as the comp.
Zach Ertz was more productive in line though.
Connor, it takes time for players to develop, man. Like the Jets are
again, but there are players in this draft who are already developed. Why would you want to use a higher pick on Harold Fannin Jr.? Goes back to my original point, Jeremy. Someone I love, and I know someone you really, really like as well. Yes, can play in line, developed. How do you not like Harold Fannin Jr. as a 4th round pick? Like
I would have rather had Trey Harris and Harold Fannin for sure, but like this is not terrible. I'm glad they went pass catcher here. That's all. That's what I'm going to say. I'm glad they went pass catcher, and there's like Jeremy said, there's Mason Taylor is an all-around guy who can develop into a really, really solid franchise tight end. So that's what we're looking for out of him.
Let me pull this.
I understand. I understand the positional value thing. We were like a lot of times we said if you don't take Warren or Loveland in the 1st round, then you wait to the 3rd round. I know I'm right there with you on it, but at this point though, I don't want to take that out on Mason Taylor. He's a good prospect. And if he pans out, it won't matter. Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, is this what you want to use a 2nd round pick on though?
Yeah, graded 67.0 on PFF.
I trust Bushi at this point.
I would have been very happy with Ferguson or Fannin in the 3rd round.
Ferguson went 2 picks later.
Oh, he ended up going?
He went to
Fannin's gone?
No, Ferguson went to the Rams.
Oh, Rams.
Again, like if you look at his numbers, though, what jumps off the page here? Not a great blocker. Like what does jump off the page here? Like when you look at Taylor, 6 touchdowns over 3 years. Count him out as a red zone target.
LSU is receiver university. Like he's not the vocal point of LSU's offense at all.
Who was then, Chris?
What?
Who was then, Chris?
LSU is receiver university, man. I don't watch college football that much.
You said he wasn't the vocal point of the offense, though.
You know LSU is receiver university, though, bro. Like tight ends are not getting that much focus in their offensive scheme, so didn't have that much time to shine.
Okay, so perfect. What tells you he's going to come in and shine in an expanded role with the Jets?
Because he has the qualities, he just wasn't being used properly. The Jets hopefully are able to use him properly and develop him.
What qualities?
Even better blocker.
That's the question. Like
they're obviously betting on his qualities at this point. If they're taking him in the second round, they obviously saw something they liked. It's not like they're blindly picking him.
Who knows? It's the Jets.
Pass catching ability, athleticism.
All I'm gonna say is that for a new regime,
Chris,
for a new regime, with your second round pick, these stats that I'm looking at are highly questionable.
Okay, like the question will be answered when he wins Rookie of the Year.
I base it on the film. I don't base it on the stats because everybody's in a different situation. If you stuck this kid on Liberty, I think Mason Taylor would have put up potentially the yards that you see Fannin putting up.
Amen.
You stuck him in against that competition in Liberty, and he was the focal point of the offense the way Fannin was. I'm not convinced that you wouldn't see the same numbers from Mason Taylor.
Amen. I agree with you 1,000,000%.
I mean, it's the same way I felt about Matthew Golden. If you would have stuck him on Ohio State, he would have been a top 10 pick in my mind.
But you talk about like sending Mason Taylor to a little school. I mean, let's not forget Harold Fannin hung over 100 yards on Penn State with 2 touchdowns. He performed better against Penn State. Yeah,
I love him. I'm not putting anything against Fannin. I'm just saying but Mason Taylor was never utilized that way.
Yeah, but Connor, you're missing the point on Fannin. I'm not saying that he played bad competition. I'm saying he is the vocal point of the offense because Bowling Green doesn't have any other better receiver than him. So he was the entire offense, and then so that's why he's getting all these targets, all these catches, all this production. I'm not denying that he's good. I'm just saying he has a better chance to put up better stats because he is the vocal point of their offense. LSU is receiver university. Like the tight end is not getting that much attention.
Jimmy says, hot take, Mason Taylor equals Rucker. Thoughts,
Jeremy?
We're going too far.
I'm not hearing this. I'm not even tolerating this.
Look. I've been through this. Take it from an old man. I've been through this a lot, okay? There are players, we're all going to have our opinions, and we're going to have this and that. And many guys that we think cannot bust, and many guys we think stink end up being great. I was alive for the Tom Brady thing, okay, when New England took him. Tom Brady was a joke. They were laughing at him and showing the footage of him, and people were laughing and didn't understand it. And it was Tom Brady. So we're just having opinions. Remember, I've seen it so many times. When the Jets took Vernon Gholston years ago, I would not have believed it for
you mean Shamar Stewart?
There's just no way I would have believed that Vernon Gholston could have been a bust. Like at the time when we picked him, it was an impossible thing to believe, right? But it happened. So you just don't know.
Jimmy, this is a cold take, brother. This is not a hot take. This is cold, ice cold take.
You need a tight end, though. I mean, let's be real. This team needed a tight end one way
so
or
badly,
another.
man. So badly.
Like there's Jeremy. Who are the tight ends on the Stone Smart, Jeremy Ruckert? Like,
we had to get a tight end, I think, and Connor, I mean, that's what took some of the joy out of it was just the simple fact that I'm with you 100% too. As much as I like the prospect, the positional value. I mean, the third round was going to have tight ends. There's no question about it, unless they all go. And then, like, if we see them all go, if there's suddenly a flurry of tight ends off the board, then maybe we'll say, "Whew, lucky we did that," right? But I have a feeling there's going to be a guy like Fannin on the board at 73, and then we're going to sit there and scratch our heads and say, well, why didn't we just wait? So
the Jets know.
When does it ever happen to the Jets with regards to when we think the player that we think will become a bust but ends up being a star? I'm a newer fan.
When do we think of play? Well, I think that Jet fans do it way too soon. I'll say that. Like, we judge players way too soon. There were people saying Will McDonald was the worst pick ever after year
I
one.
was saying that. I was saying that.
Right. And then 4 games later into season 2, you're saying, oh, thank God we have Will McDonald. So, I think that you have to wait. I think you get a good indicator after like 3 years. You could start to, sometimes you could tell sometimes, but I think it really is like 5 years until you really know for sure.
Yeah, I agree. And we're talking about this. Who knows? Mason Taylor could be out of the league 10 weeks in, or he could be winning the Rookie of the Year. Who knows? We're just out here giving our thoughts on all these prospects. I want to get your thoughts, Jeremy, on Shedeur Sanders. Still on the board. Was on the board when the Jets picked at 42. Would you have been? Yeah. As a player overall, would you have been open to taking him at 42?
No. If I'm the GM, no.
Good call.
And if they did it, I would have been pissed. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I watched him. I counted. I did Mississippi's in almost all of his games. He holds the ball too long. It won't work in the NFL. And maybe he'll adjust. Maybe he'll adjust and be great. But with that much, am I using the pick 42 on a guy who consistently holds the ball for 3 seconds in the pocket? No. Not because I have no evidence that that's going to translate.
What if he falls to 73? Imagine if that happens. He's on the board at 73.
No.
I'd be less angry.
If that many quarterback needy teams passed on him, that should say enough to turn your head.
No, but at the same time, you got to do your own evaluation. Like, I thought that too. But at the same
You
time,
want the Jets to take Shedeur, Connor.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
want them
no,
to,
no.
I don't
Connor,
want them to take. I don't want them to take Shedeur at
you
all.
every single pick.
I think it would be. I think it would be a colossal mistake to waste a pick on a quarterback. I think you need 3 starters. With the first 3 picks, would you be open, Jeremy, to a defensive tackle next round? Alfred Collins from Texas, maybe a name to look out for.
He went off the board, I think.
I was thinking about that right as I said that. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, there's not many left. We're running out.
Shamar Turner, like Josh Farmer, probably is the next name that catches my eye. Shamar Turner, Joshua Farmer, JJ Pegues. Not too many inspiring names left.
It might not be the most exciting pick. I wouldn't be angry. I understand it. I would understand it, but again, I knew going into this draft unless we traded back, guys, we were going to fail at a position of need. Like, we don't have enough prime picks to meet all of our holes. This was definitely going to happen without a trade. Unless we traded back, there was no way we were going to fill all these holes with guys that you were all going to be happy about. Like, so we have to make compromises. Whoever we pick. At least if they take a defensive tackle, at least it's a position of need. Now, if they reach for one and a wide receiver is sitting on that board, if Besh or Noel, these guys we're talking about, if one of them is on the board and we take a defensive tackle, I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah, you need to get a wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm going to be pissed. But if all those wide receivers are gone and there's no one they like at that position anymore, and then there's a defensive tackle that they like, it's really hard to argue with that.
Alexander or Noel, who are you taking at 73?
Arroyo just went off the board, so another tight end fell.
To Seattle. Okay. Interesting. Jeremy, if it came down to Darius Alexander or Jalen Noel at 73, who do you take?
Noel.
And just do the positional value.
Well, I think, but not only that. Like if I didn't believe in Noel, I wouldn't. Like, I would take Alexander, but I would take Noel because I'm a huge fan of his. I really think that he has he's one of those guys that might just be a WR2. I think he has a pretty high floor. I think he's going to be a good player. I don't think he's going to be a bust. I think the question with him is he's just going to be a WR2 type guy. But I think the ceiling for him is going to be to shock the world and be like this incredible 1,000+ yard receiver every year.
And you think he's going to be there at 73?
No, I don't think he's going to be there at 73, which is why I'd sprint to the podium if he was.
Yeah.
Just the next pick just better be a receiver now too. So that's another thing that's going to make me nervous. Like, it has to be a receiver.
I think if you went, this is the thing. If you went receiver here,
you had options
at 42. Exactly. You had more options at 73.
You've cornered yourself.
Exactly. Now I think it's the point where it's like you have to get a receiver no matter what. You get a receiver here, you kind of sit back. Okay, maybe we get the pass catching threat and Fadden in the 4th, a guy like Jackson Haas, Jalen Conyers, maybe in the 6th round. Now I think you kind of put yourself in a hole where it's okay, you have to take a wide receiver no matter what. And I kind
of like that though.
I don't like this pick. You like being cornered and only being able to take one option?
I like that we have. No, Josh. I like at this point that we have to take wide receiver because then we come away with all three of our biggest needs. I mean, I don't like how we took tackle in the first, but tight end and wide receiver today is exactly what I wanted. So that'd be good for me.
Jeremy, Chris
Chris,
wanted to wait till the 4th round to take a tackle. Thoughts?
My dream scenario.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh, my dream scenario. We have a good O-line already. My dream scenario was Warren, a receiver, then tackle. No. I said you said 3rd round, right?
You said 4th.
No, I said 3rd. I said Warren, receiver, then tackle. That's what I wanted.
So third round. So back end of day 2. Thoughts?
Well, if it was Ozzie Trupillo, I'd be happy. But how would we know that he was going to slip that far? But we don't know. We're going to see if he slips that far, but we don't know that.
Yeah, Warren, Troy Harrison, Ozzie Trupillo would have been my dream scenario. Like that's not crazy to say.
That's not going to happen though.
Out of the dream.
But I think it keeps going back to the same argument and the same point. Without any trades, there's a position that's going to be neglected that we wanted to fill. Maybe two.
Offensive is the most important. We needed to come away with 3 quality offensive starters in this draft. The first 3 rounds need to be guys who can come in and start this year on offense. And I think if we take receiver next, which one can only hope that we got what we needed. So I'm happy right now. I think that we're rebounding well from the Membu pick, which I didn't love the Membu pick, but if we just need to take a solid receiver here, then I'll be happy.
Chris, I need to circle back around to something you said earlier. You said you like that we're cornered and that we have to select a wide receiver. I don't care what position you want to select here. I don't care. If you really want a wide receiver that bad, you know how bad of a position that puts you into if you're cornered into taking, because let's say you have 3 guys on the board right now that you love at wide receiver and they're all gone at that point and you're forcing yourself to take a wide receiver. You're just setting yourself up for failure.
No, we're setting ourselves up to get Justin Fields some weapons, baby. This is exactly what I wanted. So I listen. Wide receiver and tight end on this day is exactly what I've been preaching since we made the mistake of drafting Membu over Warren.
Yeah, Fannin, not Taylor.
Listen, I would have rather had Troy Harris and Harold Fannin. Don't get me wrong, but listen, as long as we select pass catcher with both these picks today, I like where we're at. That's what I'm saying.
Chris, thoughts on the quote? Same old Jets.
See, yeah, exactly. Same old Jets. This is a new regime. We got Membu. We got Glenn and Muji, baby. This is the new Jets. We're built for this shit.
Well, we got Gardner, Wilson, and Johnson, and we're still not winning.
Connor, wait. The biggest misconception about the Jets the past 2 years during the Rodgers era is we thought we were a quarterback away. We were a competent coaching away. We have that now. We have a disciplinarian. We have a hard-nosed coach.
We don't know that.
All right, any BS, and is going to lead us to a Super Bowl eventually. Not this year. We're building this, and we're building it the right way.
I wish we had your optimism.
Haven't we said that every year, Jeremy?
I think that the reason it's not the same old Jets to me is if it was the same old Jets, we would have used all our free agency money on one star player that's out of their prime, and we would have made it impossible to extend Sauce and GW and do all those things and be smart about the money moving forward. We would have tried to get the best superstar possible, thinking brainlessly that would win us the Super Bowl. That's the Jets. Le'Veon Bell is the same old Jets. Right? Le'Veon Bell is the same old Jets. But look, like I said, I knew there was going to be a hole here. One thing is if we didn't pick wide receiver, if we picked in the 3rd round defense, and we waited to the 4th round to pick a wide receiver and got a guy like Nick Nash, there's only one reason I'd be happy about that. Because I would take so much joy in watching Connor's reaction if the Jets end up with Nick Nash out of this draft.
I like Nick Nash.
That's a catchy name to say, Nick Nash.
I like Nick Nash actually. The thing with Nick Nash is, Jeremy, isn't he under 200? What is he? 6'2", 195 pounds.
Oh, he's just a quarterback. 2 years ago, he was a quarterback.
Yeah, and he's putting up insane numbers against whoever the hell San Jose State is playing. So
these are the kind of games you go to. Like when you go to see San Jose, because I'm here at San Jose State. I lived in San Jose. I'm here in Sacramento State. These are the kind of games you go to where it's like 2 bleachers, like a little league game when your parents live. That's what it looks. Those are the games he's playing in. If you get perspective of the competition that he's playing against.
His again, that's someone though, 6th, 7th round. Why not? Because at least he's learned to dominate at that level. Like at least he's just out of the water good against that competition. I would prefer him over a Pat Bryant, a Dante Thornton, just because I think he's kind of proven at a higher caliber that he's able to produce. So Nick Nash is like, what do you think is a reasonable landing spot for him though, Jeremy? 6th round?
Oh, I mean, if they really wanted to use the 5th round pick on him, depending on who's on the board, I don't care. Like, I mean, if the tight end from California, Connors, is on the board, then I'd be pissed because I think that's a real prospect that people are overlooking. If Aeneas Peebles or Miles Frazier, if any of those guys were there in the 5th round, I'd be pissed off if we took Nick Nash. But if those guys are off the board anyway, and they took him, I'm not going to be mad. I'm going to be surprised. I think 6th round, I'm happy with Nick Nash. 6th round, I'm saying that's a smart pick. Take a shot. Go for a guy with, a hit or miss type guy, right? Like, okay, there's a good chance he's going to miss and flop, but also, have you seen the numbers he puts up? Have you seen him go up and catch the ball? And he's only been doing it for a year. He was a quarterback who's just switched, and he's leading that, even though it's a conference, a small conference of who knows who, he's still leading it by miles. He's like clearly the best player in that conference, and he's playing the position for the first year of his life. That's a nice swing for a 6th round pick for me. I'm all about it.
Definitely. We're 20 picks away still from the Jets.
That's not even that far, Loki.
Third round selection.
It's coming. It's creeping up on us.
We got 20 picks to go. Jeremy, how are we doing on time here? Do we have you for a couple more minutes?
Yeah, as long as you just tell me, man.
Yeah, perfect. We'll throw a few more questions your way. And guys, if you have any questions for us, throw those in the chat. We'll certainly get to those. Call them with the pinned comment. You guys have been great with the super chats and memberships. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership, we'll be drawing this at the end, and that gives you an opportunity to win a Wayne Corbett signed helmet. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership will get you an opportunity to win that. Jeremy, are there any under the radar needs you look at this team? I know you spoke about linebacker. Other than linebacker, are there any needs that maybe not anyone's talking about that you would like to see this team address potentially tomorrow?
Guard. I mean, that's why I love Miles Frazier. Nobody's talking about guard because I'm not thinking about just next year. Draft is not about next year. Draft is about the next 5 years of your team. We have 2 guards that are free agents, at the end of next year. Are we going to be able to retain them both? We got players we need to extend. We got tons of players that we need to extend or franchise. And we need a guard. One of the things that I like that we did is by getting that kid Myers, it gives us the option and the flexibility that we could move Tippmann to guard and we have a center ready to go. So so that is something that's there. But I think moving ahead future, if you see a guy like a guy they love, I love Miles Frazier. That's me. It's not everybody. But if you see a guy like that with that kind of value in the draft, it might not be a position of need in 25, but securing a future guard and take the pressure off having to retain both of them. That's something I don't think people are talking about enough.
Definitely. Guard's interesting because AVT, Simpson, both up. Would you be comfortable paying AVT today? Like, would you be comfortable handing him a multi-year extension today?
I mean, obviously the number and how much that is matters. Like, if he's willing to take
top 10 guard money.
No, I mean, I honestly, I think that not that I don't love AVT and want to keep him, but I think that there might be more value in a guy like Simpson who won't be top 10 money, who I think is fairly solid. So I think like securing Simpson at a really good price might be the better value. And then if we can't keep AVT, we'll figure it out. Like, again, that's why I want to take Miles Frazier, because that would be the answer. But if it's not him, we have, Tippmann. Tippmann is a better guard than center, in my opinion. Like, Tippmann would make a much better guard than he is a center. He's a little he's a little too big for center, which is why he has some problems, like snapping and shotgun. I mean, it's because of his size, and it also makes it really difficult for him With that, he loses that little split half second, milliliter of a second, though, to get position. I mean, but if you put Tippmann at guard, can you imagine he gets to line up low, get position, how much damage he can do? He really doesn't have the build of a center. I think he's fine at center, and if we always have guards and we never move him, that's fine. But I think if you want to see Tippmann become an all-pro player, there's a better chance of it happening with him at guard.
Would you be open to taking maybe like a Jonah Monheim is a name who catches my eye a little bit from USC in the 6th or 7th round, then maybe shift Tippmann out, but then you have Josh Myers too under contract. So why would you take a
well, that's why I don't see it. Like the second they signed Myers, picking a center to me was off the
yeah. But the point is, I think the way the Jets offensive line is kind of structured right now, it fits Tippmann best at guard, because if you slide Tippmann out to, there's no room for him, I think, at guard after what obviously AVT's proven he can do when he's healthy, and Tippmann showed last season. I just don't think there's any room for him. So I think the way the line is constructed right now, he fits best at center, if that makes sense.
Oh, right now he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now he has to play center, which is fine. I'm totally fine with it. If we lose one of our guards, though, won't it cushion the blow to know that Tippmann could fill in for that spot? And now you have Myers. And centers, let's face it, are so much easier to get in the draft. You could use a 4th round pick and get like the second best center in the.
You could do that in any offensive line position. If you think about it, the teams that win every single year don't use a 1st round pick year in and year out on any offensive lineman. They find guys on day 2, day 3. They get solid offensive line coaches in the building who develop these guys. I'm going to go back to an example I've made several times over the past week. The Eagles with Jordan Mailata. They drafted a rugby player in the 7th round, and Jeff Stoutland saw his talent and developed him into an all-pro guard within 3 seasons of being in the NFL. That's what good teams do, and that's how you win. So that kind of correlates to what the Jets did with Membu. I was a weapon guy, and everyone's going to say, I said I can't complain about solidifying the offensive line, but everyone's going to say, now you got a top 5 offensive line. Correct, but teams are able to do that without allocating a 1st round pick every single year towards a tackle.
Anthony Belton just went at 54. He might very well be a 10-year, 15-year starter in this league. And look,
52, that's high.
That's
for him,
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and he's a hit or miss guy. He might be a nobody. He also might be like freaking 10 years of having a great tackle on your team, right? I mean, but that's what you're saying. I mean, that's what Pittsburgh does, Baltimore does, Philadelphia does, Kansas City. These teams find these offensive linemen in the mid to late rounds, which is why I say, and people say, well, why would you take Miles Frazier? Because I think he's one of those guys. I think you get a guy who might be a very above guard in the 4th round. That's crazy value.
Yeah. Without a doubt, 100%. And still a little while till the Jets make their pick. They're picking at 73rd overall. We're currently on the 55th overall pick with the Chargers. Pretty much made it clear now who we want the Jets to covet. Anyone still on the board, though, Jeremy? Like, how much longer is Mike Green gonna stay on this draft board?
Well, this is definitely the off-the-field issues. There's no question about it. This is not based on talent. There's no possible way this guy slips this far.
Please tell me he doesn't follow the Jets pick, because then it's kind of given that we should take him. Please tell me someone grabs him before then.
Yeah, what I'm shocked about is the wide receivers that are still on the board. I mean, and I don't want to jinx it.
I just hope that Harris is still there. It's unlikely, but I just hope that he's.
I just don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. But there are some really special guys on the board.
Trey Harris just went to the Chargers. Never mind.
Oh, wow.
Still some solid receivers. But
all right, Bash is still here, I believe, right?
Bash, Noel, Royals.
Yeah.
After that, I think it's a drop. I don't even consider Kyle Williams in that tier, though, Jeremy. Like the fast rising stuff with no football being played concerns me immensely.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Royals might be the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL draft. Honestly,
I think Savion Williams.
Oh wow,
possible Savion, and he's a big guy too, so he could be good.
I mean, if Besh is still there, we're in a good spot. But Jeremy, I have a question about your. I want to grab your thoughts on this. I forgot if we already talked about this or not. I don't think so. So my stance on drafting a quarterback is it's completely unnecessary this season. I don't think you need to take a quarterback at all. I don't think we're in any position to do that. So do you think we should take a quarterback? And if you do, which quarterback would you be interested in taking?
I wouldn't take one unless it was the 5th round, and maybe if like if a Will Howard was there in the 5th round.
Love Will.
I mean, I don't see how I could pass up on it just to take. Not that I feel we need one, but I think that Will Howard justifies that if he slips too far, it's just a good dart to throw. Like it never hurts at quarterback. The position we've been looking for 40 years. I mean, we could never just get that franchise guy. I'm not about taking a quarterback. I don't care if we do. I'm not looking to take a quarterback. But if something weird like that was to happen, like if Tyler wasn't picked, if Tyler Show wasn't picked and he was there in the 5th round, if a guy like him or Will Howard was sitting there in the 5th round and there was no one else I cared that much about, I don't see what's wrong with taking a flyer on a quarterback. But it's certainly not something I care about doing or want them to do. But I think that, like I said, there's always an exception. If the value in the player is there, then quarterback, you never know. What if you hit on it? My God, it changes the whole organization.
I'm telling you, Seth Hannigan from Memphis.
Oh God,
7th round or priority UDFA. Have you done anything on him, Jeremy?
I've heard good things about him. Tony DeGM, that crazy lunatic, he yells at people. He actually likes him. He told me, he goes, if you're going to take an undrafted free agent or 7th round, just complete blind dart throw, that's actually a guy you can do it on.
I love Hannigan from Gruden's quarterback camp or Gruden's quarterback school, whatever it is, the series that he's been doing. I love Hannigan. So he's someone who doesn't turn the ball over either. Good size for the position. That's someone I want to take. For me, I either want someone who has a high floor or a high ceiling, nothing in between. I either want you to have a super, super high floor, a guy like Kyle McCord or Will Howard, or I want you to have an insanely high ceiling.
Like Nico, I'm the lever.
Yeah. Have you done any work on the quarterbacks next year, Jeremy?
Well, Drew Aller is a guy I've been watching for a while, and I know again, and that's why I say don't look too much at stats, right? Because Drew Aller is in absolutely the worst place he could be. He had Tyler Warren, so it's not like he didn't have anything, but there's not one wide receiver from Penn State in this draft. Like he had no wide receivers. He plays in a conference that plays against very good, physical defenses, right? They might not be Georgia, Alabama all the time, but if you look at Penn State's games, Minnesota, those teams play hard-nosed football. And he's sitting there playing with no wide receivers. And I can't tell you when they get open, like there are times where he's made what I like in a quarterback is when there's evidence that they've made every kind of throw you could make. This guy has made touch passes. He's made fire it in there passes. He's made, vertical passes from the pocket down the sideline. Like he's done every kind of throw you can do. He needs a lot of development. He's inconsistent. I've seen him look terrible for stretches. So I do think there's development there. But I love Drew Aller. I like the kid from LSU.
Nussmeier is pretty good option.
Yeah. I think I want to watch him this year, though. I really want to watch these guys in their final.
I can't wait to watch these quarterbacks, man.
I'm gonna try to get ahead on this class. Normally I'm off to such a late start. I actually might try to do some stuff in the summer.
Watch the kid from Georgia Tech.
Who?
I think it's King something King or watch the kid from Georgia Tech. He put up, the quarterback from Georgia Tech.
Yeah, but one of the guys from the Jake Asman show, the big fella, gifted me this hat. I'm a huge Nico Iamaleava fan. Have you done any work on him?
Yeah, well, it's early. I usually look at the guys that
Jeremy, Chris has watched his highlights, so we
know. Don't get me started. But my attraction to quarterbacks is guys with the best arm and a nice and clean throwing motion. And yes, Nico needs to develop his accuracy.
How do you have a terrible attitude? Okay, I'm not a big Nico fan, but
he thinks he's in the league, right? He's sleeping out on his meetings, his training camps for money. You're a college athlete. You can't.
Jack, I'm ignoring that.
Right?
I'm ignoring
and even
that.
in the NFL, you shouldn't do it. You have to attend your practices in a team.
I thought he was coming out in 27.
He could come out next year.
Okay.
He could.
I mean, it depends if he comes out, but I've heard that lunatic Tony the GM loves him.
You'll find no Nico Iamaleava lover more than me. I think he's good. I think he has the potential to become something great.
I'll watch those highlights.
I will watch every UCLA snap this year. Connor, you base your quarterback. I'm not taking anything away, and I'm not denying what you're saying about me. I do not have access to film. I'm not a reporter. I'm
Caddy's
a diehard.
Caddy's cut-ups. I've sent you the link 20
Rollins
times.
I'm a diehard fan.
$3.
But my point will stretch this. Why something I noticed about your evaluations is you fall in love with quarterbacks who
Jack
are,
Besh to the Raiders, by the way. Go ahead, Chris.
Jack Besh. That's
Oh my god!
You look for people who have won national championships, hence your love for Beck and Howard, and people who don't turn the ball over a lot, which means they play conservative. I look for different. I look for arm strength is my number one thing. I need people to. I need the quarterbacks that we're gonna take to have the ability to make any throw and especially deep balls. Deep balls, they need to be able to sling the ball deep. That is a huge part of modern NFL offenses. And so the quarterbacks that teams should take have to have elite deep balls. Nico and other quarterbacks in this class, yes, they're raw. Yes, they need to develop. Nico specifically, he needs to develop his accuracy. But I love the next year's quarterback class, which is why the Fields move is a win-win. If Fields works out, great, he's your guy. If not, you're picking from a stacked quarterback class next year. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And really, it takes the pressure off the Jets this year. The only way there's pressure on the Jets this year is if they selected a quarterback, which thank God as of now is not. I mean, it's selected a quarterback high. But as of now, thank God that didn't happen. I don't think we need to select a quarterback with third-round pick. But this year is just seeing what we have, seeing if Glenn is a good coach, seeing if all our young guys are worth it. And really, I think this team's in a great spot.
Trapillo to the Bears as we speak.
Wow, that's a great place for him. That's a great
Trapillo to the Bears at 56. Raiders back on at 50. I feel like the Raiders have had 80 picks throughout the.
They've made some smart trades.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Is Sanders still on the board?
Seth Rollins just said now Trapillo to the Bears. Wow.
Yeah. I assumed it was Seth Rollins because there was I got a message from Nick Faria in our Jets X Factor chat that said, get this idiot off the stage, please. So I assumed it was some sort of
love Rollins.
WWE person.
He is. I love Rollins.
Sanders still being on the board is like the story of the draft.
For sure.
Raiders at 59, though. I think did you see the clip, Jeremy? Like, he had a good attitude last night.
Yeah.
Sanders? Yeah, I thought he did. He was fine.
Yeah.
I think it just speaks to how overrated he is just because of his last name. Like,
he should fire his agent, honestly.
Man,
yeah,
the Bears are crushing it.
Good. He went to Buffalo. Didn't even play that great of competition. I mean, he's not even that great. So I think teams are obviously seeing this.
The highlights tell you that.
He's been. Connor, I don't want to hear it, bro. We've been on this pointless debate so many times. JetX doesn't pay for my film.
It's $3 a month. Caddy's cut-ups. Jeremy, you have Caddy's cut-ups.
I'm unemployed. Right? I don't got a job.
I do the $5 a month.
Yeah, $5 a month. Perfect. Caddy's cut-ups, $5 a month.
The Bears are crushing this draft. I just
Trapillo, Burden, Loveland.
They're crushing it.
Trapillo, Burden, Loveland.
They're rebuilding a team, man. Burden and Luther Burden could very well end up being the best wide receiver out of this class.
I didn't like him as a fit with the Jets.
It could end up that way, though. I'm just saying. He was a projected first-round pick.
Are the Jets on the clock? Like,
yeah.
A couple.
Now we got a dozen. We got a dozen.
We got some picks too.
We have not a dozen. We have 16.
Barney, breaking news. Sanders to the Birmingham Stallions.
What's up, Barney? I haven't seen you forever, man.
We met Barney last night. We were at the Asman event.
The draft party.
We saw Barney.
Oh, you guys were there at the event? Wow.
All four of us. Yeah. Well, we were all watching.
Did Nick Shine give you a big hug?
Yes. We were talking to Nick. We were talking
some more.
Everyone was there. Like it was super fun to watch the first round there. My whole thing was the first round pick, and I said it. I told my dad I was telling my dad about this too. Like the first round pick, no matter who they took, even if it was Warren or Tet, the two guys that I really wanted, I wouldn't have gone through the moon. I wasn't gonna be super excited or crazy, depending on whoever they took in the first round. These next few picks is where I'm gonna get excited. I think this is where Darren Muji proves his worth, his value as a GM. Finding these guys on day 2 and day 3 who can come in and be starters for you immediately, I think it's going to be a huge thing, Jeremy.
Absolutely. I'm a little jealous of the Bears. I'm sorry, I can't kind of get over what they just won this draft. But look. I mean, again, what Mason Taylor, happy, sad. I know there's a lot of debate about it. At the end of the day, if he ends up becoming a very good, excellent tight end, and if Membu pans out and he's a freaking our guy for the next 10, 12 years, we just made our football team a lot better, right? And it looks like there's going to be some quality at 73 right now. There's a lot of guys dropping and a lot of guys still up there. I feel like we're still going to get a valuable guy at 73, possibly a day one starter.
Depends on what position you go. That's the thing.
Always depends on the position. Yeah,
for sure. That's what I think they have to do with this pick. Like if you can get Membu, so obviously who you took in the first round, and then you took Taylor at 42, and let's say you take Jack Besh is off the board. I'm trying to think of a wide receiver who like a solid Jalen Noel at 73.
Oh my God,
I'd be happy with that.
He's still up there.
I'd be thrilled with that. Thrilled would be a better word. Thrilled would
you know
be a better word.
You know how many people had no above Higgins?
I like Higgins more than Noel, but I definitely
me too.
Yeah.
The fact that so many had him above him shows how highly regarded he is. I mean, he's more of your Garrett Wilson style of player. He's more your Chris Brown.
By the way, Mike Green to the Ravens.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my God, that's dangerous though. Wow.
Wow. Wait, are you reading it off
Listen
the
to
Twitter
this.
or TV? Like,
No, I got this one from Twitter. Now that the Jets aren't picking for a little while, I haven't been watching on the.
Wow, the Ravens are getting Mike Green.
Wait, who'd the Raiders take while you're at it? I'm two picks
No
behind
idea.
you
All
there.
I just saw a tweet from Connor Hughes who's hit on every single pick. Says the
I thought you
Raiders are
said Besh
taking
went
Mike
to the
Green.
Raiders.
What?
thought you said the
Ravens.
Raiders.
Ravens. They got Mike Green. Ravens.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because all those media guys that are in those guys' houses, as soon as they get that phone call, they figure it out and they send it to the other media guys. Like Connor Hughes probably has some people. So somebody somebody who's in Mike Green's home, some reporter or somebody leaked it to a reporter who then shared it with him.
Yeah, that's Green. Look, they got Starks in the first round, Jeremy, and now Mike Green.
It's ridiculous. Like Baltimore,
great
Green
haul.
hits his ceiling. Every team in the NFL is going to scratch their head and say, "Why didn't I do it?" I'm telling you, every team, because if he hits the ceiling, he could. If he busts, then we're all going to forget about it, and you guys will make fun of me next year and say, "Aren't you the guy that loved Green?" But he. I mean, we won't know in a year necessarily, but. If he gets 8 to 10 sacks rookie year, then you know that everybody's going to regret not grabbing him, right? I mean,
Wasn't this? Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Wasn't this like the same situation with Laramie Tunsil? Wasn't he involved in off the field incident, and then he fell through a bunch of draft boards and ended up in Houston, where he's been a 5-time Pro Bowler?
It happens all the time. Guys get, passed up on for different reasons. I mean, look at the linebacker for the Eagles. What's his name?
Jalen Carter.
Nakobe Dean.
Oh.
All of them.
He hurt his pectoral muscle and he slipped down to the 4th round.
Yeah.
The fact that the Eagles got Jalen Carter is so unfair.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Ridiculous. The rich keep getting richer. Jack Beck off the board, Raiders.
Yeah, Jack Besh to the Raiders. Then Green at 59. Interested to see where Denver goes.
Connor, who's the next receiver you said was before the drop off?
Noel, and then Royals. You think that's fair, Jeremy? Noel, Royals, and then Williams kind of starts off that final tier.
Yeah, and I don't care like which one they pick out of Noel Royals. Like, I mean, I might be slightly a little bit higher on Noel. I was at the Senior Bowl. I'm a little biased, right? I kind of like met him in person, but I'm not going to argue with Royals. Royals he's got a very high ceiling. He's very good. I think he was like the number 5 wide receiver on Dom C's board.
Matt O'Leary just put out a great tweet. Said that would have really sucked if the Jets were waiting for Big Oz at 73. Imagine that, Jeremy. They went Warren. And then they went Higgins, maybe, or no, Higgins wasn't there. They went the Trey Harris, maybe, and then you're waiting for that tackle, and Belton and Trapillo were off the board.
Right. They're all.
I think they would have traded up. They could have traded up for that, though.
How could you trading up from 73 to 50? Give up all that capital when you have
just give a 3rd next year and like a later, like a 6th this year or something.
I don't think that's great value.
Some people said that they would trade Breece Hall. And get
God, don't even get me started. Don't get
Jeremy,
do not get that debate started. Me and Connor will go at this all night. I'm not doing it. Trading Breece is one of the dumbest things we can do.
85 for Breece.
No.
85 for Brees.
No chance. Don't even.
Jake, you've changed your opinion so many times on this. One night it was
I did not say it. No.
You said, oh, okay.
I never said. Hold on. I'll tell you exactly what I said. I said maybe I would trade Brees in a scenario that we would get good drafts value and maybe get a guy
what's
like
good
Cam
draft
Scatterbo in the third.
value?
Second round pick.
I don't know. Maybe like another third round pick, maybe a second.
Okay, perfect. A third round pick's number 85 overall. But
I never said I wanted it. I said I'm considering it. Right? I would
You
never
just
say
said you would.
considering and wanting it. I'm
You said you
considering
would.
it.
You just said you
I would
would.
not chase Brees. Oh my gosh, guys.
But
Yeah, go ahead with that,
Jeremy, did you hear today they Benjamin Albright said Brees' trade value would be around a 5th round pick?
If they traded Brees for a 5th, I'm burning Florham Park down.
I mean, if they traded him for a 5th, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like,
Just why?
There's no point in that.
There's no point in doing it. But I also like that. That's why I knew it was baloney, because like if you told me a team offered us pick 65 right now, let's say who is it, Philly or Camp, whoever it is, if somebody offered us 65 for Brees Hall, right? To me, why would they do that? Like this is a deep running back draft. You're talking about 1 year and then you have to pay them. Like, why would you do it? It doesn't make any sense for them, and it doesn't make sense for us. Why are people so eager to get rid of this kid? Just let him play his final year for us, and let's see what he does. And if he's great, we franchise tag him because it costs $12 million to franchise tag a running back.
I think if you can get a 3rd round pick, that's good value.
No shot. You have to give him a chance to play with good coaching. He had a good old line now.
They had a good old line last year.
Third round pick. You think about it based on who's on the board.
Yeah, look at running back. It would basically just be recycling one for another.
But that's dumb. Brees is already solid. Why would we recycle when we have more needs?
Alexander still here, Jeremy, is interesting.
Well,
it's interesting.
He's supposed to be a 1st round pick at a point. Yeah, Sanders, I don't even. We've got.
What about Revel? What about Revel, a cornerback?
Another one. Injury. That's another one.
Jalen Noel. I see. That's the only wide receiver I see.
I mean, Revel is arguably a 1st round pick if he's not injured.
Azariah Thomas, again, that was another guy, 2nd rounder, surefire, early 2nd round, late 1st round.
Kevin Winston.
That's the ACL,
Thomas,
though.
you're right. Or Omar Norman Lott. There's your defensive tackle. If
he was a 1st, 2nd round guy. But another, again, 3 tech.
Jalen Royals is up there. Kevin Winston. You want your
Xavier Watts?
Oh my God, Xavier's still up there. Yeah. Holy mackerel!
I know. No, there was mocks of him being one of the first 2 safeties off the board. Maybe
Scatterbo, and we get rid of Brees Hall and we take Scatterbo.
No.
Scatterbo's speed. I think from what I've been seeing, Scatterbo's speed apparently is like a real concern for some scouts.
Harold Fannon's still on the board. Could have had him.
Him in that playoff game. That fixes my scout problem, Connor.
Man, I love Landon Jackson too.
Yeah,
I'm not
he
saying
was so explosive. He was a Senior Bowl guy too.
Yeah. Well, I got a video of him. I stood next to him and I'm videotaping him. And when you look at him, it's like you think to yourself, how could he not be great? Like he's just massive.
That's like the 460-something pound defensive lineman from Florida. Like, how could this guy not stop the run? Like, why would you not draft him in the 7th round, or why would you not make him a priority UDFA guy? I'm a little surprised Milrose here. I think he should be available, but I'm a little surprised he's still here.
But
I thought he was going to be.
How is Sanders still there? People had him going to the Giants.
Yeah, 3.
The latest.
I had Shedeur going to the Raiders.
The latest I saw Shedeur going, Jeremy, in these mocks was 21 to the Steelers. Absolute latest.
Yeah, nobody thought he'd get past Pittsburgh. And then and the fact that they're continuing to pass on him. Cleveland had 1 million picks. They didn't take him. Like they had 1 million picks.
Is there something that we don't know at this point, or we really just think it's just like a slippery slope?
I think it wasn't rumors. I think his interviews were terrible. I think he went in there very arrogant, and he blew his interviews really bad. And who knows what his father said to teams? Maybe his father made demands. Said, I'll only come and play for you. And maybe those teams said, screw that. I'm not picking a guy whose father's already involved.
Egotistical mindset.
I like Makupa a lot from Texas, but the tackling is concerned. His missed tackle rate is like 14%.
I know, but everything else about him is so good.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but I agree with you. Missed tackle rate. I mean, is that what the Jets want and need after what we've been through? Like with these safeties missing and with our secondary missing tackles these last few years?
Noah Williams, I like from Cal as a developmental corner, but I know Dom's high on him.
This would be a steal in the 5th round or something. An absolute steal.
Yes.
Yeah. This kid is an absolute steal. If he doesn't work out, who cares? You took a shot in the 5th, round on a cornerback. And if he works out, boy, you're a genius.
Definitely. Running back there, Zaw Frazier. Jets had him in for a top 30 visit, I believe. What are your thoughts on Quinn Ewers, Jeremy? He's a little polarizing of a prospect.
Love him.
I have mixed feelings on him.
Again, he's a dark. To me, he's a dart throw. He's a. If you want to take him in the 5th, 6th round, I'm not going to scream or yell or cry, but it's not what I care about because what are you drafting him for? Do you think he's going to be our franchise quarterback? Are you drafting him to be a really solid backup quarterback that we could have for a bunch of years? I don't know, but it's very clear. I am interested in no quarterback from this draft as far as investing any real pick. Any real pick I want to invest in quarterback is in 2026.
I agree with
yes.
That. And I think it's more
There's
important
no
to
point
build depth on the
I agree
defense.
100%.
I'm starting to think, like, how far is Shitter going to fall?
That's what I wanted to.
Yeah,
every quarterback needy team has passed on him. That's the thing.
Multiple times.
Is he going to go undrafted? Like, how much you want to bet he goes undrafted?
I don't know. I don't think he'll go undrafted.
All right, it's a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Jeremy, would he be a priority UDFA guy?
We would take him in the 6th round. Come on. If he's there in the 5th round, I'm starting to say, okay, let's get
I'm not trying to do that.
Connor definitely would be. Connor, admit it. You'd be super excited to see him there.
Of course I'd be. Why wouldn't you be excited to take someone who had an incredible college season last year on day 3, who was projected to be an early?
He's a bum. You don't want to put pressure on yourself. Anyway, we don't need a quarterback. We have Fields and Tyrod.
But Connor, you said you didn't get the luggage anyway.
Chris,
all
at
the bad
some
things
point
you
in
can
the 5th
imagine.
round, you
His
gotta
dad is
say.
going to be all up in the mix. There's no point in taking him.
Jack, what'd you say?
I thought you said you wouldn't take him. Also, the big factor is because of the luggage. Now, since he falls to the 5th, you think the luggage is gone?
No, there's just better value overall. You're not wasting.
This is Mason Taylor, by the way.
The headache.
What a guy! This is what we're getting. Let's go. Let's go, Jets.
We're getting a kid who was.
We got Rucker. We got Rucker, who was a Jets jersey. Look how he is.
Yeah, Mason Taylor's dad played for the Jets. Jack, Chris, he was not
a Hall of Famer for the Jets.
I consider Mason Taylor a Dolphin. I'll say that Jason Taylor's a Dolphin, not a Jet.
See, what is it with you confusing all these Jet legends are Dolphins? Like this.
Okay, who else did I say is a Dolphin? That's a Jet legend.
Fireman Ed.
Fireman Ed is a Dolphin. He was a Dolphins fan.
No, he is a diehard Jet fan. He leads the Jet chant. All my respect goes to Fireman. He is the leader of this fan base, without a doubt. He leads it.
I love Fireman, but he was a Dolphins fan.
Okay, like it's past. I was a Panthers fan when I was a Panthers fan. My favorite color was
no way.
Are you serious? No, he did not just leak that.
Yes, you just
my first. When I was 5, when I was 5, I was a Panthers fan, but now you know me. You don't know me.
Why are you even saying this stuff?
That was when I was a toddler.
I hope you're joking.
You guys are crazy. I was a toddler.
Okay. So when did the switch become made? Did you wake up one day and go Jets?
When my dad said he was like a big Jet fan, when I started actually watching football.
So when you picked the Panthers and your dad didn't care?
I didn't pick the Panthers. My grandpa just bought me a Panthers jersey one day.
All right.
What was it, Keekly?
Yeah.
Jeremy, how long are you willing to take until we take? How long are you willing to go until we take a DT? Because I know we're trying to prioritize pass catcher here.
I mean, it just depends on the board at that point. I mean, we might walk away with just someone we don't even know. I don't think at some point, if they're all gone, like there's a couple you just put up there that I'm fine with, but at some point, my last hope is Peebles. He's very undersized, but we love him, and we love his. He helps him get leverage. He gets. He's so small. He gets that leverage, and he kind of reminds me of Chansey. That's as low as I go. If we lose out on him, then that might have to be one of those positions where we walk away empty-handed saying, what the hell did we just do? But like I said, That doesn't surprise me because I knew we had more holes than we did picks. You know.
What about Pegues from Ole Miss? 309. They lined him up at fullback too. He's interesting.
Yeah, look, if they like him. But I mean, I'm not going to argue with them. I didn't have a chance to look at film for every player. If they looked at the film and they like it, but there's my guy Peebles. You just scroll right.
Oh, where is he?
Well, he's up a little bit over Hamilton.
There we go. 282. Okay.
Nice. He's small.
So is he like a tweener type guy? Could he play on the outside? I'm not too familiar with him.
He I don't know about that. He might get swallowed up by the tackles in that kind of situation, but he seems his game is all about leverage. He's low to the ground. He wins on leverage. He's super lateral, so he plugs holes in that regard. He just plays a lot better than his size. Like he's just one of those freakish guys, but his size is going to make him slip. The reason I think that I wanted him as a second defensive tackle. I didn't want him to be the defensive tackle we picked. I wanted to be, we doubled up, but he's a guy who, if anyone he's surprisingly good for his size. But when you look at him in person, we interviewed him. We walked right up to him. When you look at him, he looks like Quinton Williams like blew up into two people. Like he looks like a little mini Quinton Williams. So his size is why I didn't want him to be our only defensive tackle. But if they took this guy anywhere in the 5th or 6th rounds, anywhere 5th round or later, I'm not going to complain because he might end up actually being something.
Okay, that's interesting, especially given he's a smaller guy. I like that. I like the thought process there. For sure. Let's see. I'm trying to think
Hemingway
of.
definitely has my eye though.
I like Hemingway. He's like a tweener, Jeremy. He could fill the JFM role. Of being like a multi-positional guy.
Yeah.
He could. I mean, look. The reason he's a 5th round pick, and I'm saying 5th round, is because he's just one of those guys that might, never make the roster, or fade away in a year or two, right? But has the potential that maybe, just maybe, he's actually going to be a starting, defensive tackle. Like the ceiling is there that he may be a real player. But that's what you're looking at when you're looking at typically at 5th round players, right? Your 5th round picks. You're looking at guys that you believe have the potential to be good, but just as easily you're not going to be surprised if they're nobodies. Like it's just that's what the 5th and 6th round of a draft is.
From a value standpoint, Horsley, Caldwell's and Hemingway. Those are the guys I'm eyeing from a value perspective.
Those are all great value guys. Caldwell's a great value guy in the 5th round, 6th round. Like I'd be totally happy with that as well. He's good.
Over 330 pounds as well.
He's your fatty run stopper. He's your fat guy run stopper that you just throw in the middle there.
We got 11 picks. So we're creeping up there. 11 picks until the Jets are on the clocks. So think of it last year when the Jets picked 11th overall. Actually might be a little shorter given the fact that they don't put that much time on the clock. Jeremy, I know you mentioned linebacker as a need way earlier. Are there any guys you like?
I've been looking at. I'm not thrilled. I recognize the weakness of Stutzman, but I've mocked him.
Love Cody Simon. Cody Simon.
I like Chris Paul Jr. as well.
Yeah. And then like late round pick, total gamble, throw the darts. The kid from Notre Dame, Jack Kaiser. I think his name is.
A lot of people like Kaiser.
Yeah, he's interesting.
This is a guy I've been interesting because what's his name? Teddy Butchant, because my friend covers Cal. So I read a lot of his work for the college football site he writes for, and he's been talking about this guy for a lot. Like I've heard his name for about over a year and a half now. So I've been following him a little bit. 7th round flyer, it couldn't hurt. Again, but because you need to add bulk. That's the thing. That's what I'm looking for in a linebacker. You need to add bulk. You have the two light linebackers in Sherwood and Quincy. You need to add bulk to this linebacker room. That's the biggest thing, I believe.
I would like to go back to the days of having a traditional big monster linebacker.
Yeah.
Like,
definitely.
Like that won't, that can handle and go through tackles and, like it's going to be hard to deal with. Like you're not going to just be able to block them easily with a tight end or a receiver. You're actually going to have to, you're actually going to need an offensive lineman to come out to the second level to block them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's going to be a big thing for the Jets and how they get a line back in the building. Anyway, Jeremy, we appreciate you spending some time. We've had you for over an hour, so we appreciate your time as always. We appreciate you hopping on with us. You got any final thoughts here before we let you go?
No, absolutely. Look, guys, fingers crossed that one of the wide receivers slip. I think
I just hope.
I think that's what we want. You guys are doing a great job. Awesome stuff. Keep it up. Such good work, and really pleasure being here and to meet some of you guys and talk to you. It was great.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you on. Pleasure meeting you.
No problem, Jeremy. Super great to chat with you again. Hey, you have the link, so if the Jets make a pick at 73 you want to come on and talk about, open invite. We're going to be here all night, so open invite. You want to come back on whenever, just click that link, and we'll bring you right back up. So appreciate you as always, and have a good night.
All right, take care. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy from Jets Chaos joining us here on the show. Jeremy, one of the best in the business, so we appreciate him sparing some time for us here on the program.
Getting close to 73, Jeremy, baby.
Jets Chaos. Shadur, this is the thing about Shadur. This is the guy who's tough. He continues to fall. He's going to have so much motivation to play at the next level.
I swear to God, if the Jets are the team that make the mistake of taking him, I will reverse everything I said, and I will say this is
so funny how we've been
all
round. He's still here.
If they take Shadur in the 7th round, you're gonna complain.
Yes. we don't even have a 7th round pick.
Oh my God, a 6th round pick.
Nope. Nowhere is there anything that you could say to justify taking Shadur?
Oh, you can say a ton that justifies taking Shadur.
Well, for other teams, yes, but not for us.
What's the difference?
There's quarterback needy teams out there. We have a young quarterback that we're already betting on their upside in Justin Fields. There's no need to go out and get somebody else. And next year, I want to choose a rookie from a stacked class next year.
You can. If you take a day-to-day quarterback this year, you can take a
no. If it was tough, I want to trade it for a top 5 pick and draft Garrett Nussmeier. Draft
you can
Drew
still do that even if you take Sanders.
No, there's no reason to though. Like if they take Sanders, I don't care what anybody says. If they take Sanders, there's gonna be way too much buzz. This is supposed to be a pressure off year for us. We're supposed to see what we have in everybody. If you take Sanders, you cannot deny that there is gonna be some pressure, and everyone's gonna be talking about Sanders. That is not what Glenn wants. So I don't think we will take him. Glenn won't take Shadur Sanders. He doesn't want to be getting bossed around by Deion. He doesn't want to be getting bossed around by Deion.
He's boys with Deion.
He's boys with him, but he's smart enough to know that everything's going to come with it. I don't think we're going to have the problem of having to worry about that. But there's no reason to. Like I don't want that. Just no.
Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. Throw your questions in the chat for us. We'll get to those.
3:45, baby. Let's go.
Pin comment if you want to call into the show, guys. Smashing the like and hitting subscribe pumps our show out to everyone else here on YouTube. So please do so. We appreciate the support as always. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership gives you a raffle entry. Giving away a Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet at the end of the night. So getting on that. If you haven't already, more entries you have, higher chance you have of winning. Josh, welcome back. Again, though, keep the questions coming. Smash the like, hit subscribe. That is completely free and it helps us grow significantly. We're good for tomorrow?
I mean, I may be able to join late.
That's noon, Connor?
Starts at noon, like 11.
So, you guys, Connor, how long is usually day 3?
8 hours.
Oh, I can't do the whole thing.
8 hours?
I can probably go
like do the whole thing.
I could probably go like 12 to 3 or 4ish.
I could probably
or 11 to 3 or 4ish.
I'm unsure if I'm able to do that. I'll get back to you on that. But like, Connor, I would say I'm not even familiar with like most of the guys at that point anyway. So what would be the point in sitting?
Josh, we can hop on it. Josh will hop on.
I'll be here for the. Yeah. I would say 4th and 5th rounds. I can't confirm nor deny 6th and 7th.
Yeah, I bet we'll do that for sure. See, appreciate your support.
Chris, just come on and talk some Jets. Who cares if?
Appreciate you all.
Yeah, fourth, 5th roundish.
Tuning in. Yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow. I'll be here at least definitely for sure because there's going to be no regular Saturday programming. Since the draft's going to be happening, so I'll be here. We're creeping up to when the Jets are picking like 9 more picks, 9 more selections.
So is there still that guy at receiver? No, I know Best went, but who else is there?
For receivers,
Shamar Turner just came off the board to the Bears.
Interesting. Again, Bears killing the draft.
Bears killed.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
the
draft.
Bears. The
Bears
Bears
are making
are
noise
What?
this year.
Where
I'll
are
tell
you guys?
that.
I'm still at the Chiefs pick at 63.
Yeah, same. Noel.
No. I'm talking about like 2 picks ago. The Bears had
Noel
62
Royals.
turns.
I didn't see.
Sleeper NFC Championship next year. Bears Commanders.
Well, Commanders just made it, so that's not very sleepy. But the Bears, you're banking.
I mean, I don't know. Nobody expected the Commanders to. Nobody expected the Commanders to go to the NFC Championship last year.
I expected them to make the playoffs last year. That was in my predictions.
You expected a rookie quarterback with a terrible defense to make the playoffs?
Yes, the
I'm not doubting you. That's good on you because I wasn't.
Jaden Daniels was in good position with good receivers, and their defense. I like their coach coming in, so I think the Commanders had the tools to do it.
That's true. They do have a really good staff over there.
Yeah, Dan Quinn greater than Aaron Glenn.
All right, you don't know that.
Who has proven?
As Jack would say,
who has
never
proven
touched
more?
foot on the MetLife.
As a head coach, you don't know that yet, though. You have to wait.
He has not. Nope.
Who has proven more than a head coach, though? As a head coach, it's yes or it's just one name or the other. It's not hard.
Well, Glenn has never been a head coach before, so you can't say that yet. You can't say who's a better head coach.
Okay, so perfect. Quinn has proven more. Would you rather take a coach? Would you rather take a coach who's brought in a team to the Super Bowl, won multiple NFC championships, brought multiple teams to a conference championship, and has a 55-47 record, or a first-time head coach?
I'd rather have Aaron Glenn than most head coaches for us right now.
That's insane. How?
Because he's exactly what
the next.
The Jets and Aaron Glenn fit
Between
together.
that and being a
Glenn is
Panthers
exactly what this Jets team needs, and we will see that this year.
What, another unproven defensive mind?
A disciplinarian who's going to get this team's act
Wasn't
together.
that what we said about Robert Saleh?
Chris, what if he's Todd Bowles 2.0?
I wasn't around for Saleh, so I
then-
wasn't around in that cycle, so I couldn't tell you.
Wait, Chris, if that's the case, we should hire Urban Meyer. He'll kick our players around.
He'll break their kneecaps.
Yeah, I know. He's pretty
We should hire
disciplinary. Let's go, Urban Meyer.
If I could have one coach to like start my team with right now, it's either. I'll give you my top 4. This is like
Do
in
not
kind
say
of
Aaron Glenn.
in no order. It's Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, Dan Campbell, and yeah, those are my top 3 basically. And
What about Andy Reid? You don't like
Andy Reid.
What about
Yes.
Sirianni?
No,
Chris,
Sirianni just has good
Sirianni.
coordinators.
So we're
I don't think
skipping.
Sirianni's
Out,
just a douche,
so
bro.
we're skipping out on the Niners mastermind.
Oh,
Kyle Shanahan. I mean, what have they done?
What about Matt LaFleur?
Nah.
They done.
The 4 coaches I would take would probably be. I'm trying to look at a list right now. McVay certainly. McVay, Shanahan, O'Connell. Yeah, those 3. McVay, Shanahan,
And Campbell. I take Campbell. Campbell's my 4th.
Campbell is such a good coach, and
We haven't seen Campbell without the best coordinators in all of football.
That's true, but just what he's done, he's instilled a new culture in Detroit that they really haven't had in the history of their franchise.
Yeah, this
For
exactly
me, I'm gonna go. For me, I'm gonna go Campbell, McVay, Reed, and then possibly let's see. So
How would you
Campbell,
put Reed in
McVay,
there? We're talking
Reed.
about starting a new
Reed is
franchise.
a great NFL head coach.
You need
Bro,
3
he's
young,
like,
innovative.
he's so old. He's so old.
If you want to start a team, you need 3 young, innovative offensive
All right,
minds.
if we're talking about young guys, then Campbell,
no, we're not talking about young
McVay.
guys.
If I'm starting
anybody, I just don't
if
understand
I'm
why
starting a
you Andy
completely
Reid.
new franchise, my coach is Dan Campbell.
No.
I might go with McVay here or Reed. I love
Okay, you
Reed
can
as a
make it
coach.
Campbell, but then you need the best offensive coordinator. But you need the best coordinators in all of football for making it to make it.
If I had one,
Good
if I was
offensive
starting a new
coordinator.
franchise, it would easily be McVay.
Oh, it'd easily be McConnell for me. Kevin O'Connell for me.
I don't know, McVay or
Sean
Reed for me.
McVay consistently produces winning culture, and he led the Rams to the Super Bowl, and they won it all. He's such a smart mind, and
I'm just starting
he
to think
nails the draft
another
picks all
Shadur
around.
another Shadur Sanders comment for me. Remember the tweets all of this week? What do the Jets do if Shadur's there at 7? Now
Yeah.
it's what if they do if he's there at 110?
Yeah, I think that's crazy, man. I have faith in Aaron Glenn at this point that he will not take Shador. Honestly,
The
So
third round is kicked off and Shadur isn't there. Giants take Darius Alexander after the Eagles select Andrew Makupa.
Who did the Eagles select?
Makupa, the safety from Texas who we were talking about earlier.
Mr. Miss Tackles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got that come up. I don't know. I mean,
Jets
Eagles
on the
fans.
clock and a little.
Let's go.
Eagles fans have good reason to put all their faith in Howie Roseman with what he's delivered.
Wow.
So.
Jack, whose username is Boston Bruins?
Bro, he's some kid that goes to my school.
What's his name?
Luca.
Why is he in the chat?
He's better come in here and say, "Let's go Patriots."
Because I told him not to call it.
Let me ban him quickly.
I did already.
You banned him?
I put him in timeout. I don't know if that's like banning though.
No, I'll just ban him. There we go. Peace out, Boston Bruins. What was that last message that it said? Let me see. You can find memes, 3 a.m., scary closet.
No.
Let's unban him so we can see that comment quickly. This is about to be prime television.
There might be some more where that came from if you unban him.
You can find memes, 3 a.m., scary closet, and final puppet fights. Jack Cotter to this day posts on as if he was a 15-year-old.
That makes no sense.
Skibbity toilet translator. Anyone?
I've been working on this mysterious face like.
Oh hell no! This. Come on, we need some Jets talk. We need to just pick a wide receiver already.
This is what these streams are supposed to be about. Like, if it's a marathon, you can't talk about the Jets for 6 hours.
You got to get off topic a little bit.
Yeah. Nico Yamaliva.
That's the fun of it.
Chris. We've said that. Oh my god, we've talked about this so many times. Where that guy's a bum.
We get to pick Chris's brain about ridiculous issues, and
you can find memes. You can find memes. Look at this guy.
Josh, look at
your hell no!
Jimmy Jets is awesome, man.
You can find memes, 3 a.m., scary clock. What does that mean, Jack?
I don't know. I used to send them these goofy-ass videos that I used to make when I was like 11.
Giants traded back up.
Please pull that up, Connor. You got to find a way to pull one of those up.
I'll find one.
Why, bro? I need that.
Bro, I want to see it.
Oh my god.
Giants are on the board here.
The third round, bro. The Giants D-line.
Wait. I have a question. Now that it's just Jets fans here, and I don't have to worry about it. Like, is it only me, or do all Jet fans like hope in the back of their mind that the Giants are just trash and we can rule the city for once?
I don't even care what the Giants do, bro, honestly.
Like, I often get that, but there's like a part of me that just like
I don't want to know what Jack was doing at 3 a.m. in his closet.
Oh my gosh.
What were you doing at 3 a.m.?
Yeah, Jimmy, that's there's some questionable things that.
What were you doing at 3 a.m. in your closet?
Nothing. That's undisclosed.
No,
for sure.
Boston Bruins. Bum.
Who even is that?
Some kid that goes to my school.
What's his name?
I already told you, bro. It's Luca.
Bobby D. Nicola. He's posted. This kid's posted YouTube shorts of like a black screen with Migos sounds.
Oh, nah.
This kid Boston.
Oh my gosh.
Let me search up 3 a.m. scary puppet fights or whatever.
No, bro, no, stop. I didn't.
There's videos.
I sent it to him like when I was like 11. I didn't post it anywhere.
It's funny. Yeah, but how many more picks till the Jets pick, Connor?
A little while. They just made the 65th pick.
and we're what, 72?
73, yeah.
Jets got to lock in.
Yeah, get ready, Muji. I wonder if Muji's gone to sleep yet.
Muji is a king. He's the king of the city as of now. And Glenn is
who's your take at your GM to start it? Who would you take as your head coach to start a team? Brian Dable or Aaron Glenn?
31 AGHC. You guys love the offensive minds. I love the disciplinarians. We are not the same.
Disciplinarians do nothing in the NFL anymore.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell has Campbell has the best coordinators. had the best coordinators in all of football.
Listen, our offensive coordinator learned under Ben Johnson, so that's a good sign. And Steve Wilkes is a proven guy, so I mean, could have had the potential to have all right coordinators.
Yeah, good point, Chris.
Thank you. Love this hat, bro. I actually love
Chiefs
this hat.
pick is in. Let's see. I'll just check Twitter, bro. I'm not trying to wait for these picks until.
I'm about to.
Who the?
And would you look at that?
Oh, Chris, who would you take at 73? Milrow or Sanders?
Milrow.
Well,
Sanders,
Milrow, if they
Sanders,
take Milrow at 73, I'm not going to be pissed.
I would be. Over Sanders?
No.
I wouldn't
100% rather
either.
have Sanders.
I really need a receiver though. I mean, maybe take him in the fourth.
Receiver.
No, Jack. If you had to pick a quarterback,
we need a receiver. Oh, then Milrow.
My dream quarterback. My dream quarterback at this point is what's his name? Ewers.
Guys, can I just put it out there that Buffalo yet again as the pick
Chris,
right
Gary's
before
watched
us,
every
they
snap
acquired
of
it from
Ewers since
Chicago.
11th grade, and he said he's awful. I'm taking Gary's word.
I mean, it's. I trust the guy. I trust Gary. I do. I just don't. I don't like any of the other quarterbacks.
Quinn Ewers, 2 strikes. No, he does not have a high floor by any means and has no ceiling.
No, what do you mean no ceiling? Like if he fixes some accuracy issues, if he fixes he has a good arm. Like no
Connor's
doubt about
saying
that.
he's not going to get any better from where he was in college to where he'll be in the pros.
I'm just saying he doesn't have high of a ceiling. Like at least, okay. Here's the thing: the top 3 quarterbacks at 3 for me, it was Jalen Milrow, sky high ceiling. Number 2 was Kyle McCord, very very high floor as a pocket passer. Will Howard, high floor. Boom. You have to have either a high floor or a high ceiling for me to warrant you drafting to warrant being selected wherever you.
What determines if they have a high floor or high ceiling?
They're intangibles.
Explain.
What do you mean explain? A trait? What do you want me to define what a trait is for you?
Elaborate, bud.
Elaborate on what a trait is. A tool in which a player possesses. Perfect.
So yeah, let's rank traits.
You didn't learn this in English class?
Let's rank traits that we look for in quarterbacks. Connor, I'll
Mobility. Mobility, number 1.
I see you practicing your batting stance there. All right, mobility 1, 1, 2. Top 5. The beast breaker action.
Top 5.
Yeah,
top 5 traits in a quarterback.
Yeah, top 5. So mobility 1.
Short and intermediate accuracy.
Okay.
Being able to make throws in and outside the pocket.
IQ.
Arm power.
Probably football IQ 4. Deep ball
power.
5.
All right. So I got you. So here, let me rank mine because this is so important. So 1. You have to let me finish all 5 before you can come at me.
You're gonna say deep ball 1. Oh my god! I swear to God.
Yeah. You have to let me finish all 5
Oh
first.
my god! He's gonna say deep ball at 1.
I'm not gonna say deep ball 1, but you have to let me. You have to let me elaborate.
Chris, just rattle them off. Let's go, Chris. Rattle them off.
Okay, arm strength 1. That's obvious. Arm strength 1. Football IQ is 2. Leadership is 3. Accuracy in general is 4, and mobility is 5. That is a.
There's no way you put leadership over mobility and accuracy.
Why do you think Tom Brady was so great? Well, Tom Brady didn't have shit physically. Oh, he only had football IQ and leadership. That's why Tom Brady is the greatest of all time. It's so important in the quarterback.
Patrick Mahomes is going to be better than Tom Brady. We all know that.
That is some Jets bias right there. I love Patrick.
How is that
Mahomes.
Jets bias?
Because we all hate Tom Brady. But
Mahomes wins the Super Bowl. He's my GOAT.
Yes, perfect. Yes, perfect. And Ewers has 0 of those. Thank you, Jimmy.
None of these quarterbacks have those, Jimmy. All these quarterbacks are shit.
Milrow has all 5 of those.
If I had to, Milrow or Ewers, those are my guys. If I had to choose a quarterback in this year's draft, we had to draft one.
None. Ewers has 0. Boy.
Ewers has the most important
Hold
one,
on.
arm strength.
Chris.
Ewers has arm
Ewers
strength.
has no arm strength. Milrow has a way stronger arm than Ewers.
They both have noodles.
Milrow does not.
Oh,
Milrow does not have a
this
noodle.
kid just died and rose from the dead. Connor just died.
Milrow does not have a noodle. There's no way you just
not have a noodle.
Milrow have a
Josh, he does
and
not
Spencer
have a
Rattler's the next Tom Brady.
All right. You're going too far. Nobody said that.
All right, bro.
And Nick Imanwari is the next Ed Reed.
Exactly. Wait, Chris, didn't you say that the combine like really mattered at the beginning of the stream or something?
Yeah, Chris
No.
Chris asked me why Will Howard didn't
No,
play well at the
I
combine.
didn't say the combine really mattered.
Okay.
I said I asked what's the reason why Will Howard had such a shitty combine? There has to be a reason.
I
That's
asked you
the
why, and then I asked you why Aaron Rodgers planned his trip to Egypt right when mandatory minicamp, and your response was, "I don't know. I'm not his agent."
Okay, what does that have to do with
Chris,
anything?
Jalen Murrow missed so many
Because
easy
it's the same
throws
premise
at
of
the
the
combine,
Howard
bro.
question.
Jalen Murrow, what, Josh?
Missed
guys hear
mad,
me from-
mad
can you
easy
guys-
throws
can
at
you
the
guys hear me?
combine.
Can you guys hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah.
Like, okay.
Oh.
Like even if I'm this far from the mic.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
So Jalen Miller did what, Josh?
Missed like a bunch of easy throws at the combine, dog.
All right, what? Probably
He was
wasn't
just
as bad as Will
inaccurate.
Howard.
He wasn't throwing spirals.
Lady down, watch out. Look, I'm better than Quinn Ewers already.
That is
Wait,
so
is
off
that a
what
be-
they say,
wait,
Connor.
yo, can we get a
Oh
can we
my
get a
God.
Beast Breaker
wait,
impression
let's
of
all-
Aaron
let's
Rodgers?
all
I can do
do
the
Snapchat?
best. I know. I can do the
wait,
best Rodgers cadence.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta-
can
I
do
gotta-
it.
That's
No,
right.
Jack,
I'll
I
do-
wasn't even trying to do a Rodgers cadence.
I know. I'm
Jack,
just saying.
I
I
got
can
you.
just do
Ready?
the best Rodgers cadence.
Here we
No,
go.
I
Here we
No,
go.
I got the best Rodgers kids. Ready?
Set.
Green 18.
go.
Green 18.
Ready?
That is
Alright.
not Rodgers.
Green
Bro,
18.
Dak Prescott. Set. Here we go.
Here, listen to Rodgers. Here's Rodgers. Green 18. Green 18. Blue 58. Blue 50 up.
Then he goes,
Let me
"Can,
teammates.
can."
Jack, Jack, we know you love the quarterback cadences, bro. We get it.
Let me
No,
draw my
I
own
want to hear
teammates
Jack's.
offside.
Hey, what's on? Color. What?
Let me draw my own teammates
What's
offside.
up? What?
Wait, can we get a
Carter
Dak Prescott, Jack?
Carter Warren.
Yeah, here we go. Green 18.
Here we go.
Carter Warren, 3 false starts in a row because no one even understands what my cadence is.
Oh my gosh, Carter won. Wait, yo, who's the better Jet?
Oh, Browns just got Fannin Jr.
No
Wow.
way! No way! No way!
Why is that so surprising?
Wait, where did this just happen?
Browns just got Fannin Jr.
67. Yeah, he's right. Just popped up.
Holy fuck!
What?
We
What?
didn't
Mad?
get to 73.
Oh.
Fuck! This guy was the best option, and you took this bum Mason Taylor over him.
I know. That's oh my
God.
gosh, dude.
I don't understand
This
why
is
it's
shaping up
making
to
you
be
mad.
the worst day 2 I have
Wait.
ever seen. I
Guys, he
hate
got
this
drafted
draft.
What is
before
wrong
the
with you
Jets-
two? If we
It's
draft
horrible.
this just means it's a
If we
right decision to
drafted
take
Warren,
Taylor.
if we
'cause
drafted
then
Warren, we
Trey
would be in
Harris,
this mess.
Hell,
We've gone
Fannin wouldn't have even been here anyway. What are y'all even?
We would not be
What's
in this
Connor
mess.
and Jack? What are you even mad about?
Yeah,
bro?
wait, why are you mad? He wasn't there at 73. Why are you so mad?
If anything, we should be happy we selected Taylor at that point. What?
No, because you have more depth at tight end. We still could have gotten a guy like.
No, we were not drafting.
Yo,
Hal
wait,
Fannin. What is this kid on, Jack?
I would have taken Fannin at 42 before I took Taylor.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, that doesn't make a difference though.
My gosh.
Everything Darren Mucci does, let's just praise him for
That
it.
doesn't precedent you being mad at this. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
Dude,
Why?
now who are we gonna get at 73 now? I'm like so blind now. I used to have such a vision
They
who we're
weren't
gonna
going to
get.
go tight end 2 in a row. They weren't going to get a tight end 2 in a row.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. I'm just so blind to who they're gonna get now.
I'm mad, Jimmy. I'm mad, Jimmy, because I wanted to wait till 7. I wanted to.
Maybe Jalen
Here's the
Noel.
thing, I was hoping Fannin was there at 73 and you didn't take a tight end at 42. Or if this was going to happen, take Fannin at 42 before you take freaking Mason Taylor.
Bro, this is. Let me explain. This just makes it better because if we would have taken Trey Harris, then Harold Fannin would have been off the board. So it makes the Taylor pick look better, if anything. I don't even get why you're mad. I agree with Jimmy. I am lost.
I don't know why anybody's mad here. This just doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't make the pick better. It doesn't make it worse.
Exactly.
Browns just got their tight end.
I agree with Josh.
I'm not in disparity. We already got our tight end.
Far better of a player than
We
Mason
should have got
Taylor.
Harold Fannin at 73. You can double dip tight ends, but you can't double dip them
And
at 2 and 3.
Spencer Rattler's going to be the next Tom Brady.
Will Howard is going to be the next Tom Brady.
Will Howard has a better chance of being the greatest quarterback of all time than Spencer
Get
Rattler.
Halls in the
I
six.
agree with that take.
Nathan Schiffer says, for once, Chris is right.
Get
All
Halls.
right.
in
I appreciate that, Nathan.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, Chris. You be the judge of that.
It's both.
It's a.
Yo, they're showing
it's
showing John Cena on the draft right now.
I
it's a
expressed
thumb
my.
out there. Get
I
anyone, who
developed.
plays get anyone who plays a fake sport out of the draft.
Oh,
We're
Jack.
talking about real football players here.
Wrestling's undeniably a sport, not
It's not a
fake
sport.
wrestling.
We're not
NCAA
doing this right now,
college
guys.
WWE, bro.
Listen, I make
It has a
I'm
script.
such a
Josh,
passionate
WWE
fan.
is not NCAA
Oh
wrestling.
my God,
It's so
Jack,
different.
stop taking the rage bait, bro.
Watch it. I'm not. I'm just saying. I
Wrestling
sent Josh
is
every
not a
single clip.
sport.
I sent Josh clips, and he doesn't, and he refuses to watch them.
No, you didn't. Tell me when you did that.
What if dudes hugging each other in college?
Tell me when you did that. No.
I did that. I sent you the Gable Stevenson. I sent you the Gable Stevenson match.
No, you did not.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, you texted that
Kyle
to me individually.
Williams to the Pats. Holy reach.
Are you serious?
Who?
Oh my gosh, Kyle Williams.
over
I was thinking of him. I was thinking of him. I was thinking of him for the Jets to get at 73.
What are they doing over Noel?
Yeah, I don't want Williams. I'm happy.
That's a reach and a half.
Listen,
No, I said I was thinking of it.
4 hours and 8 minutes in, boys.
unbelievable.
Yeah, boys. I may have to leave after the Jets pick.
All right, that's fine. We'll finish out the round 3 with Chris and Connor, won't we?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I may have to.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna propose. Things are stalling out, and we're still 3 picks away. Chris, let's play Jets trivia.
Yeah, bet.
What?
We can do that.
All right, I will warn
Where
you.
I pull up the stats and you give me the answers.
No, we gotta lock in because the Jets are about to be on
You're
the
not a
clock
history
in,
buff?
Jets are about to be on the.
Exactly. I will. If we can do this like after the Jets pick or like right now.
Chris
I
doesn't know
will,
who Bilal Powell
All right,
is.
all right.
Chris doesn't know who Bilal Powell
That's fair. That's fair.
he was a running back for this team. I'm not I'm not big on the Jets.
Anyone?
History. I do not. I'm not extremely knowledgeable about the past NFL. I am not. I do not claim to be any of that. I consider myself
Alright.
pretty knowledgeable about the Jets now and
Here, I just have a quick-off question for everyone. Hold on. I have a quick-off
What,
question
Jack,
for everyone.
Jack,
Here.
what?
This is just a quick question, right? If anyone who gets this right, don't look it up. I'll just be
Yeah.
very proud of you guys. I just pulled it up on my phone because I was interested for the answer here. I had no idea
Yeah.
about this one myself. The New York Titans became the New York Titans became the New York Jets due to the proximity to which New York airport? Do you want me to give you the options? Do you want me to give you the options?
I think I know the
All right,
answer.
all right. So
is it Floyd
Newark,
Bennett Field?
Newark, LaGuardia, Idlewood, or JFK?
Idlewood.
On my life, it's JFK.
Idlewood.
No, JFK was not. Oh, yeah, it
All right.
was. Idlewood.
All right, so you
It sounds
got
like the most
Newark.
obscure answer.
Idlewood.
All right, so all right, it's
I don't even
LaGuardia.
know what Idlewood is. It's on Long Island, isn't it?
I just thought of the most absurd answer. Yeah. Tell Jimmy, you tell him. Forget Jets trivia. Give Chris Panthers trivia.
Oh, all right.
I got you. Wait,
Leader in
all right,
Panthers
wait.
receiving
Chris, who was
yards.
the
Let's go,
Panthers
let's go,
starting
let's
quarterback
go.
in 2021? Chris, who's the
Oh my
starting
gosh!
Panthers
Look at
quarterback?
who the Lions just took at 70.
What?
They missed on.
oh,
They missed
wow.
on a receiver again.
Noel.
Everyone's
falling
avoiding
down.
Noel.
Jalen Noel falling down draft boards after the Lions trade up to the number 70
Come on.
overall pick.
Let's go. He's gonna fall to the Jets. Wait,
If the Jets don't get Noel here, I'm gonna be pissed. He's our best option right now.
Back-to-back wide receivers get drafted, and neither of them are Noel or Royals. There's 2 picks until we pick. One of those guys is gonna be there.
Oh wait,
Let's
New
go.
Orleans. New Orleans or Buffalo could get either. of them. Could get.
Hey, the Jets are on the graphic. That's how you know we gotta lock in.
All right.
Hold on.
Twitter spoiling goes away, Connor, because we're 2 picks away.
Yeah,
So,
pick us in right away for the Saints.
all right, cool.
Yeah, bro.
Connor, we'll have you announce the pick again, I guess.
All right, bet.
If we grab a receiver here,
73rd pick.
if we grab a receiver here, this is a B+ draft.
If they grab Noel, I'm gonna have no hope at this point. If the Saints or Bills grab Noel,
We'll
I have no
Many
hope.
different takes on this draft tonight.
pick is in for New Orleans. Wait, I figured
I'm a little
since
disappointed.
since we're
You
next
just
gen
said
Jets,
it's
we
gonna be
should.
a great draft if they take Noel.
No, I
Wait,
said I'm a little
Connor.
disappointed right now in the current state we are right now.
Connor.
For the draft.
Yo,
All right, everybody go around the round table and say the first Jet you ever remember. Not like the
There's
oldest
like a
one
whole
you can remember. Don't
team.
say like Joe Namath, but like first one you remember watching play.
First one, I remember. Okay, all right.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, I got a good one.
Jamison
I got a
Crowder.
good one. Chris Ivory.
Buster
He
Screen.
played in like 2013.
That was like 2014, 2015.
Yeah, you were 4.
I was 5.
My first ever
Oh my
favorite.
God,
My
such
first
a
ever
big
favorite Jet was Robbie
I
Anderson.
don't- what does that mean? I can't watch the Jets when I'm like 5 or 4.
There's no way you remember watching
You don't
a player
remember it,
when
though.
you were
You don't
vivid.
I remember watching Chris Ivory. I specifically remember it was one day this was the very first game I remember like actually getting into the Jets. It was 2014. We were at Hard Rock Stadium playing the Dolphins. I was at my grandparents' house watching.
If you're in the chat, put in who your first ever memory of watching the Jets was.
Do you guys remember your first
We'll
game?
see how old people are.
It was like the Lions preseason game where Sam Darnold threw a pick 6.
That was
No,
week
that
one.
wasn't preseason. That was the first game
week
of the
one.
regular season.
I don't even know, bro.
You went to Detroit. That was a away game.
No, I didn't go. I was watching it on TV.
The
First
first
game I went
game I ever went to
Connor.
was Jets Bills 2018 at MetLife where we got destroyed.
My first ever Jet game I watched fittingly was like my dad had the Jets on. And I walked into the room. This is where I really started to become a Jet fan, which is crazy. And like it was towards the end of the game, right? And the Jets were winning, and it was I don't know. I remember which one, but it was the Vikings' final drive, and the Vikings threw a Hail Mary and won the game.
Wait, you mean the Raiders? When
it was
Henry Ruggs had that
In the
touchdown?
Raiders?
No, it was the Vikings.
No, it was not.
No, no, it was not. The
It was
Vikings
the
never
Raiders.
got a
We
Hail
were
Mary.
0-13, and Greg Williams dialed up.
Chris,
a
wait. Hold on, I got this. Chris, was it COVID when you started watching the Jets?
It was like
Was it COVID?
my earliest memory of watching the Jets. I
What
swear to
grade were
God,
you in?
is the
What grade were
Vikings.
you in? What
I
grade were
don't know, Jack. I don't know.
The Vikings
I know, I'm
never
trying to
had
figure
Hail
it out.
Mary.
Chris, I have a question. Which foot did you see the long snapper step with when he first took the field? Just a quick question here.
Yeah, but my
What
earliest
was
Jet
the
memory is
exact
a
attendance
game
and
losing
weather
Vikings
of the
Hail
game?
Mary.
Chris, what was
Have the
never
Saints
happened.
submitted, Connor?
what percent was the chance of rain the day you went to your first game?
Connor, have the Saints announced yet?
No, they're just coming back from
The
an
pick is
average.
in, but they're not.
Yeah. I see that. I'm just looking at the board, so I'm not actually watching the feed right now.
Wait, I'm
Oh wait, do you guys think? Oh no, never mind. They took a quarterback. I forgot the Saints.
They might take Noel here, the Saints. Low key.
It's let's see. What are their positional needs? They have Olave. They
Get a
have
receiver here.
bro. Yo, no, they could take tight end. Who do they have? Jawan Johnson, bro.
Jawan Johnson, I don't think re-signed.
Okay, so Gunnar Held would be the obvious pick.
Actually, Johnson re-signed.
What?
I said actually no, Johnson re-signed. But
I don't
still,
care if he resigned or not. He's Jawan Johnson.
Yeah, they still need tight
He's
end
good
help.
for 300 yards a season.
Why are they showing Quinn Ewers? They just drafted a quarterback.
Ryan Ramczyk again.
What?
Um,
Oh, another pick, bro.
Gotta get a Jet chant. If
Yeah,
this is a wide
pick.
receiver, we're doing the Jet chant, boys.
Don't you dare check
Wait,
Twitter.
we actually cursed
Yo,
ourselves.
why is that guy like just like Zach Brown?
Vernon Broughton,
I
defensive end from Texas.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue who that is.
I have no clue. Most of these
Sounds a
people
little
are.
bit like Vernon Golston. Is the
Who?
pick.
Vernon Boughton. All right.
You don't
So
know who
it's-
Vernon Golston is?
No.
Minky. What?
Vernon. I don't even know how to say that name. Vernon Broughton.
Bruton.
All right, here come the
Broughton.
Bills have
No, I
another
think it's
chance
Broughton.
to spoil our hopes again.
Bill's pick
Yep.
is approaching.
All right, come on, Mickey.
They might take Revel because they
No, they didn't spoil. Wait, Josh, they didn't spoil our pick for the first.
Shador Sanders at 73, baby.
No, I'm saying they have a chance to, Jack. Come on, just not.
Yeah, I'm gonna show.
Everyone's rooting for Noel here, right? Just not Noel. Just not Noel. Just not Noel.
I'm personally rooting for my guy, Shador.
Why do I actually feel like you're low key like?
I know. We all know that you secretly wanted Shador.
That's what I said.
Fourth round Shador any day of the week.
Hell no. That's
Yo, Connor. If you were to bet that
It would be a
Shador,
good
Alright,
pick and
pick
a,
is
it would
in.
be a good pick and a bad
Is
pick.
in.
Let's just call it out.
It'd be a
Pick
shitty ass pick.
if you were to go on a sports book and
Yo,
bet
yo,
that
yo, calm
Shador
down, calm
Sanders
down,
would be
alright?
here in round 3, what are the
Alright.
odds?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, listen to this.
Let's see.
What?
Landon Jackson, edge from Arkansas.
Noel,
All right,
Noel,
come on, give us Noel, baby, give us Noel.
I put on.
Oh, fire us
We're
up,
on
Chris.
the clock, baby.
Where
Let's
is
go,
Shador
Chris.
gonna go,
Get
bro?
going.
Damn.
Jack.
Whoa! Jet! Jet!
Let's
Rui,
go.
I'm sorry, baby.
Oh my God, he's talking to his cats. This little kid.
I scared her.
Furry Jack in action. Let's go.
Wait, that pick was made by Buffalo so fast. We're
Let's
on the
go,
clock,
baby.
baby. Let's go.
Why does that look like
Jet fans, drop your pick in the
Oh
comments.
crap! No! I gotta get off the chat quickly because someone's gonna spoil it. I know that.
Let's go.
4
Why does this guy
minutes.
look like Josh Dobbs?
Got my Aaron Rodgers jersey on.
Excuse me? No, remove him from the chat.
Oh, I know the pick is in already because my phone just got dinged with a Jets X Factor notification from the
Jets X.
group chat.
Yo,
so.
put on Do Not
X,
Disturb,
X.
Connor. Have you ever heard of that, buddy?
Yeah.
No. Oh, they're on the clock. The pick is in right away. The pick is in right away.
What? It better be a wide receiver.
Get going,
on.
boys. No.
Come on, Noel.
Yeah, I gotta.
No.
Come on.
Connor, you
Bro.
gotta announce it to us.
The Jets are the Jets are my number 2 priority in life.
Wait, shh.
They're shouting people out.
Okay.
I'm about to rage.
Oh,
Confidence.
I'm shaking.
Noel.
Oh God. Adarian Thomas, quarterback. Fuck you. That is the pick.
Are you serious? You're serious,
my
right?
God.
Oh my
Fuck
God.
my life.
I hate this coaching regime already.
Over
Oh my
Ravel?
God.
No.
No, over
No,
a receiver?
They've blown it. They have outdone themselves.
The fact you push a receiver to day 3 concerns me.
Oh my
That's all-
God.
Obviously.
That's all Glenn. You know he was the one who wanted to take defense and take a corner. I couldn't disagree.
Oh
with you.
my.
Who do we have outside of Garrett
Do
Wilson,
you guys
man?
think?
Who do we have taking attention away from Garrett?
I don't know. I have a feeling that Glenn's gonna be all bark no bite at this. I don't know.
I'm not going to say anything
Oh.
about this regime. You guys know my stance already. I haven't taken a strong side because I knew they were going to do something like this.
I don't know.
God
I just
damn
have a
it, bro. This
feeling.
is
I just have a
awful.
feeling.
Yo, Chris, lose the confidence, buddy. Lose the damn
I'm
confidence.
not losing all my confidence. This is just a dumb pick.
See, this is exactly why the Jets' ceiling is 7-10 with
Same
the
old
shitty
Jets.
ass draft.
Get out.
Shitty ass draft.
Tell him, Jack.
I can't with this team, man. I can't.
6-11
Six-
season.
6'2", 200-pound corner.
Oh, this might be the worst draft ever. At least the one
He's
that
all
has
hype.
On the ball. Wait, guys, come on. If we're gonna go defense, why not Xavier Watts?
And they wanted that's an AG pick right there.
That is an AG pick.
6'2", 198, can press.
Corner.
Yeah. That's an AG pick.
And Siobhan Ravel was still on the board as well.
Yeah, I would have taken Thomas over Ravel.
This is dumb. Oh my God, we have no one taking attention away from Garrett Wilson, bro.
Day 3 receiver, baby. Let's do it.
And we're not gonna trade back up, bro. Are we serious?
Deontay Thornton, come on, be our next wide receiver too.
At least it wasn't Shador, honestly.
No. Here's the thing. I hope we get Thornton. Thornton's our last hope, honestly. Thornton is our last hope.
Isaiah Bond, I think.
I mean, maybe Bond and Thornton. are
Savion
our last hope.
Williams. None of these names. Troy Horton. None of these names kept me going at all.
Thornton gets me going a little bit. Thornton and Bond. I guess you could say Bond and Thornton are our last hopes. That's it.
I guess Pat Bryant.
Those
but
kids
not
aren't
really.
even exciting.
What?
Those guys aren't even fucking exciting.
No.
I know.
way.
I'm just saying they're our last hopes, though.
There's just no why.
All right, now I don't want a quarterback in the second round.
Here we go.
Here
we go.
Not the second
Why
round,
in the
day
world?
three.
What did you say, Jack?
I know. Sorry. I meant day 3.
Why in the world would we even consider a corner, bro?
This is a disgrace.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
even know,
ridiculous.
bro. This is why you guys are taking all these strong stances after they signed bums in free agency.
No, I'm saying
No, I knew they were
I'm
going
not
to
giving up
11.
hope.
You guys
Th-
didn't
This is
listen
not,
to me. You guys did not listen to me.
this is not them
What did
taking
you even
Shador.
say? What'd you even say?
I said their
What'd
ceiling
you-
was like 7 and 10. They're not getting
Okay, this
past
doesn't
at
alter
That's
best.
not.
the-
At
That's so
best, they're going
dumb.
7 wins.
That's-
At best,
I'm-
their best. The best everything can go is 7 and 10 this year. With the
Okay,
way
so
the
I-
season's
I-
going, yeah.
I was
So
the
Justin
Throw out
biggest.
Fields-
everything I said about Mason Taylor. This pick is so much worse.
So,
I was
wait,
the
no,
biggest.
Jack. So if Justin Fields is the top
Ridiculous.
5 quarterback, the Jets are winning 7 games.
No, if he's the top 5 quarterback, he'll obviously win the Jets
That's
games.
what
but if
ceiling
you're going-
means, buddy.
if you're
Exactly.
going- oh
But
my
but
gosh.
we already know Jack doesn't know what a ceiling is. So let me just get.
No. A ceiling. Oh, okay.
Wait,
I would-
let's shift back over to Thomas. Here's a scouting report from Trevor Sikkema on Thomas here. Constant pre-snap communicator, punch and press, really jolt receivers, backhands are fast. Shades of Bryce Hall, great, let's go. Good blitzer, doesn't give it away. First step, long arm,
Shades of
and
Bryce
passing lane.
Hall.
Competitiveness is evident every game. Good baseline of instincts in man and zone that can get even better. Very good foot quickness for change of direction out of press. Appears to process the game at a high level. Cons can get taken for a ride versus pulling blockers and tight ends. Awesome. Doesn't have a rare stop and start ability for a longer quarterback. Slender build, could use more weight. Shows when tackling. Great. Someone else who can't tackle. Athleticism isn't a deal breaker.
This sounds like a 6th round pick to me.
No, I don't want to take out my
What?
anger.
I'm serious.
Listen, guys, listen. I do not want to take out my anger that they did not draft a receiver on this young
You
gentleman.
just said this regime is done.
No.
Oh my
No.
god.
No, Chris, how many times can
I
you
was
switch
about
it?
to, I was about to say something about the regime, but y'all weren't listening. I was about to say I was the biggest advocate for this Jets regime in free agency. I'm saying this is not them picking Shador Sanders. They're not. This is not. It's not over. It's not. The season is over at this point.
This
I'm
is
just saying.
this-
I don't. Listen. I'm saying I don't like this pick. I think this pick is a disgrace. I think it's a bad pick. But overall, they still have a chance to go and get a receiver later. They fell in love with a cornerback prospect. What do you expect out of a defensive head coach and a guy who formerly played corner? Like
Jeremy's back to
okay.
give his thoughts.
Okay.
Are we serious?
It's not a good pick, but it's not all done. You guys are too down. I get it's upsetting. I get it's disappointing. But
Chris, let Jeremy cook. Let
we
Jeremy
need to
cook.
grab a receiver as soon as possible now.
Okay. I can't believe we just passed up on either Royals and no. I'm shocked.
Yep.
But I do want to tell you about the player. Okay. The position is wrong. We all know that. There's so many ways we could have went. Like, we're all freaked out. I get it. But I'll tell you about the player. Dom C's 18th overall. His 3rd cornerback overall. The reason he loves him, and this is coming right from his mouth, what he loves about this player, just so you know about the player. I know you're not happy about the position. He is super, super physical, press coverage, will get in players' face, challenge them, great tackler, fits into Wilk's system perfectly. Also believes that means Stiggers is going to be a safety and go into get pushed back into the safety room. Just a little sidebar on that. And that they clearly just went best player available. That's what they just did. They basically, and you could expect that the rest of the way. They have thrown out positional need. They are now just taking the best possible players. And that's the only explanation for that pick.
I mean, what would you grade that pick even like that?
It's really hard. If I needed a cornerback, I'd be thrilled. Like if we didn't sign Stevens and we literally had no cornerback and that was a huge need for us. If I was a different team that needed a cornerback, I would be shocked that we got him there. I think it was a steal, absolute great value. But based on our needs, I'm shocked. I'm completely shocked. I mean,
I'd give it a D based on the
Watt.
needs. Yeah, Xavier, not only that, but Jeremy, you pushed wide receiver 2 until day 3 of the draft.
This is
At this point, it's not wide receiver 2 anymore, bro. It's wide receiver 3. So either Reynolds or Lazard is going to be our wide receiver 2 at this point, bro. Accept it.
Lazard is going to be the wide receiver 2 without question, unless we make some kind of crazy trade right now.
When does the 4th round? What pick starts the 4th round?
Like 102.
I think like 1. Yeah.
Okay, so perfect. The Jets are 8th.
I'm not even like terribly mad at the
Or
pick.
in-
We just need a
And Bond's
receiver
the
so
last
bad, man. We can't we better take a receiver
Nice
next.
draft pick by the Broncos.
But
Pick number
in my
103.
eyes,
The Jets are like, if you can get Noel to day 3, that would be huge.
in my eyes, why spend that much in free agency if this is the move?
I mean, maybe they really wanted to get him, and they looked at him as a no. Hear me out. And they looked at him as a project, and they knew it would take time to develop Stevens.
But you have projects and Stickers and JBC.
But what if he really loved these two? I mean, Aaron Glenn is a former corner. This is why I'm not surprised at this pick. Like, okay, I'm not even that mad. Like, if he could develop this guy into a really
okay, let's
Chris,
go
you're
back to
putting
the
blind
initial
faith
reaction.
into this regime. You're giving them too many chances.
Let's say if
love
AG
every
is a
move
good
they
coach,
make.
just say if AG is a good
not
coach.
think
Like,
this
we
is
need a
good
receiver
right now.
target, but like that has to be the next pick. If wide receivers at the next pick, like what are we doing?
Check
Like
at the pick at 42.
I just don't see this guy getting any snaps. I mean, fill me in if I'm lost here, but
He might.
starting, man.
He might.
Michael Carter's gonna get more snaps than this guy.
Jeremy, you
Might-
just drafted a guy after you signed someone for $36 million.
I know.
3
Luckily,
years though,
that's,
it's $12 million.
luckily that's a 2-year contract. Really, like in reality, we can get
Yeah.
out of that contract in 2.
it's the
but,
option on the third.
but it makes me think because Stevens didn't he play safety his rookie year? It makes me,
but he was awful.
yeah, he wasn't.
And you don't pay a safety $36
Oh
million.
man.
I don't get it. They want to do a rotation, they just took a guy.
He's
they
a
just took
one-year
a-
starter.
They just took a guy who's probably not going to play versus a wide receiver, 2 wide receiver options that may have been day 1 starters. So I don't. The value is just doesn't feel right to me at all.
I mean, if this guy isn't gonna play for 3 years, by the time his rookie deal is expired, you don't know what kind of a player he is. I mean, what are you gonna have to base it off of? I just don't understand. Just drafting Noel there.
That's actually good then.
Corner
Josh,
out next
that's
to
actually
him.
good because then you don't know what he is at the end. You get him on a cheap deal, then that's where he's really going to start to develop and thrive. Like that, you just proved yourself wrong.
Chris, you don't extend a guy that doesn't play.
Exactly, you do. You can just get him on a cheap deal though.
Chris, this is the NFL where we have a salary
It's a-
cap. You don't
it's
just
a
throw
project.
money at people because they don't play.
Oh, did Tallis take Revel?
They just took Revel, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
smart. That's a smart pick. That's a
Who would
really-
you have taken, Jeremy, Revel or Thomas?
Yeah, who's a better prospect there?
Man, I without the injury, Revel, if there was never an injury, but with the injury, I would take Thomas because I mean, really, again, I don't ever mistake me for thinking this is not what I expected or wanted or was hoping for. But he's a great player. Guys, if we needed a cornerback, that's the problem here is that we needed a cornerback. It's not the player. The player is great. He's a great player. I don't know why he slipped this far. I think it's because of his 40 time wasn't very high.
He's not a good athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was but the play. If you watch the film, I mean, he's so physical, and that's just what Aaron Glenn and Wilkes love. That's what they want. They want a physical press corner. They want a corner who's going to press, be physical. He just fits exactly what they want. I mean, it's just weird that they picked him. Because it's like, how many reps is he going to play for the next 2 years? Like we're saying, like Stevens is getting money for 2 years. Is he going to sit on the bench? Is that why you're paying Stevens to be a backup player? So I just don't get it.
That's what I was thinking. Can we turn this scenario around? If they really love this guy so much that they're willing to reach way out of position here, do you think he could come in and be the starter out of training camp? And then are you paying a guy like Stevenson who had a very down year last year? Are you going to overpay him to come in and then not even start him? I mean, that would be even more ridiculous in my mind. I mean, this leaves a lot of question marks in a lot of spots. And now this coaching staff, earlier in the show when Nick Faria was on, I asked him a question, a little bit something along the lines of, Muji, first-time GM, do you think that he would be willing to take a flyer on a prospect that the media isn't going to love and that the media is going to doubt him for? And Nick said, yeah, I think he's going to do what's best for the team, but like this is beyond above and beyond to me. Like this is like crazy to me.
Yeah, I agree. You know, all right, boys. I got to bounce for tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Jeremy, I thank you so much for coming on tonight with us. Chris, Josh, Connor, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. I enjoyed this a lot.
Bye, Jack.
Peace out.
Bye, guys.
Nice to meet you,
Peace
man.
out, guys.
Good night. Yeah. Jeremy, you were on with Talking Jets, right?
I just was before. Yeah.
Nice. You think they're gonna trade back into the third?
Hope so.
If we want to, if we're serious about getting a wide receiver that we could actually have hope is going to play realistically and not be some miracle like dart throw, I don't see any other way. I mean, I can't believe they're still here anyway. So there's no way that Knowles and Royals, these guys are gone. I mean, they're not making it to us in the 4th round. Let's be honest. So with that, if we don't trade up, I mean, I hate to say this, but yeah, you're looking at freaking Nick Nash. I mean, you're looking at or whoever they happen to like. You're looking at some guy that's just that they like that none of us.
Who's just a guy?
Who's just a jag, right? That you're just hoping, like the Rams hit with Pukanuka. So
yeah, for sure. It's just a complete dart throw at this point, which is just so frustrating. It's like it's not. It would have been frustrating to an extent if like the guys were just off the board, but you had them on a silver platter. They were on the board.
You're gonna go secondary. Why wasn't it Xavier Watts?
That's exactly what I said right after the pick. I mean, if safety's actually your need, then go ahead and get a safety, man. Like, this is just.
Shador gonna be there at 110, Jeremy?
Oh my God, you wanted to take Shador so bad.
I don't know who's going to be there at 110. I really don't even know. Like at this point, I think that they're literally going to play the board. Like, don't even think about what position. I think literally at this point, they are just going to take on their board who is the best player. It could be anything or anyone. It might be guard. It might be if they've been watching Tom C at all, they might take Miles Frazier. I don't know.
Jeremy, do you think that might be looking a little too far into it because maybe they viewed corner as a position of need. Maybe they have a plan like Josh said. Maybe they want to do something along the lines of a rotation. But we know this Glenn and Steve Wilkes have their own idea of a scheme, and we know Glenn obviously is a former corner. He played corner, so and he's a defensive guy. So you think he's just really confident in his ability to develop a really quality cornerback core that they could like do something very interesting to like make a new defensive scheme. Like, so what are your thoughts behind that? Because I'd be really disappointed if they went best player available from here on out. Like, we still need a receiver.
Well, look, I think that defensively, right? I think the difference between the last few years and this year is that the way Wilkes plays, the secondary becomes much more of a priority. But the thing that's confusing me is I've always thought more in the lines of safety. When you want to blitz more, when you want to take more chances, you typically like to have a safety. I mean, Glenn had Kirby Joseph. Who did they have over in San Francisco? I know they had someone when
Bufanga, I think, right?
Yeah.
But you typically want to have an outfielder back there that can, that can cause turnovers, that you could trust, that can get burned.
They're probably high on Andre Sisco. I mean, Tony Adams is a guy who can. He's solid. I mean, he's not good. He's not great, but like he's solid. I mean, they must be high on Andre Sisco at safety.
Sure, but where's our box safety? Where's our freaking reliable tackle?
Your strong safety. Yep. One thing I just saw here in the Jets X Factor group chat. All three of the players the Jets have picked are 21 and under. Membu and Thomas both 21. Taylor both 20.
So we like it. So that now you're getting you're getting some answers there. They like youth.
Chris, I wanna go back to your and just sort of ask you a question about the safety spot.
Gotcha.
You're coming in and you're bringing in Sisco. Well, I think 1 year, $10 million. So you're not committed to him long term. But if they really love him and he's really the answer at safety, why don't they get him 2-3 years? You think they need
he's 24 and he's coming off a down season.
I had the answer.
If they're really in on him, you think they just take him for 1 year and then contract issues next year?
I think they only took him for 1 year because he's 24. Connor's right. They semi already know what he can be, but they see qualities. They see qualities that they can coach up. So what they're assessing now is he able to go out and take that coaching, accept and become the player that reaches ceiling. So that's what they're looking for in this 1 year. So I think that there's way more to it than you think. Like if they were, I don't think just because they didn't give him a multi-year deal means they're not confident in him. That's what I think.
No, I understand, and I hope he's well coached, and I hope he plays his tail off, and I hope he plays really well.
To the Texans, boom, there he goes.
Yeah, I just saw that. But then that means that you're going to let him walk in the middle of his prime at age 25.
No, you're gonna extend him.
Okay. Okay. Well, if that's division, then that's division. But
Oh, there he
there's a
goes.
lot of other guys that are going to get that paycheck first. I'll tell you that much.
There
Yeah,
goes my
Noel,
guy.
Noel to the Texans. That's disappointing.
I mean, this is
Now
what
there's
happens.
now
This
there's
is what
really no
happens.
point
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
up.
This is what happens when you have talent. Like you have to pay guys. This is a problem the Jets haven't had in a while. But this is exactly why I push back to people who say we're rebuilding. Like the Jets have so many players that's coming up to extend, which means they have so much talent, man. Like we're not rebuilding. A rebuild is when you don't have any talent and you need to really build talent and grab guys in your team. Like we have guys. We're a good coaching staff and solid quarterback play away, man. So hopefully we have a good coaching staff, and we're betting on Justin Fields' upside. If he turns into the franchise guy, the Jets are going to be pretty good for a bit to come, man. But if Fields doesn't work out, like if you hit on a quarterback in a stacked quarterback class in next year's draft, you are really set, man. So I'm excited for the future, but this draft is confusing me to say the least.
Chris,
Yeah,
I think
let's go over to the phone lines one last time here before we wrap up the show. It's looking like the Jets aren't gonna trade back in, so we'll just and of course the second I say we're going to the phone lines, our guy Nathan drops off. But yeah, we'll stay on here a little longer. It's just not much more for me to say. We've overplayed everything tonight, but this is just puzzling for me.
I agree, but I mean I understand the pick. Like if it was
you just said it's puzzling, and then you just said you understand it.
Pulling a jack there, my bad. But I see the reasoning behind it. I'm puzzled why they didn't pick receiver, but I see like Aaron Glenn went corner. Like it makes sense. I'm puzzled why they didn't pick receiver is what I'm saying. But they probably went corner because Glenn fell in love with this guy and he has qualities. Like this is what we're doing with all the guys, man. I just need them to pick a receiver sooner rather than later because as of now, the receiving room is probably looks like this. You have Garrett 1, either Reynolds or Lazard 2, and Corley 3. Like, and I think most Jeff fans
That's
are
a disaster.
I don't think it's terrible. I mean, I think Jeff.
That's the worst in the league.
No, I don't think it's
that's
that
one of the worst.
They
That's a
have one
bottom
competent
5
receiver.
Jeremy, that's bottom 5 for you, right?
I mean, Garrett Wilson's pretty special, but I mean, Lazard, Reynolds, and
say this is it. Let's say this is it. Garrett Wilson 1, obviously. Reynolds 2, Allen Lazard or Corley 3. Like that's
bottom 5.
That's below average, but not.
Here's a theory. Here's a theory, at least for this season. Justin Fields has never went past 2 progressions in his life. So Garrett Wilson, Mason Taylor, if it's not there, run. Maybe the idea is, what's the point of having another good wide receiver if you have a quarterback who can't read 3 progressions deep?
Because without another threat, Garrett Wilson just becomes the only problem for a defense. When they turn on the film, they just say, "All right, we'll match up well against Garrett Wilson. The rest will take care of itself. This offense outside of that will score 7 points."
Well, we got Mason Taylor, and we got Breece Hall out of the backfield, so we got some weapons that could be running around, right?
And I think most Jet fans hate on Malachi Curley way too much. Like the coaching was so bad. It was so bad. I know he made that bonehead mistake. Oh my God, Josh! I'm not debating this. You're one of these Jet fans who hate on Corley. I know he made a bonehead mistake. We don't hold grudges. I don't hold grudges. He made a bonehead mistake. Yes, these are things that good coaches have to learn from. Josh, what, bro?
You don't think that if he played well in practice, he would earn his way onto the field?
The coaching staff was that incompetent.
You think from the start of training camp, they just never gave him any reps? You don't think they gave him a chance to prove himself? Okay, I get the coaching staff was terrible, but come on, this isn't high school football coaches know to do that.
The Jets are arguably worse than high school football coaches. Worse. I'd rather have a PB coaching staff than what we had last year.
We're going a step too far here.
I'm waiting for a big thing to come up that says trade. Jets now picking Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Jets get pick 82.
Yeah, Jets get. Hey, that's a dream.
If that happens, that ruins my life. That actually ruins my life.
No, but then Chris, you'd be like, if you think about it, it's actually a good pick.
We actually get pass catcher, and then evens out.
No, it doesn't even out. There's no need to create more holes. Breece Hall is a talented player. I don't care anything you say.
Would you do 82 for Breece and then take Royals?
No.
It's rough. It's rough, man. It's hard to
No.
answer that. I need to
How about
analyze.
you just don't trade Brees and you trade like a third next year and a sixth this year and trade up and get Royals?
I'd rather trade something else than Brees, but man, it would be hard to turn that down. We really need a wide receiver, really, really bad. But then, can we trust Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis? Did we see enough of them to trust them that they could really give us the running game that we need?
Yes, and this is the problem I have with people saying, trade Brees and draft Janty. Like if they're trading Brees, they have confidence in Allen and Davis. Like there's no need to the drafting Janty is like so dumb. I can't even explain it.
Caleb Johnson to the Steelers. Shadur.
That's crazy. But elaborating on my Janty take, even if you believe Brees Hall is not that great, you're getting above, like slightly better than Brees Hall running back and Ashton Jennings, and you're not even addressing one of your needs, but you're with your best pick in the draft. So that's why I think like the Janty chatter was all smoke and it was dumb. But yeah, how Shador hasn't went yet is crazy.
This is well worse than Will Levis if you think about it.
This is 10 times worse
Way
than Will
worse.
Levis.
Because at least Levis was like top of the second round.
Yeah. Dude, this is insane.
It might be on the board entering day 3.
Are you telling me that he's not going to get picked on day 2? Like, this would be like the most shocking thing. Maybe, I mean, I've been around a long time, guys. If he doesn't get picked on day 2, I might be the most shocking thing I've ever experienced in 40 plus years.
If he was undrafted,
It's insane. How did the Steelers not take him here?
What do you think his odds were at the beginning on whatever sports book you like to not get picked through 2 days of the draft through 4 rounds? That's ridiculous.
Crazy
oh
odds.
my
Crazy
gosh.
odds. Nobody would believe it. Nobody would believe
Plus
it.
a million. Plus
Tyler
$30
Show.
million.
Tyler Show going before.
Tyler Shuck, not Tyler Show.
It's Tyler Show.
That's a point in and of itself. You can't even say a guy's name who gets
Jeremy's recorded an interview with Tyler Shuck. It's not Tyler Show.
I say Shook Show, Shao, or whatever because I always get confused and I'm never really sure. But whatever it is, that Tyler guy, that's a shock that he got picked before Sanders.
Oh yeah,
Milroe get picked?
I will.
Milroe's still on the board.
I will sing Glenn and Mushi's praises for drafting all the players 21 and under. I mean, I love that. I love that idea.
Well, Pittsburgh is coming up next, and Pittsburgh, you'd think with pick 83 would take Sanders. I mean, they had no idea he would be there, so they were not prepared.
The reason why I think he could potentially go undrafted is because every team that has looked into him has passed up on him multiple times.
Because his dad won't shut up.
But at some point, you put that aside and say, here's a 6th-round pick for him. Right?
I mean, look, at some point, we would have to do it. I mean,
no, please, not us. Please, why do we have to be the jokes that do it? Please, no.
6th round, yes.
Chris, would you sign him in undrafted free agency?
No.
Okay, that's just a lie.
I would cry myself to sleep if they at any point acquired.
Tennessee took Winston. You see, so there's our strong safety. He's off the board.
Lathan Ransom. I'm telling you, Lathan Ransom from Ohio State.
Jonas Sanker is still there.
You and Bean love Sanker.
I love him.
Yeah.
Love him.
Dude, this is insane.
Strong safety, man. He's a tackler, downhill runner. Boom, crashes people.
Oh God! Now Pittsburgh's on the clock. I can just check right now.
No.
I'm not going to spoil anything.
I want to know.
It's got to be Sanders. Come on, it's got to be.
Please, so the Jets, so we can put this Connor conspiracy theories to rest.
It's got to be.
I'm kind of hoping that. Wait, who's the Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback? Picks Ordian.
They have that.
Oh my God! I can tell you who they took.
Yes.
Caleb Johnson, running back, Iowa.
Wow. Everybody's going over Sanders.
If you guys don't think the Steelers have a handshake deal with Rodgers already, you're out of your mind. Passing on Sanders or any quarterback this many times.
Who did Milroe go to? You sure Milroe got picked?
No, he didn't go anywhere.
No, he's on the board. I'm 100% sure. I'm looking at it.
Look, I was never a fan of them, so it doesn't surprise me that the experts aren't doing it. But I thought that they were going to get picked. Like,
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It doesn't like I was never high on Shador. I think I don't think he's gonna be good wherever he does eventually end up going. But it doesn't surprise me that the experts think that. But like round 4, like we're at round 3 right now, and no one's taking him. That's insane.
I said it.
Just don't be the team, man. Just don't be the team.
I can guarantee you the Jets aren't trading up. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn are speaking to reporters right now, and the quote is, "The night went well." So,
all right,
will not be trading back.
I'm not satisfied because we didn't grab a receiver. I do love the Mason Taylor pick. The corner pick is, I can see why Glenn did it. I don't get passing on a receiver. So we need that to be our first pick in the 4th round. So I mean, hey, it's all right. It's all right.
I just can't believe this.
I know.
I know.
110, baby. 110.
At the beginning of the draft, when he announced that he wasn't going to be in the green room live, I said to my friend, I think he's doing this because there's a chance he doesn't get picked in the top 20 and it would shatter his ego. Here we are. He's about to be a 4th round.
Wait,
my dad and I were so surprised when he didn't get picked in the 1st round. That was shocking enough.
Right.
I thought the Browns would take him with the first pick today.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be in play with the Browns. I thought the Giants before they traded up for Dart too.
Connor, we better hope we better hope Mason Taylor has better hands than you dropping that little foam football.
Yeah, I know. He might not. I have better hands than Lazard. I can guarantee you that.
What if the Buccaneers get him?
Lazard just kicks the soccer ball around better than I do.
Dude, speaking about hands, this is food for thought here. We obviously know Garrett Nussmeier has a cannon of an arm and has elite velocity.
The highlights tell you that.
All right, be quiet. And Mason Taylor is catching those balls, and he is making pretty good catches. So Mason Taylor has good hands.
Yes, Chris.
Maybe the Bucks will take Sanders to replace.
Yeah, I know they're up right now.
Like you think somebody would just
Jacob Parrish, cornerback, Kansas State.
Wow, I didn't have him even in my top 16.
New England's up next.
Now they've Drake.
Honestly, Drake May's gonna be a bust. Just take Sanders for them.
Nice.
Did New England trade with Kansas City?
I have no idea.
Because I see Kansas City is next on my board.
No, New England. Yeah, New England. It just went to New England as 85. On
Chiefs trading up with the Patriots and coming back up. Casey's on the clock. That's the latest from Jordan Shore.
That's what I see. I see KC picking next.
If I still have New England. Are you watching on ESPN, Jeremy?
No, I think NFL Network.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching on ESPN.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, now it's updating.
Dude, the Jets are having a ground and pound offense, and I've been saying that for the longest time, baby.
If the Chiefs took Shador, it would be so funny, just burying him behind Patrick Mahomes for his whole
I would love to see that. Honestly, bro, he deserves it, bro.
The Chiefs are too good of an organization, though.
What?
Yeah, picks already in. They're not taking them. Let's see. Next is LA and Green Bay, so that's a no-go times 2.
I think Dion might be a little pissed off, a little more pissed off than Shador at this point.
Oh, he's
a little.
For sure.
It's always worse for the parent, guys.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Especially one that talks that much smack.
I know. He probably would.
Noel Williams. Jeremy, your guy, Noel Williams.
Noel Williams. There you go. And it's the Chiefs, right? Smart team, smart general manager, and there you go. And you watch him take my guy from hell. I thought this kid would be available possibly in the 5th round, but Chiefs know better.
Yeah. Traded up to get him, which makes you think there might have been some other teams right behind him who were thinking about it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing how you just can't trust those mock draft boards, man.
Right.
So,
I use let me check where mock draft. I use mock draft database consensus big board. They compile so many mock drafts together. Where they have Noel Williams. They had him 98. He went 85th. I mean, they had is Benjamin Morrison? Was he? Who did he go to? He has to be off the board, right?
I haven't heard his name. I mean, maybe I just missed
he's
it.
off the board.
Who do you go to?
Don't know, but I'm checking right now. Yeah, he's not an available player.
This is a really good pick for Kansas City. They're such a smart team. It's a really great value.
Chargers pick is in.
Wait, talk about building the trenches. They went O-line, D-line, edge rusher, and now corner. Their first 3 picks were all all on the front 4/5. See, I mean, I think that's just how you would build a winning culture, which obviously the Jets know nothing about.
Let's see with the Chargers. It's a new regime, though.
I don't care.
You're
New
right.
regime, knew this, knew that.
It's not the same old Jets.
I thought I had faith in them after they made the right pick at 7 with Membu, and I mean, I'm just walking it
That's
back.
why that's exactly why we should have taken Warren at 7, because if they took Warren at 7, they actually had flexibility to do this bullshit pick at corner. Like
every single pick, we're retracing our steps. I mean,
I'm seeing now the Chargers are looking
right
to take
right
Noel
now,
Williams.
Chris, is this draft a failure to you? Because they got my guy at number 7, and right now I'm still thinking it might be, even though they got my number 1.
I think that's kind of crazy to say. I don't think it's a failure. I just think it's underwhelming.
It's
Well, I mean, what if all 3 of these guys are all pro guys someday?
Exactly.
That's the thing about the draft. You really never know.
The only way this draft would be a failure is if the next pick was Shedeur Sanders.
With the draft, Chris, what would you grade the draft if the Jets used their last pick on Shedeur?
Their last pick on Shedeur?
It wouldn't change for me.
Where are we getting a receiver in that scenario?
With the next pick, 110.
Okay, if they drafted Shedeur, I'd give it probably like a C- or D+.
Okay, that's just clip farming there. Oh,
The Chargers went offense with their first 2 picks. Where are they going now?
Apparently, I'm looking on Twitter. Everyone's saying they wanted to go Noel.
That's what great happened.
Yeah, now with him off the board.
Now, I'm seeing Mel Kiper's suggestion being Xavier Watts, which I wouldn't hate for them.
Yeah.
That would be a solid pick for the Chargers. I mean, wouldn't it be great if Xavier Watts slipped us in the 4th round?
Really great.
Yo, Jeremy, there were some mocks I was doing where he wasn't even there in the 2nd.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I was an early round 2nd pick from all. You know how many times I picked him? Like in December, January, my mock drafts, I was picking him at 42, like crazy. I'd be happy when he was there. I was like, oh, look who's there.
Yeah,
I know.
Him and Tyleek.
Yeah.
Him and Will Johnson were my 2, big time shockers that they fell as far as they have. And
Johnson, I
Watson's still
understand at
falling.
least with the medicals.
I guess so, but he was mocked top 15, top 20, and a lot of top rated, trusted guys.
This just proves that Shedeur was only this highly touted because of his namesake. Like,
no, I think it shows his dad played too much of a role and he was too arrogant and cocky during his interviews, like Jeremy alluded to earlier.
I mean, when you start making when you right away you see a player in college and his father is publicly saying, I'll decide which teams that we're willing to play for. To me, I run the other direction. Why would I want any part of that?
Also, when you're wearing those remember he was wearing the giant cleats? It
was the same thing with Caleb Williams when he said he wants part ownership of the team as agent. I said, that's it. He's not my guy.
Caleb Williams?
He was saying before the draft, like a couple of months before the draft, he was saying his book, whatever, his agent was arguing that he should have, he's going to save that franchise and they should consider giving him partial ownership of it. That's what they were saying.
Is that even legal to play on a team that you have?
You have to stick to a certain kind of contract, but it was just a statement to get.
Oh my god!
It was a statement to like be real. Oh shit! Oh, one off the board.
Chargers go Cardwell, reinvest in the D line.
Yep. Seems going nowhere.
What?
Jamari Caldwell, 332-pound run.
He was our fatty run stopping guy that we were hoping we can get in the 5th round.
Yeah, you guys on Talking Jets have been talking about him for a long, long time.
Yeah, Green Bean's on right now for sure.
The next pick needs to be a wide receiver anyway.
He just like bulldozes guards, man.
You know what I'll say? Speaking of quarterbacks with media stuff, Cam Ward might be the best media trained quarterback I've ever seen. I mean, this guy was so smart at the draft, asking him where to rank the top 5 players at each position. Tajay Spears,
that's just not smart. That just gave it away. That's dumb.
No, it shows he's media trained, and it shows, like, for example, like he knows not to crap on the team he's about to go to. He knows to praise them, and it's like everyone knew who was going to the Titans, but it shows
That's common sense. And also, that was not even media. It was in a Fortnite game.
What?
That wasn't even with the media. That was in a Fortnite game.
It doesn't matter. He's still trained. Like, for example, all these players go through media training. Like, he knows to say the right things in front of reporters and even not in front of reporters.
I mean, I'd say that's common sense to like praise your team.
Yeah, but before you're going to them, like,
Yeah,
just thinking ahead there is what I would say. Like, freaking Shadur Sanders would be in a Fortnite game and be a lock to go number 3 to the Giants and start shitting on the Tyrone Tracy and Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah, because he's a bum. That's why the Jets shouldn't pick him, bro. I don't get it.
Chris, what would you grade the pick if the Jets took Shadur in the 6th? Just not the whole draft, just the pick.
Just the pick in the 6th?
Yeah.
I'd give it a D-.
That's just clip farming.
How?
Jeremy, what would you grade it if they took him in the 6th?
Who?
Shadur.
Oh, that's I would actually be
A+.
6 rounds. I mean, that's
A+.
I mean, I don't know. It depends. As long as you have the agreement, like as a team, like if I'm in the front office, if the guy comes in and says a freaking word, if it's dad, if they do anything annoying, if they do anything arrogant, anything upsetting, anything, you just cut them. That would be my rule. 6th round pick. We'll take the chance. Hope that he comes in humble. Let him have a chance to compete. See what he can do at 6. It's a 6th round pick. Who cares? It's practically nothing. Most guys fail anyway. But if they open up their mouths, it's a great way to make it. It might be worth it just to make a point to the team, just to set the like.
That's actually a good point.
Savion Williams to the Packers.
Like that.
Oh shoot, that's another receiver off the board.
Yep.
And they already took a receiver.
They took Golden.
I know. They're stacking. They're gonna have to start cutting guys.
That's so smart. Like the one thing that was holding them back is that Jordan Love is like had no first round guys to throw to. He has Matthew Golden now, who he needs some coaching up, but he's obviously a speedy guy. And now you're grabbing this guy who I don't know much about, but still just adding bodies to the room.
Yeah, and Christian Watson and has a chance to develop as well.
And just so you guys know, the year the Giants won the Super Bowl in 1986 under Parcells, he cut the number 2 receiver on the team in the middle of the season for opening up his mouth to the media.
Dang.
Who was that?
I got to look it up. I think his name was Johnson. I got to look it up. But there was I definitely got to look. I always forget his name. But there was a wide receiver on the Giants that year in '86. He was the WR2. His boundary receiver, and they cut him after like the 6th game or something, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl. But it was because he said something in the media and complained about throws or catches or something like that, and Parcells said, "Gone, done."
Wow,
that's what I'm hoping Aaron Glenn is. Like literally, it's not about any player. You don't get to open up your mouth. It's a team, and if you're not part of the team, then you go. You know, no individuals.
That's not what it was last year.
The answer, don't Dion and AG have a relationship though?
Where are you getting that from?
I feel like I've seen that before.
I heard them joking around a lot and getting along really well.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like me saying Agbuka is boys with Garrett.
No, it's not. It's completely different.
How?
Because AG can tell Dion to his face, hey, shut up. Let me do my thing. The concern I have with Shadur, though, Jeremy, is the Jets go out week 1, lose 30-0. Justin Fields throws 3 interceptions, and Shadur's going on every single radio station in the entire world and bashing the whole organization, bashing the whole coaching staff on how
this is a nightmare waiting to happen. Shadur Sanders and Zach Wilson waiting
then he's gone. He'll never play another NFL snap, Connor. Who would want that toxic of a person in their locker room? And I say that as we had Aaron Rodgers on our team for 2 years.
I'm not even addressing that. That's insanely false.
So we know a thing or two about toxicity in the locker room.
Right now, Sanders is mad at everyone, but you know who he's specifically mad at? Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Shadur Sanders' whole career will be about proving Cleveland and Pittsburgh wrong, and New Orleans. Like those teams, those quarterback needy teams, those few teams, he's going to if he's good at all, he's going to make it its mission to make them suffer and pay.
As shocking as it is, I'm happy he's getting humble.
It's a good thing because maybe it'll teach future prospects to keep their mouths shut and just be
Yes.
happy, because the attitude of any player coming out of college should be, it's an honor to be selected into the NFL. It's a dream coming true.
Now, do you think that NIL is going to start playing a role in this, where people already view themselves as a professional level athlete, where they're already getting paid to play football? Do you think that they're going to come in here and say, hey, you know, I'm running this place. I've played these games before, you know, whatever. You know, I'm the guy around here. Do you think NIL is going to chip in where it's no longer that like college environment of a team first mentality?
It could. I think what's definitely going to happen is you're going to have kids staying. You're not going to have as many kids coming out early because they don't have to anymore. Like, you know, if you get like 6, you know, 3, 4, like, because there are guys who came out simply because their parents, their mom is still living in a terrible neighborhood and a terrible life. And they just want to get out as soon as they can so they can rescue their family, right? NIL is going to take that away. You don't have to now. Now you're going to give you money right from the bat. Now you have money. You can get your family out of like dire straits. And you're no longer terrified if I get injured, I end up with nothing, because now you got $6 million in the bank anyway, you know. So you have more reason to stay in college now, you know. So I think that you'll have players staying longer. How it's going to affect their attitude, I'm sure it's going to affect some of them. Some of them are going to get that money, start buying those fancy cars. I don't even be surprised if you end up seeing guys crashing cars, like totaling cars and ruining their careers because they're too young to handle having
Henry Ruggs.
You know, they get a Ferrari at 19, 20 years old and they wrap it around a tree.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Speaking of Henry Ruggs, do you see that guy's coming out of jail and like he's up for parole in like a year and a half or something?
Yeah, 2026.
You think anyone would take a flyer on him, Jeremy? Like any
Yes,
NFL
yes.
team?
I do. Did you hear the Nick Saban speech about him? Like Nick Saban,
Yes.
went on defending that guy. He's saying the wrong crowd. See, Nick Saban. This is why Nick Saban. I just want to let Nick Saban preach. Honestly, I think
Nick Saban went like 0-16 as a head coach in the NFL.
bad scenario. But he obviously learned from that. But what we're saying about Tyler Ruggs, Henry Ruggs, excuse me. I think someone is definitely going to take a shot on him. Jeremy, what's your
I
thoughts?
can see him as a guy who like starts off in the UFL and has to work his way back up.
I mean, I believe that he is, like, I'm not against it. Like, if a team wants to give him a chance, I think that you're allowed to suffer consequences and pay, you know, your debt to society, suffer your punishment, and the punishment, if the punishment isn't the rest of your life ruins, like, should the punishment be the rest of his life is ruined and he never gets to make a living and he never gets, you know, so if he pays you know, he made a terrible, horrible decision, but that might not be who he is as a person. He just made a terrible decision in one moment of his life. He did you know, if he serves his time and then comes out, who's to say he doesn't deserve to then go out and make a living? And
it's not only that, he has to play football, and it would be 7 years by then, 6 years.
Yeah, that's why it makes sense for him to go to the UFL and work his way up.
Right. He would have to go to the UFL and be a superstar and catch the eye of every NFL GM and say, oh my God. But, you know, you really want the news and the controversy unless he's, oh my God, like he has to blow you away. It has to be, oh my God, like, oh.
He has to be like a 300 yard per game guy at the UFL level.
He has to dominate it.
Wait,
You know,
were we talking about Saban going to the UFL to work his way up? Or Henry
Ruggs.
Okay, because I was gonna say I don't think Saban wants to coach anymore. That's why he took the job at ESPN.
No, 100%. You know, listen, Henry Ruggs will be catching passes in the UFL from Shedeur Sanders. So,
yeah,
at this point,
I mean, look, this quarterback class, when people were saying Sanders was 1 or 2, and I said, well, if that's true, this is the worst quarterback class of my lifetime, because I
agree.
I mean, the kid holds on to people say, why? Look at his tape. Look at his tape. I go, are you counting how many seconds he's holding the football? Like, I don't understand how you could watch a guy who holds the ball for 3 seconds and say, I'm confident he can succeed in the NFL.
Runs backwards with pressure. Like, he's Zach Wilson waiting to happen. This is exactly why he's getting passed
He was my quarterback 3 this year with a 2nd to 3rd round grade on it. He was my 3rd quarterback this year. Behind, I had Cam 1, Howard 2, Sanders 3. Trying to think who I had it for. I think I had McCord 4, Milroe 5, Gabriel 6, Leonard 7, Dart at 8.
At 8?
Wow.
Wow.
And the Giants took him at 20.
You'll never meet a bigger
Jeremy,
Jackson Dart hater. You'll never meet a bigger Jackson Dart.
What's your evaluation on Cam Ward? I'm the biggest Cam Ward hater you will find. I don't like him. I don't think I didn't want the Jets to trade up for him.
I think he was the best quarterback of this class, but I think he would have been QB 6 or 7 last year.
100%. Like, it's so dumb. This is why we definitely should not have traded up for him. Like, we're gonna get a really top quarterback in Nussmeier or Aller next year. There's no reason for that.
Trading up for him would have been catastrophic for this.
I couldn't agree more. It would have been an absolute disaster. The Jets would be an incompetent organization. They would continue to suck for eternity.
I would have wanted Muji fired before the team played a snap under him. Yeah. And Glenn. And
the thing with Ward is, like, what is his ceiling? His ceiling is he's like an Andy Dalton. Like, that's the thing.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
Andy Dalton, who can scramble, I'll give you that. Who can scramble, but not much else.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
He's all right. But we're not giving up our future for Mr. I. You know,
exactly.
Need some skill behind that.
Jeremy, did you have Tyler Shuck in your top 10?
For overall players, no, but
quarterbacks, yeah.
Oh, quarterback, I had him like my 3 or something. We loved him.
Oh, wow.
He's the best quarterback at the Senior Bowl by far. I mean,
age though?
No, I mean, I didn't want to take any quarterback, but
I agree with you.
If you held a gun to my head, I was probably Ward, Dart, Tyler. That was probably and then maybe Sanders 4. And then Will Howard, and maybe
if Gabriel was 6'2" and a righty, he would be my quarterback 1.
It's hard. Gabriel. With Oregon, it's hard. It's really difficult. It's like Ole Miss. The same thing with Dart. It's just difficult because of the system they play. And
Lance Lanning, is that the guy? Yeah.
It's just hard to judge those quarterbacks. It's not a strike against them. It's not like, oh, he's going to be bad because he played for the Ducks. It's a question mark. Like, okay, but could he play in an NFL system?
Yeah.
That's the question.
We're going to take one quick call here before we wrap up. Over 5 hours here. Jeremy, you have time for a quick call?
Sure.
Yeah, awesome. Let's go out to Nathan. Nathan, do you have any slander for Chris that you want to share live on the air instead of the chat?
I mean, just like, I think we're overreacting a little bit on this 3rd round pick. I mean, if we think that we're getting a good player, you shouldn't worry so much about the position. Like you were saying, we're not going to be competitive for at least 2 years in the future. So you might as well take the best player.
This guy, man, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I just want to qualify. I said, I did say something like that. I said, and then
you said we're not winning the Super Bowl for the next 2 years, but
because you don't like the position. But what I said was we're not a Super Bowl contender in 25. That's what I said. I didn't say we can't compete for a playoff spot. I said we're not a Super Bowl. Like I don't believe we have any chance for the Super Bowl, but I do think we could sneak in 9 wins and get a wild card.
We have so much talent on this team, man. If this coaching staff is good and Justin Fields reaches the potential that we all know he has, like, why can't we be good? Like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
I just think whether it's Super Bowl is the end goal of the league. So, I mean, if you think that you're getting a guy that can be a top corner in this league, you're taking him no matter if you need a corner at that point or you don't.
I feel like the only corner I would have been willing to take in the 3rd round or a corner I would have been willing to take at all in this draft was Will Johnson. And then after he got picked before 42, if they took him at 42 over Mason Taylor, I wouldn't have been mad. I would have been happy.
I mean, I don't think
pass catchers, man.
I don't know.
Yeah,
okay, so then
Nathan, go ahead. My bad.
By the way, one quick thing here sorry, Nathan. Ian Rappaport just reported Gabriel might be selected before Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. But yes, of course we need pass catchers, but is it the worst thing if we get our young guys more experience this year and really see what they are, and then we can be like, oh, they're terrible, and then get new guys next offseason? Because what is there to lose? Maybe we get 8 or 9 wins instead of 6 or 7 wins. Like, obviously, you want to win as many games as possible, but I'd rather take the best players now and figure out the itty-bitty things and figure out how good our young talent is now.
Jalen
Like,
Milroe to the
I
Seahawks
get
as we speak.
I get your what do you say,
Wow.
Connor? Dylan Gabriel with Seahawks.
Jalen Milroe to the Seahawks.
Oh, I got you.
Wow.
So Nathan, I get what you're saying. Like we want to have the best possible team for the future, yes. But we have the tools to be competitive now. And I think if you don't care what this team does now, I think that's crazy. Which is why we need to care. Which is why we need to address positions of need and not just take players like, oh, whoop-de-doo. They're going to be a good someday. We need to get players who can be pretty good and fill voids that we have at position of need, which is why we need pass catchers so bad. Which is why I don't like them taking a corner over wide receiver when you have no one else besides Garrett Wilson. That's how people like Connor get their argument that Garrett Wilson is average. There's no one next to him. There's no one helping him out. It doesn't there's so much ways to push back against that. Just because we're not winning the Super Bowl doesn't mean that the season means nothing. Like making the playoffs, especially for this Jets, is making the wild card, especially for us. We're fifth longest playoff drought in all sports. We have question marks in so many things on our organization. It'd be so valuable for this team to be competitive this year, go 9-8, make a wild card, prove that we have a guy in Muji, prove we have a guy in Glenn, get this young core some playoff experience. Like, come on, bro.
I mean, I definitely see what you're saying. And another pushback on kind of what I was saying is just a big emphasis on this year is to see if Justin Fields is going to be that franchise
Amen.
guy. And you can't tell that if you don't have anyone around him. So that's my major pushback on what I'm trying to say. But I just think, well, yes, you have to get positions that you don't need. I mean, of course, I think especially in the draft, it's more important to focus on getting the best players. And then maybe free agency and stuff like that is more about, finding value with positions of need.
Yeah, we've already seen the way the Jets have gone about free agency is kind of what you're saying that they should be doing in the draft. So when they went about free agency by saying, oh yeah, we're shopping at position of need, but we're looking at developmental guys who we see qualities in, but we're going to coach them up into solid starters. In the draft, though, they need to be really looking at quality starters, quality players who can come in and start at big positions of need that we have no one at in wide receiver and tight end.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see what you're saying, and I just think that we don't want to rule off anything yet. All these guys still could be good. It's not a terrible pick. It might not be the best pick in the world, but I mean, we just have to wait and see is really the end of the story.
I get that. I get that 100%, man. That's why I started to push back on myself. As soon as I saw it wasn't a receiver, I kind of started to overreact there a little bit. I will say that myself. I really think that the receiver was the way to go here, and I'm disappointed that they did not take receiver. I think they fumbled that. There's still no one next to Garrett, which is a huge complaint I have. But I'm not trashing the corner pick, and I'm not trashing the player, is what I'm trying to say. And I get why. It makes sense that Aaron Glenn chose it, given that he is a former corner, and given that they might want to do some interesting stuff with this scheme. So, it's fine, but we have to get a receiver as soon as possible now. And I would have rather had a quality starter at wide receiver than a quality player at corner. So if you do get what I'm saying there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's player for player, if we think that we're getting equal talent at corner and receiver, but if we see that we can get a really good corner, or we could get, a fine receiver, he'll get 300-400 yards. I mean, I guess that's kind of a lot for a 3-round pick, but I mean, he could fill in that wide receiver 3 role. I mean, we want that position, but I think at this point, the Jets have made it clear that they're valuing, best player available over getting, a little bit of a worse player at a position that you need more.
See, Jeremy said that too. I mean, I would push back on that because I would say if it was any other position, I'd agree with that statement. But it's corner. I mean, I think we have to look into the fact that Aaron Glenn is a former corner, and that they're trying to make an interesting defensive scheme that will really cause a problem for offenses, and that might require more guys and more qualities that we saw in this guy, like a very physical corner. So that's where I'm at with that, man. I think it's not terrible. I can foresee why Glenn did it, given that he's a corner and given that we want to get some more pieces for our defensive scheme, but we really need to get a receiver at some point, man.
Yeah, I mean, this wide receiver room definitely does need help.
Nathan, we appreciate the call. You got any final thoughts here before we let you go?
No, I mean, just hopefully we can be one of those teams to find a stud later in the draft. I mean, it usually hasn't been us, but why can't it be us this year? I mean, we just gotta hope.
You're speaking Chris's language.
Seattle just took Jalen Milroe, right?
Nathan, we appreciate the call. What'd you say?
They just took Jalen Milroe, right? Seattle takes Jalen Milroe, a guy who clearly is a backup quarterback because they signed Sam Darnold, right? And it's not even the same style of player. So they picked a guy who's a totally different style of player over Sanders. Like
and the Saints just took Jonas Sanker.
The Saints just took Jonas Sanker. God damn it. That's my guy.
Not only that, but another team, no shitter.
Insane, man.
No, well, they already took Tyler. However you say
Yeah,
it.
that's a good point.
So they
Tyler
weren't
Shuck.
going to take him.
Yeah.
It's not shucking corn. Tyler Shuck corn. No, it's Tyler Show. Shh.
Like you call Will Campbell, Will Campbell.
Campbell.
Like the
Campbell.
soup.
Anyways, guys, this was a super, super, super fun show. 5 hours and 17 minutes.
Oh my God.
Wow.
A lot of super chats, a lot of memberships. So before we wrap up, we got to spin the wheel to give away the Wayne Corbett signed
Let's
helmet.
go.
This is your last chance to get in. Every $2.99 super chat or gifted membership earns you an entry into our raffle. We had, I'm trying to see
start typing Indy Jets and then times.
I mean, yeah, Jake's probably gonna win it. Honestly,
I don't know. It's gonna be close.
50 spot.
I'm trying. No, Jake dropped a 20.
So did Indy though at the start there.
Yeah. Wait, give me. ChatGPT is bugging
Cleveland's
right
pick
now.
is in. So the big question is: Cleveland going to take Sanders, and then the Raiders have 2 picks in a row? Is somebody going to pick this kid, or is he really not?
Out of those 3, somebody has to. If somebody doesn't, he's not going to go drafted.
I mean, 2 picks in a row. They got 2 picks in a row. The Raiders.
Yeah,
they have. Who's their quarterback?
Gardner.
I think it's Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell right now. So
No, it's Geno Smith. They signed Geno.
Oh, I keep forgetting Smith.
Geno
All
Smith.
right. Yeah. Oh
Is
my
Jimmy
God.
Garoppolo still in the league?
I'm just starting to pull it up, guys. 68 total gifted memberships in this 5-hour show. So we appreciate all of your support on the program. We'll rattle off the names. So through all the memberships that we got. Nate gifted 5, Mother Effing Chew gifted 1, Jake gifted 22, Indy gifted 20, Dick Chimney's Burner gifted 10, Jimmy Jets gifted 10. So time to spin the wheel. Whoever's name this lands on will win. Let me try to zoom in here a little more. Whoever's name this lands on will win the Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet, baby. Let's do this.
Let's go.
Wayne Corbett just sent it to you to do a giveaway. Right?
Nope, we had to buy it online.
Jimmy, Jake.
Yeah.
Oh, Jake.
Hey, all right, Jake. You're right.
Oh, I gotta go comment his chat right now. He's still live.
Jake's still live. All right, yeah. Pop in there. Let him know. Yeah, Jake. Yeah, Chris, do that, please. And Jake sent me stuff. I don't think I have Jake's address.
Is that Jake Asman who won?
Yeah, Jake Asman.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'll send it to Jake, and then who knows? This may be a prize on Jake's show for his raffle. So, this might be making another round. But, anyways, Jake, you are the winner. We always do a backup just in case. So if Jake is unable to claim his prize, if he does not claim his prize, it will go to
Indy. Looks like
Indy Jets. So Indy or Jake? Jake first off. If you for some reason don't want to have we'll go to Indy. We always have to do a backup just to ensure everything is fair and square.
Look, he said, "Oh yeah."
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Jake, tell him to Chris, tell him to text me his address. Can you put that in the chat? Thank you.
All right, guy. Here's Cleveland. This might be Sanders' last chance.
Oh God, let me just check
last chance. Otherwise, he's gonna
pick is in.
Be a day 3 pick if he doesn't get picked here.
Well, look, Raiders twice. Tell us when you get it.
This is crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Are they taking the
I'm
stage
trying
yet,
to see this on Twitter. Trying to see this on Twitter. Would they take? Oh my God.
What?
Dylan Gabriel.
I was about to guess that.
Before Sanders?
I was about to guess that.
No.
Jets podcast, our guys Chris,
Connor, Jack. I won a signed Wayne Corbett helmet in their raffle.
Let's go.
You won the raffle?
I won it. Get the 20 that you were on today, so that was good enough to win, apparently.
Hell yeah, dude.
Now, do you think
There's no way Dylan Gabriel.
take that Corbett helmet and then raffle it off? I'm just kidding. Use it as a prize.
In the next Asmaniac raffle, we have a Wayne Corbett signed helmet.
Wayne Corbett, actually, right here is a signed Wayne Corbett helmet.
They're auctioning it off right now.
No, he's joking.
They were getting a lot of good membership gifts and super chats and stuff. So holy crap!
Dylan Gabriel over.
They did it, Shador.
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Holy shit!
I almost gave it a holy shit.
Sorry. That Shador.
All right. Anyways, that's the raffle for tonight. We appreciate you guys though. We smash the like, hit subscribe. It's such a fun show. I don't know if we could go 8 hours tomorrow, but I'll definitely be on making my reaction to the Jets pick, probably in video form. So stay tuned for that. But nevertheless, guys, we appreciate all your support as always. Jeremy, thank you so much for coming on with us. You got any final thoughts here? Plug everything.
I can't believe Sanders. But anyway, if you might have noticed underneath my name, it says Brooklyn Brothers Food Review. What's that, you ask? Brooklyn Brothers Food Review is me and my brothers all over the world. My brother did them in Greece. We do food reviews all over the world. It's on YouTube. Check it out. Mine are pretty funny. I think I'm funny in some of them. At least my wife laughs when she's recording me. So, yeah, if you want to check out me eating, because I love food, and my brothers look just like me. So, yeah, check it out. Brooklyn Food Review.
Jeremy, you're the best. We appreciate you. Chris and Josh, this was super fun doing it, and then obviously Jack.
Great, man. This has been great.
Yeah, we'll be I'll be making my reaction to a pick tomorrow, but over 5 hours and 20 minutes here. Awesome. It's been a grind. No dinner, some water, but we'll handle that now with the Jets.
I might have to call family services.
Child protective service.
A starving Connor
an emaciated child.
I'm a mandated reporter.
I was on a YouTube stream with an emaciated child.
Later,
Anyways,
guys.
This was super fun. Jeremy, I appreciate you. Peace out, man.
Bye, Jeremy. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Jeremy from Jets Chaos joining us. Chris, any
Awesome
final thoughts here
stuff.
before we wrap up this iconic show?
Oh yeah, man. Listen, unlike you guys, I like the Mason Taylor pick. Tight end we have such a void at tight end. We barely even have any rosterable tight ends outside of him now. But listen, I love it. I love the pick. Now the corner pick is more interesting. We obviously all would have loved to see them take receiver, but Aaron Glenn was a former corner. They might have something up their sleeve. Excuse me, for a possible defensive scheme which requires the type of corner that he brings. So. No, I'm excited to see what it's gonna be for the defense. I'm excited what Mason Taylor is gonna bring, and ultimately, I'm excited to see our next pick be receiver, baby. Come on,
Josh.
Listen, Chris. First of all, to you and Connor and Jack and all the special guests, everyone that chatted in, called in, super chatted in. Awesome time. If this became a yearly tradition, which I hope it will. I am very much looking forward to it 365 days from now. This was awesome. It was the live reactions to every pick. Might not have been the 2 picks I was exactly hoping for, but listen, I don't hate the players, but I do dislike the circumstances in which they were picked. That's all right. We'll live to see another day. We got 3 or 4 more picks tomorrow. I think 3 to try and make up for it. Chris, Connor, my absolute pleasure to be on with you two. Really appreciate it. A real true 24 hours for this next gen Jets crew. Thanks, boys. Had a great time.
A sleepless 24 hours at that. Appreciate it. Chris, this was super fun.
Oh, this was amazing, man. We have to end with a final Jet chant for good
luck.
We'll
end it in a second. Gotta get to some final house cleaning here quickly. Shout out to Dylan Turman. Shout out to Nick Faria. Shout out to Jeremy. Obviously, shout out to Indy Jets. Shout out to Nathan. Shout out to Gary. All for joining us here on this show, the Next Gen Jets Watch Party in the books. Some plans that will be implemented starting Monday that are going to be super, super, super exciting for this whole network/show. So really, really please stay tuned for that. That'll do it for us, though, here on this draft stream. They're Chris Grasso and Josh Wolliver. I am your host, Connor Long, signing off here on the Next Gen Jets watch party for the second and third round of the 2025 NFL draft. And you see it building up, baby. Let's do this.
Oh, Jets!
Jets! Let's go, baby. Appreciate you all. As always, smash the like, hit subscribe. Shout out to Jake Asman for winning the Wayne Corbett signed mini helmet. And peace out.